Books on Tape presents Still Life with Crows, written by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child, read by Scott Brick. Chapter 1. Medicine Creek, Kansas, early August, sunset. The great sea of yellow corn stretches from horizon to horizon under an angry sky. When the wind rises, the corn stirs and rustles as if alive, and when the wind dies down again, the corn falls silent. The heat wave is now in its third week, and dead air hovers over the corn in shimmering curtains. One road cuts through the corn from north to south, another from east to west. Where the two roads cross lies the town. Sad gray buildings huddle together at the intersection, gradually thinning along both roads into separate houses, then scattered farms, and then nothing. A creek, edged by scraggly trees, wanders in from the northwest, loops lazily around the town, and disappears in the southeast. It is the only curved thing in this landscape of straight lines. To the northeast rises a cluster of mounds surrounded by trees. A giant slaughterhouse stands south of the town, lost in the corn, its metal sides scoured by years of dust storms. The faint odor of blood and disinfectant drifts in a plume southward from the plant, riding the fitful currents of air. Beyond, just over the horizon, stand three gigantic grain silos, like a tall masted ship lost at sea. The temperature is exactly 100 degrees. Heat lightning flickers silently along the distant northern horizon. The corn is 7 feet high, the fat cobs clustered on the stalks. Harvest is 2 weeks away. Twilight is falling over the landscape. The orange sky bleeds away into red. A handful of streetlights blink on in the town. A black and white police cruiser passes along the main street, heading east into the great nothingness of corn, its headlights stabbing into the rising darkness. Some 3 miles ahead of the cruiser, a column of slow-circling turkey vultures rides a thermal above the corn. They wheel down, then rise up again, circling endlessly, uneasily, rising and falling in a regular cadence. Sheriff Dent Hazen fiddled with the dashboard knobs and cursed at the tepid air that streamed from the vents. He felt the vent with the back of his hand, but it wasn't getting any cooler. The AC had finally bit the dust. He muttered another imprecation and cranked down the window, tossing out his cigarette butt. Furnace-like air boiled in, and the cruiser filled with the smell of late summer Kansas. Earth, corn stalks. He could see the circling turkey buzzards rise and dip above the dying smear of sunset along the horizon. One ugly motherfucker of a bird, thought Hazen, and he glanced over at the long-barreled Winchester Defender lying on the seat beside him. With any luck, he'd get close enough to assist 2 or 3 of them into the next world. He slowed and glanced once again at the dark birds silhouetted against the sky. Why the hell aren't any of them landing? Turning off the main road, he eased the cruiser onto one of the many rutted dirt lanes that cut their way through the 1,000 square miles of corn surrounding Medicine Creek. He moved forward, keeping a watch on the sky until the birds were almost directly overhead. This was as close as he was going to get by car. From here, he'd have to walk. He threw the cruiser into park and, more out of habit than necessity, snapped on the light bar flashers. He eased his frame out of the cruiser and stood for a moment facing the wall of corn, drawing a rough hand across his stubbled chin. The rows went in the wrong direction, and it was going to be a bitch getting through them. Just the thought of shouldering through all those rows made him weary, and for a moment he thought about putting the cruiser in reverse and getting the hell back to town. But it was too late for that now. The neighbor's call had already been logged. Old Wilma Lowry had nothing better to do but look out her window and report the location of dead animals. But this was his last call of the day, and a few extra hours on Friday evening at least guaranteed him a long, lazy, boozy Sunday of fishing at Hamilton Lake State Park. Hazen lit another cigarette, coughed, and scratched himself, looking at the dry ranks of corn. He wondered if it was somebody's cow who'd wandered into the corn and was now dead of bloat and greed. Since when was it a sheriff's responsibility to check on dead livestock? But he already knew the answer. Ever since the livestock inspector retired, there was nobody to take his place and no longer a need for one. Every year there were fewer family farms, fewer livestock, fewer people. Most people only kept cows and horses for nostalgic reasons. The whole county was going to hell. Realizing he'd put off the task long enough, Hazen sighed, hiked up his jangling service belt, slipped his flashlight out of its scabbard, shouldered the shotgun, and pushed his way into the corn. Despite the lateness of the hour, the sultry air refused to lift. The beam of his light flashed through the corn stalks, stretching before him like endless rows of prison bars. His nose filled with the smell of dry stalks, the peculiar rusty smell so familiar it was part of his very being. His feet crunched dry clods of earth, kicking up dust. It had been a wet spring, and until the heat wave kicked in a few weeks back, the summer sun had been benevolent. The stalks were as high as Hazen could ever remember, at least a foot or more over his head. Amazing how fast the black earth could turn to dust without rain. Once, as a kid, he'd run into a cornfield to escape his older brother and gotten lost. For 2 hours. The disorientation he'd felt then came back to him now. Inside the corn rows, the air felt trapped. Hot, fetid, itchy. Hazen took a deep drag on the cigarette and continued forward, knocking the fat cobs aside with irritation. The field belonged to Buswell Agricon of Atlanta, and Sheriff Hazen could not have cared less if they lost a few ears because of his rough passage. Within 2 weeks, Agricon's huge combine harvesters would appear on the horizon, mowing down the corn, each feeding half a dozen streams of kernels into their hoppers. The corn would be trucked to the cluster of huge grain silos just over the northern horizon, and from there railed to feedlots from Nebraska to Missouri, to disappear down the throats of mindless, castrated cattle, which would in turn be transformed into big, fat, marbled sirloins for rich assholes in New York and Tokyo. Or maybe this was one of those gasohol fields where the corn wasn't eaten by man or even beast, but burned up in the engines of cars instead. What a world. Hazen bullied his way through row after row. Already his nose was running. He tossed his cigarette away, then realized he should probably have pinched it off first. Hell with it. 1,000 acres of the damn corn could burn and Buswell Agricon wouldn't even notice. They should take care of their own fields, pick up their own dead animals. Of course, the executives had probably never set foot in a real cornfield in their lives. Like almost everyone else in Medicine Creek, Hazen came from a farming family that no longer farmed. They had sold their land to companies like Buswell Agricon. The population of Medicine Creek had been dropping for more than half a century, and the great industrial cornfields were now dotted with abandoned houses, their empty window frames staring like dead eyes over the billowy mane of crops. But Hazen had stayed. Not that he liked Medicine Creek particularly. What he liked was wearing a uniform and being respected. He liked the town because he knew the town, every last person, every dark corner, every nasty secret. Truth was, he simply couldn't imagine himself anywhere else. He was as much a part of Medicine Creek as Medicine Creek was a part of him. Hazen stopped suddenly. He swept his beam through the stalks ahead. The air, full of dust, now carried another smell, the perfume of decay. He glanced up. The buzzards were far above now, directly over his head. Another 50 yards and he would be there. The air was still, the silence complete. He unshouldered his shotgun and moved forward more cautiously. The smell of decay drifted through the rows, sweeter by the moment. Now Hazen could make out a gap in the corn, a clearing directly ahead of him. Odd. The sky had flamed its red farewell and was now dark. The sheriff raised his gun, eased off the safety with his thumb, and broke through the last corn row into the clearing. For a moment, he looked around in wild incomprehension, and then rather suddenly, he realized what he was looking at. The gun went off when it hit the ground, and the load of double-aught buckshot blew by Hazen's ear. But the sheriff barely noticed. Chapter 2. 2 hours later, Sheriff Dent Hazen stood in approximately the same spot. But now the cornfield had been transformed into a gigantic crime scene. The clearing was ringed with portable sodium vapor lights that bathed the scene in a harsh white glow, and a generator growled somewhere out in the corn. The Stadies had bulldozed an access road into the site, and now almost a dozen state cruisers, SOC trucks, ambulances, and other vehicles sat in an instant parking lot carved out of the corn. 2 photographers were taking pictures, their flashes punctuating the night, while a lone evidence gatherer crouched nearby, picking at the ground with a pair of tweezers. Hazen stared at the victim, sickness rising in his gut. This was the first homicide in Medicine Creek in his lifetime. The last killing had been during Prohibition, when Rocker Manning had been shot at by the creek while buying a load of moonshine. That was back in, when? 31? His granddaddy had handled the case, made the arrest. But that was nothing like this. This was something else entirely. This was fucking madness. Hazen turned from the corpse and stared at the makeshift road through the corn, cut to save the troopers a quarter-mile hike. There was a good possibility the road had destroyed evidence. He wondered if it was standard statey procedure, if they even had a procedure for this kind of situation. All the activity had an ad hoc air about it, as if the troopers were so shocked by the crime that they were just making it up as they went along. Sheriff Hazen didn't hold Stadies in particularly high regard. When you got down to it, they were basically a bunch of tight-jawed assholes in shiny boots. But he could sympathize. This was something beyond anyone's experience. He lit a fresh Camel off the stub of his last one and reminded himself that it wasn't really his first homicide. It wasn't his case at all. He may have found the body, but it was outside the township and therefore outside his jurisdiction. This was a Stady job, and thank the risen Lord for that. Sheriff Hazen, the towering Kansas State Trooper captain, came crunching over the corn stubble, his black boots shining, his hand outstretched, mouth tensed in what was supposed to pass for a smile. Hazen took the hand and shook it, annoyed by the man's height. It was the 3rd time the captain had offered him his hand. Hazen wondered if the man had a bad memory or if he was just so agitated that the handshaking was a nervous reaction. Probably the latter. "The ME's coming down from Garden City," the captain said. "Should be here in 10 minutes. Sheriff Hazen wished to hell he'd sent Tad out on this one. He would have gladly given up his weekend fishing. Christ, he would have even stayed sober to miss this. On the other hand, he thought perhaps this would have been too much for Tad. In so many ways, he was still only a kid. "We got ourselves an artist here," said the trooper, shaking his head. "A real artist. You think this will make the Kansas City Star?" Hazen didn't reply. This was a new thought to him. He thought of his picture in the paper and found the idea displeasing. Someone walking past with a fluoroscope bumped into him. Christ, the crime scene was getting to be more crowded than a Baptist wedding. He filled his lungs with tobacco, then forced himself to look out over the scene yet again. It seemed important that he should see it one more time before it was all disassembled and put into bags and taken away. His eyes played over it, automatically committing every hideous little detail to memory. It had been set up almost like a scene in a play. A circular clearing had been made in the heart of the cornfield, the broken stalks carefully stacked to one side, leaving an area of dirt clods and stubble perhaps 40 feet in diameter. Even in the terrible unreality of the moment, Hazen found himself marveling at the geometrical precision with which the circle had been formed. At one end of the clearing stood a miniature forest of sharpened sticks, 2 to 3 feet high, pushed into the earth, their cruel-looking ends pointing upward. At the precise middle of the clearing stood a circle of dead crows, spitted on stakes. Only they weren't stakes, but Indian arrows, each topped by a flaked point. There were at least a couple dozen of the birds, maybe more, their vacant eyes staring, yellow beaks pointing inward. And in the center of this circle of crows lay the corpse of a woman. At least Sheriff Hazen thought it was a woman. Her lips, nose, and ears were missing. The corpse lay on its back, its mouth wide open, looking like the entrance to a pink cave. It had bleached blonde hair, a clump of it ripped away and missing. The clothes had been shredded in countless small, neat parallel lines. There was no sense of disorder. The relationship between the head and shoulders looked wrong. Hazen thought her neck was probably broken. But there was no bruising on the neck indicating strangulation. If it had been broken, the act had been done by a single hard twist. The killing, Hazen concluded, had taken place elsewhere. He could see marks in the earth going back not quite to the edge of the clearing, indicating the body had been dragged. Extrapolating the line, he saw a gap in the corn rows where a stalk had been broken off. The troopers hadn't seen it. In fact, some of the marks were being obscured by the comings and goings of the stadies themselves. He turned toward the captain to point this out. Then he stopped himself. What was wrong with him? This was not his case, not his responsibility. When the shit hit, the fan would be blowing in someone else's direction. The minute he opened his mouth, the wind would shift his way. If he said, "Captain, you've destroyed evidence," 2 months from now on the witness stand, he'd be forced to repeat it to some asshole of a defense lawyer. Because whatever he said now would come up at the trial of the maniac who did this. And there would be a trial. A guy this crazy couldn't get away with it for long. He inhaled a lungful of acrid smoke. Keep it zipped. Let them make the mistakes. It's not your case. He dropped the butt, ground it beneath one foot. Yet another car was now bumping carefully along the access road, its headlights stabbing up and down through the corn. It came to a stop in the makeshift lot, and a man in white got out, carrying a black bag. McHyde, the M.E. Sheriff Hazen watched as the man gingerly picked his way among the dry clods, not wanting to soil his wingtips. He spoke to the captain and then went over to the body. He stared at it for a moment from this angle and that, then knelt and carefully tied plastic bags around the hands and feet of the victim. Then he drew some kind of device out of his black bag. It was called an anal probe, Sheriff Hazen remembered abruptly. And now the M.E. was doing something intimate to the corpse, measuring its temperature. Jesus, now there was a job for you. Sheriff Hazen glanced up into the dark sky, but the turkey vultures were long gone. They at least knew when to leave well enough alone. The M.E. and the paramedics now began packing up the corpse for removal. A statey was pulling up the arrows with the crows, labeling them and packing them into refrigerated evidence lockers. And Sheriff Hazen realized he had to take a leak. All that damn coffee. But it wasn't just that. Acid was starting to boil up from his stomach. He hoped to hell his ulcer wasn't coming back. He sure didn't want to toss his cookies in front of these characters. He glanced around, made sure he was not being noticed, and slipped into the dark corn. He walked down a row, inhaling deeply, trying to get far enough away that his own piss wouldn't be found and marked as evidence. He wouldn't have to go far. These stadies were not showing much curiosity about anything beyond the immediate crime scene. He stopped just outside the circle of lights. Here, buried in the sea of corn, the murmur of the voices, the faint hum of the generator, and the bizarre violence of the crime scene seemed far away. A breeze came drifting past, only a slight movement of the muggy air, but it set the corn around him swaying and rustling. Hazen paused a minute, filling his nostrils. Then he unzipped, grunted, and urinated loudly on the dry ground. Finally, with a big noisy shake that set his gun, cuffs, club, and keys rattling, he put everything back in and patted it into place. As he turned, he saw something in the reflected glow of the lights. He stopped, shining his flashlight across the corn rows. There it was, in the next row over. He looked more closely. A piece of cloth, caught high up on one of the dry husks. It appeared to be the same as the material the victim was wearing. He shone his light up and down the row, but he saw nothing else. He straightened up. He was doing it again. This wasn't his case. Maybe he'd mention it. Maybe he'd let the Stadies find it on their own. If it really meant anything anyway. When he pushed his way back into the clearing, the trooper captain came forward at once. "Sheriff Hazen, I was just looking for you," he said. He was carrying a handheld GPS unit in one hand and a USGS topographical map in the other, and his face was wearing a very different expression than it had just moments before. "Congratulations." "What's that?" asked Hazen. The captain pointed to the GPS device. "According to this reading, we're inside the boundary of the township of Medicine Creek. 12 feet inside the boundary to be exact, which means it's your case, Sheriff. We're here to help, of course, but it's your case. So let me be the first to offer my congratulations." He beamed and held out his hand. Sheriff Dent Hazen ignored the hand. Instead, he plucked the pack of cigarettes from his breast pocket, shook one out, pushed it between his lips, and lit it. He inhaled and then spoke, the smoke puffing out with his words. 12 feet, he repeated. Jesus Christ. The captain let his hand fall to his side. Hazen began to talk. The victim was murdered somewhere else and carried here. The murderer came through the corn over there, dragged her the last 20 feet or so. So if you follow the road backwards from that broken stalk, you'll come to a piece of caught fabric. The fabric matches that of the victim, but it's caught too high on the stalk for her to have been walking. So he must have been lugging her on his back. You may see my footprints in the place where I took a piss in the adjoining row. Don't bother with that. And for God's sake, Captain, do we really need all these people? This is a crime scene, not a Walmart parking lot. I want only the ME, the photographer, and the evidence gatherer on site. Tell the rest to back off. Sheriff, we do have our procedures to follow. My procedures are now your procedures. The captain swallowed. I want a pair of certified, trained AKC police bloodhounds here ASAP to get on the trail. And I want you to get the forensic evidence team down from Dodge. Right. And one other thing. What's that? I want your boys to pull over any arriving press, especially television trucks. Tie them up while we complete work here. Pull them over for what? Give them all speeding tickets. That's what you boys are good at, right? The captain's tight jaw grew even tighter. And if they're not speeding? Sheriff Hazen grinned. Oh, they'll be speeding, all right. You can bet your ass on it. Chapter 3. Deputy Sheriff Tad Franklin sat hunched over his desk, filling out reams of unfamiliar paperwork and trying to pretend that the unruly knot of television and newspaper reporters just outside the plate glass window of the Medicine Creek Sheriff's Department didn't exist. Tad had always liked the fact that the Sheriff's HQ was located in a former 5 and 10 cent storefront where he could wave to passers-by, chat with friends, keep tabs on who was coming or going. But now the disadvantages of the office had suddenly become obvious. The fiery light of yet another hot August sunrise had begun spilling down the street, stretching long shadows from the news trucks and gilding the unhappy faces of the reporters. They had been up all night and things were beginning to look ugly. A steady stream came and went from Maisie's diner across the street, but the plain food only seemed to make them grumpier. Tad Franklin tried to concentrate on the paperwork, but he found himself unable to ignore the tapping on the window, the questions, the occasional shouted vulgarity. This was getting intolerable. If they woke Sheriff Hazen, who was grabbing a few winks in the back cell, things might get even uglier. Tad rose, tried to put on as stern a look as possible, and cracked open a window. "I'll ask you once again to step back from the glass," he said. This was greeted with a muffled chorus of disrespectful comments, shouted questions, a general undercurrent of irritation. Tad knew from the call letters on the vans that the reporters weren't local. They were from Topeka, Kansas City, Tulsa, Amarillo, and Denver. Well, they could just ride on back home, and behind him Tad heard a door thump, a cough. He turned to see Sheriff Hazen yawning and rubbing his stubbly chin, the hair on one side of his head sticking out horizontally. The sheriff smoothed it down, then fitted on his hat with both hands. Tad closed the window. "Sorry, Sheriff, but these people just won't go away." The sheriff yawned, waved his hand casually, turned his back on the crowd. A particularly angry reporter in the rear of the crowd shouted out a stream of invective in which the words "redneck" in miniature could be heard. Hazen went to the coffee pot, poured a cup. He sipped it, made a face, spat the coffee back into the cup, hawked up a loogie, deposited it in the cup as well, and then poured everything back into the pot. "Want me to get a fresh pot?" asked Tad. "No, thanks, Tad," the sheriff replied, giving his deputy's shoulder a gruff pat. Then he turned back to face the group through the glass once more. "These folks need something for the 6 o'clock news, don't you think?" he said. "Time for a press conference." A press conference? Tad had never attended a press conference in his life, let alone been part of one. "How do you do that?" Sheriff Hazen barked a laugh, briefly displaying a rack of yellow teeth. "We go outside and answer questions." He went to the old glass door, unlocked it, and stuck his head out. "How you folks all doing?" This was greeted by a surge and an incomprehensible welter of shouted questions. Sheriff Hazen held up an arm, palm toward the crowd. He was still wearing his short-sleeved uniform from the night before, and the gesture exposed a half-moon of sweat that reached halfway to his waist. He was short, but short like a bulldog, and there was something about him that commanded respect. Tad had seen the sheriff loosen the teeth of a suspect almost twice his size. Never get in a fight with anyone under 5'6", he told himself. The crowd fell silent. The sheriff dropped his arm. "My deputy, Tad Franklin, and myself will give a statement and answer questions. Let's all behave like civilized people. What say?" The crowd shuffled in place. Lights went on, mics were boomed forward. There was the clicking of cassette recorders, the fluttering of camera shutters. "Tad, let's give these good folks some fresh coffee." Tad looked at Hazen. Hazen winked. Tad grabbed the pot, peered in, gave it a quick shake. Then he reached for a stack of styrofoam cups, stepped out the door, and began doling out the coffee. There were some sips, a few furtive sniffs. "Drink up," Hazen cried good-naturedly. "Never let it be said we're not hospitable folks here in Medicine Creek." There was a general shuffling, more sipping, a few covert glances into the cups. The coffee seemed to have subdued, if not broken, the spirit of the group. Though it was barely dawn, the heat was already oppressive. There was no place to put down the cups, no trash can to drop them in, and a sign outside the door to the sheriff's office read, "No littering, $100 fine." Hazen adjusted his hat, then stepped out onto the sidewalk. He looked around, his shoulders squared to the crowd as the cameras rolled. He then addressed the group. He told in dry police language of finding the body. He described the clearing, the body, and the spitted birds. It was pretty vivid stuff, but the sheriff managed to handle it matter-of-factly, throwing in a folksy comment here and there in a way that neutralized most of the gruesome aspects. It amazed Tad how easygoing, even charming his boss could be when he wanted to. In the space of 2 minutes, he was finished. A flurry of shouted questions followed Hazen's speech. "One at a time. Raise your hands," the sheriff said. "It's just like in school. Anyone who shouts goes last. You begin." And he pointed to a reporter in shirt sleeves who was enormously, spectacularly fat. "Are there any leads or suspects?" "We've got some very interesting things we're following up. I can't say any more than that." Tad looked at him with surprise. "What things?" So far they had nothing. "You," said Hazen, pointing to another. "Was the murder victim local?" "No. We're working on identification, but she wasn't local. I know everyone around these parts. I can vouch for that myself." "Do you know how the woman was killed?" "Hopefully the medical examiner will tell us that. The body was sent up to Garden City. When we get the autopsy results, you'll be the first to know." The early morning Greyhound, northbound from Amarillo, came rumbling up the main street, stopping in front of Maisie's Diner with a chuff of brakes. Tad was surprised. The bus almost never stopped. Whoever came or went from Medicine Creek, Kansas anymore? Maybe it was more reporters, too cheap to provide their own transportation. The lady, you there. Your question, ma'am. A tough-looking redhead poked a shotgun mic at Hazen. What law enforcement agencies are involved? The state police have been a big help, but since the body was found in Medicine Creek Township, it's our case. FBI? The FBI doesn't get involved in local murder cases, and we don't expect them to take an interest in this one. We put some pretty heavy-duty police resources on the case, including the Special Crime Lab and Homicide Squad up in Dodge City, who spent the whole night at the site. Don't you all worry that just Tad and me are going to try to solve this on our own. We're good at hollering, and we're going to holler loud enough to get what we need to solve this case, and quick, too. He smiled and winked. There was a roar as the bus pulled away in a cloud of dust and diesel fumes. The sound temporarily drowned out the press conference. As the fumes cleared, they revealed a lone figure standing on the sidewalk, small leather valise sitting on the ground next to him. He was tall and thin, dressed in dead black, and in the early morning light he cast a shadow that stretched halfway across downtown Medicine Creek. Tad glanced at the sheriff and noticed that he'd seen the man, too. The man was staring across the street at them. Hazen roused himself. "Next question," he said briskly. "Smitty?" He pointed to the well-lined face of Smith Ludwig, the owner-reporter of the Cry County Courier, the local paper. "Any explanation for the strange tableau? You got any theory on the arrangement of the body and the various appurtenances?" Appurtenances? "Yeah. You know, the stuff around it." "Not yet." "Could this be some kind of satanic cult?" Tad glanced involuntarily across the street. The black-clad figure had lifted his bag, but was still standing there, motionless. "That's a possibility we'll be looking into for sure," said Hazen. "We're obviously dealing with a very sick individual." Now Tad noticed the man in black taking a step into the street, strolling nonchalantly toward them. Who could he be? He certainly didn't look like a reporter, policeman, or traveling salesman. In fact, what he most looked like to Tad Franklin was a murderer. Maybe the murderer. He noticed that the sheriff was also staring, and even some members of the press had turned around. Hazen fished a pack of cigarettes out of his shirt pocket. He resumed talking. "Whether it's a cult or a lunatic or whatever, I just want to emphasize, and Smitty, this will be important for your readers, that we're dealing with out-of-town, perhaps out-of-state elements." Hazen's voice faltered as the figure in black stopped at the edge of the crowd. It was already well into the 90s, but the man was dressed in black worsted wool with a starched white shirt and a silk tie knotted tightly at his neck. Yet he looked as cool and crisp as a cucumber. The gaze from his silvery eyes was directed piercingly at Hazen. A hush fell. The black-clad figure now spoke. The voice wasn't loud, but somehow it seemed to dominate the crowd. "An unwarranted assumption," the figure said. There was a silence. Hazen took his time to open the pack, shake out a bud, and slide it into his mouth. He said nothing. Tad stared at the man. He seemed so thin, his skin almost transparent, his blue-gray eyes so light they'd looked luminous, that he could have been a reanimated corpse, a vampire fresh from the grave. If he wasn't the walking dead, he could just as easily have passed for an undertaker. Either way, there was definitely the look of death about the man. Tad felt uneasy. His cigarette lit, Hazen finally spoke. "I don't recall asking your opinion, mister." The man strolled into the crowd, which parted silently and halted 10 feet from the sheriff. The man spoke again in the mellifluous accent of the deepest South. "The killer works in the blackest night with no moon. He appears and disappears without a trace. Are you really so sure, Sheriff Hazen, that he is not from Medicine Creek?" Hazen took a long drag, blew a stream of blue smoke in the general direction of the man, and said, "And what makes you such an expert?" "That is a question best answered in your office, Sheriff." The man held out his hand, indicating that the sheriff and Tad should precede him into the little headquarters. "Who the hell are you inviting me into my own damn office?" Hazen said, beginning to lose his temper. The man looked mildly at him and answered in the same low, honeyed voice. "May I suggest, Sheriff Hazen, that equally excellent question is also best answered in private? I mean, for your sake." Before Sheriff Hazen could respond, the man turned to the reporters. "I regret to inform you this press conference is now over." To Tad's absolute amazement, they turned and began shuffling away. Chapter 4. The sheriff took up position behind his battered formica desk. Tad sat down in his usual chair with a tingling sense of anticipation. The stranger in black placed his bag by the door, and the sheriff offered him the hard wooden visitor's chair that he claimed would break any suspect in 5 minutes. The man settled into it with one smooth, elegant motion, flung one leg over the other, leaned back, and looked at the sheriff. "Get our guest a cup of coffee," said Hazen, with a faint smile. There was enough left in the pot for half a cup, which was quickly passed. The man accepted it, glanced at it, set it down on the table, and smiled. "You are most kind, but I am a tea drinker myself. Green tea." Tad wondered if the man was weird or possibly a faggot. Hazen cleared his throat, frowned, shifted his squat body. "Okay, mister, this better be good." Almost languidly, the man removed a leather wallet from his jacket pocket, let it fall open. Hazen leaned forward, scrutinized it, sat back with a sigh. FBI. Shit fire. Might have known. He glanced over at Tad. "We're running with the big boys now." "Yes, sir," said Tad. Although he'd never actually met an FBI agent before, this guy looked exactly the opposite of what he thought an FBI agent should look like. "All right, Mr. Special Agent Pendergast." Pendergast. I'm bad with names. Hazen lit another cigarette, sucked on it hard. "You here on the Crow's murder?" The words came out with a cloud of smoke. "Yes." "And this is official?" "No." "So it's just you?" "So far." "What office are you out of?" "Technically, I'm with the New Orleans office, but I operate under, shall we say, a special arrangement." He smiled pleasantly. Hazen grunted. "How long will you be staying?" "For the duration." Tad wondered, for the duration of what? Pendergast turned his pale eyes on Tad and smiled. "Of my vacation." Tad was speechless. Did the guy read his mind? "Your vacation?" Hazen shifted again. "Pendergast, this is irregular. I'm going to need some kind of official authorization from the local field office. We're not running a Club Med for Quantico here." There was a silence. Then the man named Pendergast said, "Surely you don't want me here officially, Sheriff Hazen?" When this was greeted with silence, Pendergast continued pleasantly. "I will not interfere with your investigation. I will operate independently. I will consult with you regularly and share information with you when appropriate. Any, collars will be yours. I neither seek nor will I accept credit. All I ask are the usual law enforcement courtesies." Sheriff Hazen frowned, scratched, frowned again. "As for the collar, frankly, I don't give a damn who gets a credit. I just want to catch a son of a bitch." Pendergast nodded approvingly. Hazen took a drag, exhaled, took another. He was thinking. "All right then, Pendergast, take your bus man's holiday here. Just keep a low profile and don't talk to the press." "Naturally not." "Where you staying?" I was hoping to receive the benefit of your advice." The sheriff barked a laugh. "There's only one place in town, and that's the Krause place. Krause's Caverns. You passed it on the way in. Big old house set out in the corn about a mile west of town. Old Winifred Krause rents out rooms on the top floor. Not that she has many takers these days, and she'll talk you into a tour of her cave. You'll probably be the first visitor she's had in a year." "Thank you," said Pendergast, rising and picking up his bag. Hazen's eyes followed the movement. "Got a car?" "No." The sheriff's lip curled slightly. "I'll give you a lift. I enjoy walking." "You sure? It's almost 100 degrees out there. And I wouldn't exactly call that suit of yours appropriate dress for these parts." Hazen was grinning now. "Is it indeed that hot?" The FBI agent turned and reached for the door, but Hazen had one more question. "How did you learn about the murder so quick?" Pendergast paused. "By arrangement. I have someone at the Bureau watching the cable and email traffic of local law enforcement agencies. Whenever a crime within a certain category occurs, I'm notified of it immediately. But as I said, I'm here for personal reasons, having recently concluded a rather strenuous investigation back east. It's simply that I'm intrigued by the rather interesting nature of this particular case." Something in the way the man said interesting raised the hairs on the back of Tad's neck. "And just what certain category are we talking about here?" The sarcasm was creeping back into the sheriff's voice. "Serial homicide." "Funny. I've only seen one murder so far." The figure gradually turned back. His cool gray eyes settled on Sheriff Hazen. In a very low voice, he said, "So far." Chapter 5. Winifred Krause paused in her cross-stitch to gaze at the very strange sight out her parlor window. She felt vaguely frightened. A tall man in black was walking down the middle of the road carrying a leather valise. He was several hundred yards away, but Winifred Krause had sharp eyes, and she could see that he was ghostly-looking, thin and insubstantial in the bright summer light. She was frightened because she remembered as a child many years ago her father telling her that this was the way death would arrive, that it would happen when she least expected it. Just a man strolling down the road, coming up the steps and knocking on the door. A man dressed in black. And when you looked down at his feet, instead of shoes, you'd see cloven hooves, and then you'd smell the brimstone and fire, and that would be it, and you'd be dragged screaming into hell. The man was approaching with long, cool strides, his shadow eating up the road before him. Winifred Krause told herself she was being silly, that it was just a story, and that death didn't carry a valise anyway. But why would anyone be dressed in black at this time of year? Not even Pastor Wilbur wore black in this heat. And this man wasn't just wearing black, but a black suit, jacket, and all. Was he selling something? But then where was his car? Nobody walked on the Cry County Road, no one. At least not since she was a little girl, before the war, when the drifters used to come through in the early spring, heading for the fields of California. The man had paused at the spot where her rutted and dusty drive met the macadam of the road. He looked up at the house, right at the parlor, it seemed, and Winifred automatically laid aside her cross-stitch. Now he was stepping into her lane. He was coming to the house. He was actually coming to the house. And his hair was so white, his skin so pale, his suit so black. There was the low rap of the door knocker. Winifred's hand flew to her mouth. Should she answer it? Should she wait for him to go away? Would he go away? She waited. The knock came again, more insistent. Winifred frowned. She was being an old silly. Taking a deep breath, she rose from the chair, walked across the parlor into the foyer, unlocked the door, and opened it a crack. "Miss Krause," Yes? The man actually bowed. You aren't by chance the Miss Winifred Krause who offers lodging to travelers, and, I'm given to understand, some of the most excellent home cooking in Cry County, Kansas. Why, yes. Winifred Krause opened the door a little wider, delighted to find a polite gentleman instead of death. My name's Pendergast. He offered his hand, and after a moment Winifred took it. It was surprisingly cool and dry. You gave me quite a start walking up the road like that. Nobody walks anymore. I came by bus. Abruptly remembering her manners, Winifred opened the door wider and stepped aside. I'm sorry, do come in. Would you like some iced tea? You must be dreadfully hot in that suit. Oh, forgive me, there hasn't been a death in your family. Iced tea would be lovely, thank you. Winifred, feeling a strangely pleasant confusion, bustled back into the pantry, poured a glass over ice, added a fresh sprig of mint from the planter in her windowsill, placed the glass on a silver tray, and returned. There you are, Mr. Pendergast. You are too kind. Won't you sit down? They sat in the parlor. The polite man crossed his legs and sipped his tea. Close up, Winifred could see he was younger than she'd first thought. What she had taken to be white hair was instead remarkably blonde. He was quite handsome and elegant, too, if one didn't mind such pale eyes and skin. I rent 3 rooms upstairs, she explained. You have to share the bath, I'm afraid, but there's nobody presently. I'll take the entire floor. Would $500 a week be acceptable? Oh, my. I will pay extra, naturally, for my board. I'll only be requiring a light breakfast and the occasional afternoon tea and dinner. That's rather more money than I usually ask. I wouldn't feel right. The man smiled. I fear you may find me a difficult boarder. Well, then. He sipped his tea, placed it on the coaster, and leaned forward. I don't want to shock you, Miss Krause, but I do need to tell you who I am and why I'm here. You asked me if there has been a death. In fact, as you probably know, there has. I am a special agent for the FBI investigating the murder in Medicine Creek. He flashed his badge as a courtesy. A murder? You haven't heard. On the far side of town, discovered last night. You will no doubt read all about it in tomorrow morning's paper. Oh, dear me. Winifred Krause felt dazed. A murder? In Medicine Creek? I'm sorry. Does that change your mind about taking me in as a lodger? I'll understand if it does. Oh, no, Mr. Pendergast, not at all. I'd feel much safer really having you here. A murder? How very dreadful. She shuddered. Who on earth? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you as a source of information on the case. And now, may I examine my rooms? There's no need to show me upstairs. Of course. Winifred Krause smiled a little breathlessly as she watched the man climb the stairs. Such a polite young gentleman, and so... Then she remembered the murder. She rose and went to the telephone. Perhaps Jenny Parker would know more. She picked up and dialed the number, shaking her head. After a swift inspection, Pendergast chose the smallest room, the one in the rear, and laid his valise on its princess bed. On the bureau stood a swivel mirror, in front of which was set a china wash basin and pitcher. He pulled open the top drawer, releasing the faint scent of rosewater and oak. The drawer was lined with shellacked newspapers from the early 1900s, advertising farming equipment. In a corner stood a chamber pot, the lid placed upside down in the old-fashioned way. The walls were papered in a Victorian flowered print, much faded. The moldings were painted green and the ceiling was beadboard. The curtains were hand-embroidered lace. He returned to the bed, laid one hand lightly upon the bedspread. It had been needle-pointed in a pattern of roses and peonies. He examined the stitching closely. Hand done. It had taken someone, no doubt Miss Krause herself, at least a year. Pendergast remained motionless, staring at the needlepoint, breathing the antique air of the bedroom. Then, straightening, he walked across the creaking floorboards to the old, rippled window and looked out. To his right and down, set back from the house, Pendergast could see the shabby, low metal roof of the gift shop. Behind, a cracked cement walkway ran down to a depression leading to a rupture in the earth, where it disappeared into darkness. Beside the gift shop, a peeling sign read, Krause's Caverns, the biggest cave in Cry County, Kansas. Make a wish in the infinity pool. Play the crystal chimes. See the bottomless pit. Tours at 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock daily. Tour groups, buses, welcome. He tried the window, found it opened with surprising ease. A muggy flow of air came into the room, carrying with it the smell of dust and crops. The lace curtains bellied. Outside, the great sea of yellow corn stretched to the horizon, broken only by distant lines of trees along the bottomlands of Medicine Creek. A flock of crows rose out of the endless corn and fell back in, feasting on the ripe ears. Thunderheads piled up to the west. The silence was as unending as the landscape. In the hallway at the bottom of the stairs, Winifred Krause replaced the telephone in its cradle. Jenny Parker wasn't in. Perhaps she was in town getting news. She'd try calling again after lunch. She wondered if she should bring the nice man, Mr. Pendergast, a second glass of tea. Southerners were so well-bred. She believed they drank a lot of iced tea on big, shady verandas and such. It was such a hot day, and he'd walked from town. She went into the kitchen, poured a fresh glass, began mounting the stairs. But no, she should let him unpack, have his privacy. What was she thinking? News of the murder had her all in a tizzy. She turned to descend the staircase, but then she stopped again. A voice had sounded from upstairs. Pendergast had said something. Was he speaking to her? Winifred cocked her head, listening. For a moment the house was still. Then Pendergast spoke again, and this time she made out what he was saying. Excellent, came the dulcet voice. Most excellent. Chapter 6. The road was as straight as a 19th-century surveyor's original line of sight, and it was flanked by two unmoving walls of corn. Special Agent Pendergast walked down the shimmering road, his polished black Oxfords, hand-made by John Lobb of St. James's Street, London, leaving a row of faint impressions in the sticky asphalt. Ahead he could see where heavy vehicles had come in and out of the cornfield, leaving brown tracks and clots of dirt on the road. Approaching, he turned to make his way along the crude access road that had been bulldozed into the cornfield to the murder site. His feet sank into the powdery earth. Where the access widened into a makeshift parking lot, a state trooper cruiser sat motor running, water dripping into the dirt from the AC. Yellow crime scene tape blocked off the site, wound around tall stakes hammered into the earth. Inside the cruiser, a trooper sat reading a paperback. Pendergast approached and rapped on the window. The man gave a start, then quickly recovered. Hastily putting the paperback aside, he got out and faced Pendergast, squinting in the hot sun, hooking his arms into his belt loops. A river of cool air flowed out. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. The trooper's arms were covered with fine red hair, and the leather of his boots creaked as he moved. Pendergast displayed his shield. "Oh, FBI. Sorry." The trooper looked around. "Where's your car?" "I'd like to take a look at the scene," Pendergast replied. "Be my guest. There's nothing left, though. It's all been carted away." "No matter. Please don't allow me to disturb you further." "Quite all right, sir." The trooper, with no little relief, climbed back into his cruiser and closed the door. Pendergast moved past the car and gingerly ducked beneath the yellow tape. He advanced the last 20 yards to the original clearing. Here he paused, surveying the site. As the trooper had said, it was empty. Nothing but dirt, crushed corn stubble and thousands of footprints. There was a stain in the very center of the clearing, not particularly large. For several minutes, Pendergast remained motionless beneath the merciless sun. Only his eyes moved as they took in the clearing. Then he reached into his suit jacket and removed a photograph of the body in situ from close up. Another photograph showed the overall site, the spitted birds, and the forest of sticks. Pendergast rapidly reconstructed the original scene in his mind and held it there, examining it. He remained motionless for a quarter of an hour. Then at last he returned the photographs to his jacket and took a step forward, examining the stub of a cornstalk that lay at his feet. It had been broken, not cut. Moving forward, he picked up a second stub, then a third and a fourth. All broken. Pendergast returned to the edge of the clearing, selected a cornstalk that still stood. He knelt down and grasped it at the bottom, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break it. He ventured farther into the clearing itself. It hardly mattered where he put his feet. It could not be more disturbed. He moved slowly, crouching now and then to examine something in the riot of corn and dust. Once in a while he would pick up something with a pair of tweezers he'd removed from a suit pocket, look at it, and release it. For almost an hour he moved across the clearing in this fashion, bent over in the baking sun. He kept nothing. At last he reached the far end of the clearing and moved into the dense corn rows themselves. There had been a few pieces of torn fabric found clinging to some of the corn stalks, and it wasn't difficult to find the tags marking their locations. Pendergast moved down the row, but there were so many footprints and dog prints that it was hopeless to try to follow anything. The report said that 2 different sets of bloodhounds had been put on the track, but had refused to follow it. He paused in the forest of corn to slip a tube of glossy paper from his pocket and unroll it. It was a photograph, taken at some unidentified point before the crime, showing the field from the air. The corn rows did not go in straight lines as it seemed at ground level, but rather curved to follow the topography of the landscape, creating elliptical, maze-like paths. He located the row in which he stood and carefully traced its curve. Then, with difficulty, he forced his way into the next corn row, then the next. Once again he examined the aerial photograph, tracing the path of the current row. Much better. It went for a long distance across flat ground and then dropped down toward the bottomland near Medicine Creek, at a point where the creek loped back toward the town. It was, in fact, the only row that actually opened onto the creek. Pendergast walked down the row, heading away from the murder site. The heat had settled into the corn and, in the absence of wind, was baking everything into place. As the land gradually declined toward the creek, a monotonous landscape of corn revealed itself, stretching to an ever more remote horizon, oppressive in its landlocked vastness. The distant creek, with its clumps of scraggly, half-dead cottonwoods, only added to the sense of desolation. As Pendergast walked, he would stop occasionally to examine a cornstalk or a piece of ground. Once in a while, his tweezers would pluck something up, only to drop it again. At long last, the corn row opened onto the bottomland along the creek. Where the cornstalks and field dirt gave way to sandy embankments, Pendergast stopped and glanced downward. There were footprints here in the firm sand. They were bare and deeply impressed. Pendergast knelt, touched one print. It was from a size 11 foot. The killer had been carrying a heavy body. Pendergast rose and followed the tracks to where they entered the creek. There were no corresponding tracks exiting on the far side. He walked up and down the creek looking for a point of emergence and found nothing. The killer had walked for a long distance in the creek bed itself. Pendergast returned to the corn row and began making his way back to the clearing. The town of Medicine Creek was like an island in a sea. It would be difficult to come or go without being seen. Everyone knew everybody, and 100 pairs of keen old eyes, staring from porches and windows, watched the comings and goings of cars. The only way an outsider could arrive at the town unseen was through this sea of corn, 20 miles from the next town. His first instincts had been confirmed. The killer was probably among them, here in Medicine Creek. Chapter 7. Harry Hoke, the second-best performing farm equipment salesman in Cry County, rarely picked up hitchhikers anymore, but in this case he thought he'd make an exception. After all, the gentleman dressed in mourning was standing so sadly by the side of the road. Hoke's own mother had been taken just the year before, and he knew what it was like. He pulled his Ford Taurus into the gravel just beyond the man and gave a little toot. He lowered his window as the man strolled up. "Where are you headed, friend?" Hoke asked. "To the hospital in Garden City, if it isn't too much trouble." Harry winced. The poor guy. The county morgue was in the basement. Must have just happened. No trouble at all. Get on in. He cast a furtive glance as his passenger stepped into the car. With that pale skin, he was going to catch a wicked sunburn if he wasn't careful. And he sure wasn't from around these parts. Not with that accent, he wasn't. "My name's Hoke. Harry Hoke." He held out his hand. A cool, dry hand slipped into his. "Delighted to make your acquaintance. My name is Pendergast." Hoke waited for the first name, but it never came. He released the hand and reached over to crank up the AC. A frigid blast came from the vents. It was like hell out there. He put his car into gear and pressed the accelerator, shooting back onto the road and picking up speed. "Hot enough for you, Pendergast," said Hoke after a moment. "To tell you the truth, Mr. Hoke, I find the heat agrees with me." "Yeah, okay, but 100 degrees with 100% humidity." Hoke laughed. "You could fry an egg right there on the hood of my car." "I have no doubt of it." There was a silence. Strange fella, Hoke thought. His passenger didn't seem inclined toward small talk, so Hoke just shut up and drove. The silver Taurus flew along the arrow straight road at 90, leaving a wake of swaying, trembling corn behind. 1 mile looked pretty much like the next, and there were never any cops in this area. Harry liked to move fast on these lonely secondary roads. Besides, he felt good. He had just sold a Case 2388 combine with a 6-row corn head and shaft spreader bin extension for $120,000. That was his third for the season, and it had earned him a trip to San Diego for a weekend of booze and bumping uglies at the Del Mar Blue. Hot damn. At one point, the road widened briefly, and the car shot past a group of shabby, ruined houses. A row of 2-story brick buildings, gaunt and roofless, and a grain silo, its upper half listing over a weed-choked railroad siding. "What is this?" Pendergast asked. "Crater, Kansas. Or I should say was Crater, Kansas. Used to be a regular town 30 years back, but it just dried up, like so many others. Always happens the same way, too. First the school goes, then the grocers. Then you lose a farmer's supply. Last thing you lose is your zip code. No, that's not quite right. Last to go is the saloon. It's happening all over Cry County. Yesterday, Crater, tomorrow, Depew. The day after that, who knows? Maybe Medicine Creek." "The sociology of a dying town must be rather complex," said Pendergast. Hoke wasn't sure what Pendergast was getting at and didn't risk a reply. In less than an hour, the grain elevators of Garden City began rising over the horizon like bulbous skyscrapers, the town itself low and flat and invisible. "I'll drop you right off at the hospital, Mr. Pendergast," said Hoke. "And hey, I'm sorry about whoever it was that passed. I hope it wasn't an untimely death." As the orange brick hospital appeared, surrounded by a sea of shimmering cars, Pendergast replied, "Time is a storm in which we are all lost, Mr. Hoke." It took Hoke another half an hour of fast driving with the windows down to get the creeps out of his system. Sheriff Hazen, wearing a surgical smock that was 2 sizes too big and a paper hat that made him feel ridiculous, stood and looked down at the gurney. A toe tag was dangling from the right foot, but he didn't need to read it. Mrs. Sheila Swegg, twice divorced, no children, 32 years of age, of number 40A Whispering Meadows Trailer Estate, Bromide, Oklahoma. White fucking trash. There she was, lying on the steel table, butterflied like a pork chop, organs neatly stacked beside her. The top of her head was off, and her brains sat in a nearby pan. The smell of putrefaction was overwhelming. She'd been lying in that hot cornfield for a good 24 hours before he'd gotten there. The M.E., a bright, bushy-tailed young fellow named McHyde, was bent over her, cheerfully slicing and dicing away and talking up a storm of medical jargon into an overhanging mic. Give him 5 more years, thought Hazen, and the biting acids of reality will strip off some of that cheerful polish. McHyde had moved from her torso up to her throat and was cutting away with little zipping motions of his right hand. Some of the cuts made a crackling sound that Hazen did not like at all. He fished in his pocket for a cigarette, remembered the no-smoking sign, grabbed a nearby jar of mentholatum instead and dabbed some beneath each nostril and focused his mind elsewhere. Jane Mansfield in The Girl Can't Help It, polka night at the Deeper Elks Lodge, Sundays with a 6-pack fishing at Hamilton Lake State Park. Anything but the remains of Sheila Swegg. Said the M.E. Will you look at that? As quickly as they had come, the pleasant thoughts went away. What? Hazen asked. As I suspected. Broken hyoid bone. Make that shattered hyoid bone. There were very faint bruises on her neck, and this confirms it. Strangled? Not exactly. Neck grasped and broken with a single twist. She died of a severed spinal column before she could strangle. Cut, cut, cut. The force was tremendous. Look at this. The cricoid cartilage is completely separated from both the thyroid cartilage and the lamina. I've never seen anything like it. The tracheal rings are crushed. The cervical vertebrae are broken in, let me see, 5 places. I believe you, Doc, Hazen said, his eyes averted. The doctor looked up, smiled. First autopsy, eh? Hazen felt a swell of irritation. Of course not, he lied. Hard to get used to, I know. Especially when they start to get a little ripe. Summertime's not good at all. As the doctor returned to his work, Hazen became aware of a presence behind him. He turned and jumped. There was Pendergast, materialized out of nowhere. The doctor looked up, surprised. Sir? Excuse me, He's okay, said Hazen. He's FBI working on the case under me. Special Agent Pendergast. Special Agent Pendergast, the M.E. said with a new edge to his voice, would you mind identifying yourself with the tape recorder? And throw on some scrubs and a mask if you don't mind. You can find them over there. Of course. Hazen wondered how the hell Pendergast had managed it without a car and all. But he wasn't sorry to see him. It occurred to Sheriff Hazen, not for the first time, that having Pendergast on the case could be useful, as long as the man kept with the program. Pendergast returned a moment later, having expertly slid into the scrubs. The doctor was now working on the victim's face, peeling it away in thick rubbery flaps and clamping them back. It had been bad enough before, when just the nose, lips, and ears had been missing. Hazen stared at the bands of muscle, the white of the ligaments, the slender yellow lines of fat. God, it was gruesome. May I? Pendergast asked. The doctor stepped back and Pendergast leaned over not 3 inches from the stinking, swollen, featureless face. He stared at the places torn and bloody where the nose and lips had once been. The scalp had been peeled back, but Hazen could still see the bleached blonde hair with its black roots. Then Pendergast stepped back. The amputations appear to have been performed with a crude implement. The doctor raised his eyebrows. A crude implement? I would suggest a superficial microscopic examination with a comprehensive series of photos. And part of the scalp has been ripped off, as you no doubt have noticed. Right. Good. The doctor sounded irritated at the advice. Hazen had to smile. The agent was showing up the dock. But if Pendergast were right about this... He stopped himself from asking just what kind of crude implement Pendergast had in mind. He felt his gorge rising and immediately turned his mind back to Jane Mansfield. "Any sign of the lips, ears, and nose?" Pendergast asked. "The police couldn't find them," said the M.E. Hazen felt a surge of annoyance at this implied criticism. The M.E. had been at it all afternoon, making one snide comment after another about the shortcomings of Hazen's report, and by extension, his police work. Fact was, by the time he stepped in, the state police had already royally fucked it up. The doctor resumed cutting away at the earthly remains of Sheila Swag. Pendergast began to circle the table, looking first at one organ and then at another, hands behind his back, like he was viewing sculpture in a museum. He got to the toe tag. "I see you have an ID." "Yeah," said Hazen with a cough. "Some cracker from the Oklahoma Panhandle. We found her car, one of those Korean rice burners, hidden in the corn 5 miles the other side of Medicine Creek." "Any idea what she was doing there?" "We found a bunch of shovels and picks in the trunk. A relic hunter. They're always sneaking around the mounds, digging for old Indian artifacts." "This is a common occurrence, then?" "Not around here so much, but yeah, some people make a living at it. Driving from state to state, looting old sites for stuff to sell at flea markets. Every mound, battleground, and boot hill from Dodge City to California's been hit by them. They got no shame." "Does she have a record?" "Petty shit. Credit card fraud, selling phony crap on eBay, nickel and dime insurance scams." "You've made excellent progress, Sheriff." Hazen nodded curtly. "Well," said the doctor, "we're just about done here. Do either of you have any questions or special requests?" "Yes," said Pendergast. "The birds and the arrows." "In the fridge?" "You want to see them?" "If you please." The doctor disappeared and came back a moment later wheeling another gurney on which the crows had been neatly laid out in rows, each with its own toe tag. Or claw tag, maybe, Hazen thought. Next to them was a pile of arrows on which the birds had been skewered. Pendergast bent over them, reached out, paused. "May I?" "Be my guest." He picked up an arrow in a latex-gloved hand, turning it around slowly. "You can pick those replicas up at almost any gas station between here and Denver," said McHyde. Pendergast continued turning it in the light. Then he said, "This is no replica, Doctor. This is a genuine Southern Cheyenne cane arrow, feathered with a bald eagle primary and tipped with the Type 2 plain Cimarron point in Alibate's chert. I'd date it between 1850 and 1870. Hazen stared at Pendergast as he placed the arrow back down. "All of them?" he said. "All of them." It was evidently a matched set. A collection of original arrows like this, in this superb condition, would fetch at least $10,000 at Sotheby's. In the ensuing silence, Pendergast picked up a bird and turned it gently around, palpating it. "Completely crushed, it seems." "That right?" The doctor's voice had grown wary, irritated. "Yes. Every bone broken. It's a sack of mush." He glanced up. "You are planning to autopsy the birds, are you not, Doctor?" The doctor gave a snort. "All 24 of them? We'll do 1 or 2. I would strongly recommend doing them all." The doctor stepped back from the gurney. "Agent Pendergast, I fail to see what purpose that would serve except to waste my time and the taxpayers' money. As I said, we will do 1 or 2. Pendergast laid the bird back on the tray and picked up another, palpated it, and then another, before finally selecting one. Then, before the doctor could object, Pendergast plucked a scalpel from the surgical tray and made a long, deliberate stroke across the bird's underside. The doctor found his voice. "Just a minute! You're not authorized!" Hazen watched as Pendergast exposed the crow's stomach. The agent paused briefly, scalpel poised. "Put that bird down this instant," said the doctor angrily. With one swift stroke, Pendergast opened the bird's stomach. There, pushing out from among rotting kernels of corn, was a misshapen, pinkish thing that Hazen abruptly realized was a human nose. His stomach lurched again. Pendergast laid the crow back down on the tray. "I will leave the finding of the lips and ears in your capable hands, Doctor," he said, pulling off the gloves, mask, and scrubs. "Please send a copy of your final report to me, care of Sheriff Hazen." And he walked out of the room without a backward glance. Chapter 8. Smith Ludwig sat at the counter of Maisie's diner, a plate of cold meatloaf sitting barely touched in front of him, stirring his cup of coffee. It was 6 o'clock, and he had a story due, and he wasn't getting anywhere with it. Maybe he thought the story was too big. Maybe he wasn't up to it. Maybe in all the years of writing about 4-H fairs and the occasional car accident, he'd lost the edge. Maybe he never had the edge to begin with. He stirred and stirred. Through the plate glass front of Maisie's, Ludwig could see the closed door of the sheriff's office across the street. God, how that pugnacious, but-ignorant sheriff got under his skin. Ludwig hadn't been able to pry any information from him, and the state police had told him nothing either. He couldn't even get the M.E. on the phone. How the hell did they do it at the New York Times? No doubt because they were big and powerful, and not to talk to them was worse than talking to them. He looked back down at his coffee. Problem was, nobody was scared of the Cry County Courier. It was more like a local joke. How could they respect him as a reporter when he came by the next day selling ad space, and came by again the day after at the wheel of the delivery truck because his driver, Paul Ketchum, had to take his wife to Dodge City for chemotherapy? Here was the biggest story of his career, and he had nothing for tomorrow's paper. Nothing. Of course, he could always recycle what he had reported yesterday, work a new angle, hint about leads, play up the no comments, and produce passable copy. But the savagery and strangeness of the crime had aroused sleepy Medicine Creek, and people wanted more. And a part of him wanted to rise to the occasion, to do well by the story. A part of him wanted, now that he finally had the chance, to be a real journalist. He smiled at himself and shook his head. Here he was, wife passed away, daughter long gone to greener pastures on the West Coast, paper losing money, and him nearing 65. A real journalist. It was a little late for that. What was he thinking? Ludwig noticed that the low susurrus of conversation in the diner had suddenly faltered. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a black form hovering outside Maisie's. It was that FBI agent examining the menu taped to the glass. Then the figure moved to the door and pushed it open. The little bell tinkled. Smith Ludwig rotated slightly on his stool. Maybe all was not lost. Maybe he could get something out of the agent. It seemed unlikely, but it was worth a try. Even the tiniest crumb would do. Smith Ludwig could do wonders with a crumb. The FBI man, what was his name, slid into one of the banquettes, and Maisie shoved off to get his order. There was no problem hearing Maisie. Her booming voice carried into every corner of the diner, but he had to strain to hear the agent's soft replies. "The blue plate special today," Maisie boomed out, "is meatloaf." "Of course," the FBI man said. "Meatloaf." "Yep, meatloaf and white gravy, mashed garlic potatoes, homemade, not out of the box, and green beans on the side. Green beans have iron, and you could certainly use some iron." Ludwig had to suppress a smile. Maisie was already starting in on the poor stranger. If he didn't gain 10 pounds by the time he left, it wouldn't be for lack of browbeating. "I see you have pork and beans," the man said. What type of legumes precisely do you employ? Legumes? No legumes in our pork and beans. Only fresh ingredients. I start with the best red beans, toss in some fatback, molasses, spices, then I cook 'em overnight with the heat on low as a whisper. The beans just melt in your mouth. One of our most popular dishes. Pork and beans then. This was starting to become entertaining. Ludwig swiveled a bit farther to get a better view of the action. Fatback, my goodness, yes, how nice, the agent repeated vaguely. And the fried chicken. Double-dipped in Maisie's special corn batter, deep-fried to a golden crisp, smothered in white gravy. Goes great with our special sweet potato fries. The man looked from the menu to Maisie and back again, a strangely blank expression on his face. Then he spoke. You must have access to high-quality Angus beef in these parts. We certainly do. I can cook a steak 10 ways from Sunday. Fried, chicken fried, grilled, broiled, or pot roasted or broasted. With Velveeta steak fries and green goddess salad. Rare, medium, or well done. You tell me how you want it, and if I can't do it, it don't exist. Would you happen to have a sirloin cut? He inquired. The man had a silken, almost buttery voice that Ludwig noticed had at least half the diner listening raptly. You bet. Top sirloin, filet, New York strip, you name it, we got it. There was a long silence. You say you're willing to prepare steak in any fashion. That's right. We take care of our customers. Maisie glanced over at Smith Ludwig. He smiled quickly. Right, Smitty? That's right, Maisie, he replied. The meatloaf is heaven. Then you better get to work and finish it. Ludwig nodded, still grinning. Maisie turned back at the FBI man. You tell me how you like it, and I'll be glad to oblige. I wonder if you would be so kind as to bring me out a well-trimmed top sirloin of about 6 ounces for my inspection. Maisie didn't bat an eye at this request. If the man wanted to see the steak before she cooked it, the man would see the steak before she cooked it. Ludwig watched her go in the back and return with a nice fillet. The best, Ludwig knew, she would save for Tad Franklin, who she had a soft spot for. She angled the plate under the man's nose. There you are, and you won't find its equal until you get to Denver, I promise you that. The man looked at the steak, then picked up his knife and fork and trimmed off the fat along one side. Then he handed the plate back to her. I'd be grateful if you would run it through a meat grinder, set on medium. Ludwig paused. Run a filet mignon through a meat grinder? How was Maisie going to react now? He practically held his breath. Maisie was staring at the FBI agent. The diner had gone very still. And how would you like your, hamburger cooked? Raw. You mean very rare? I mean raw, if you please. Please bring it back to me with an uncooked egg in the shell, along with some finely chopped garlic and parsley. Maisie swallowed visibly. Sesame or plain bun? No bun, thank you. Maisie nodded, turned, and then, with a single backward glance, took the plate and disappeared into the kitchen. Ludwig watched her depart, waited a beat, and then made his move. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his coffee and strolled over, pausing in front of the FBI agent. The man looked up and fixed Ludwig with a long, cool gaze from a pair of extremely pale eyes. Ludwig stuck out his hand. Smith Ludwig, editor of the Tri-County Courier. Mr. Ludwig, said the man, shaking the proffered hand. My name is Pendergast. Do sit down. You were at the press conference early this morning. I must say you asked some rather insightful questions. Ludwig flushed at the unexpected praise and eased his creaky and not exactly youthful frame into the banquette opposite. Maisie reappeared in the swinging kitchen door. In one hand she carried a plate mounded with freshly ground sirloin, in the other a second plate with the rest of the ingredients, and an egg in an egg cup. She set both plates before Pendergast. Anything else? She asked. She looked stricken. And who wouldn't be, Ludwig thought, running a decent sirloin like that through a meat grinder? That will be all, thank you very much. We aim to please. Maisie attempted a smile, but Ludwig could see she was thoroughly defeated. This was something utterly foreign to her experience. Ludwig and the entire diner watched as Pendergast sprinkled the garlic over the raw meat, added salt and pepper, cracked the raw egg on top, and carefully folded the ingredients together. Then he molded it with his fork into a pleasing mound, sprinkled parsley on top, and sat back to contemplate his work. Suddenly, Ludwig understood. "Steak tartare?" he asked, nodding toward the plate. "Yes, it is." "I saw somebody make that on the Food Network. How is it?" Pendergast delicately lifted a portion to his mouth, chewed with half-closed eyes. "All that is lacking is a 97 Léoville Pofferet." "You really should try the meatloaf," Ludwig replied, lowering his voice. "Maisie has her strengths and weaknesses. Meatloaf is one of her strengths. It's damn good, in fact." "I shall take it under consideration." "Where are you from, Mr. Pendergast? Can't quite place the accent." "New Orleans." "What a coincidence. I went there for Mardi Gras once." "How nice for you. I myself have never attended." Ludwig paused, the smile frozen on his face, wondering how to steer the conversation onto a more pertinent topic. Around him, the low murmur of conversation had picked up once again. "This killing's really shaking us up," he said, lowering his voice still further. "Nothing like this has ever happened in sleepy little Medicine Creek before. The case has its atypical aspects." It appeared Pendergast wasn't biting. Ludwig knocked back his coffee cup, then raised it above his head. "Maisie, another." Maisie came over with a pot and an extra cup. "You need to learn some manners, Smith Ludwig," she said, refilling his cup and pouring one for Pendergast as well. "You wouldn't yell for your mother that way." Ludwig grinned. "Maisie's been teaching me manners these past 20 years. "It's a lost cause," said Maisie, turning away. Small talk had failed. Ludwig decided to try the direct approach. He removed a steno notebook from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Got time for a few questions?" Pendergast paused, a forkful of raw meat halfway to his mouth. "Chef Hazen would prefer that I not speak to the press." Ludwig lowered his voice. "I need something for tomorrow's paper. The townspeople are hurting. They're frightened. They've got a right to know. Please." He stopped, surprising even himself at the depth of feeling in his comments. The FBI agent's eyes held his own in a gaze that seemed to last for minutes. At last, Pendergast lowered his fork and spoke in a voice even lower than Ludwig's own. "In my opinion, the killer is local." "What do you mean local? From southwestern Kansas?" "No, from Medicine Creek." Ludwig felt the blood drain out of his face. It was impossible. He knew everyone in town. The FBI agent was dead wrong. "What makes you say that?" he asked weakly. Pendergast finished his meal and leaned back. He pushed his coffee away and picked up a menu. "How is the ice cream?" he asked, with a faint but distinct tone of hope in his voice. Ludwig lowered his voice. "Niltona brand, extra creamy." Pendergast shuddered. "The peach cobbler?" "Out of a can." "The shoe-fly pie?" "Don't go there." Pendergast laid down the menu. Ludwig leaned forward. "Desserts are not Maisie's strong point. She's a meat and potatoes kind of gal." "I see." Pendergast regarded him once again with his pale eyes. Then he spoke. "Medicine Creek is as isolated as an island in the wide Pacific. Nobody can come or go on the roads without being noticed, and it's a 20-mile hike through the cornfields from Deeper, the nearest town with a motel." He paused, smiled faintly, then glanced at the steno book. I see you're not taking notes. Ludwig laughed nervously. Give me something I can print. There's one unshakable article of faith in this town. The killer and the victim are both from away. We have our share of troublemakers, but believe me, no killers. Pendergast looked at him with mild curiosity. What exactly constitutes trouble in Medicine Creek? Ludwig realized that if he wanted information, he was going to have to give some in return. Only there wasn't much to give. Domestic violence, sometimes. Come Saturday night, we get our share of drunken hooliganism, drag racing out on the Cry Road. Last year, a B&E down at the Grobane plant, that sort of thing. He paused. Pendergast seemed to be waiting for more. Kids sniffing aerosols, the occasional drug overdose. Plus, unwanted pregnancies have always been a problem. Pendergast arched an eyebrow. Most of the time, they settle it by getting married. In the old days, a girl was sometimes sent away to have her baby, and it was put up for adoption. You know how it is in a small town like this. Not a lot for a young person to do, except... Ludwig smiled, remembering back to the days when he and his wife were in high school. Saturday night, parking down by the creek, the windows all steamed up. It seemed so long ago, a world utterly gone. He shook off the memory. Well, he said, that's about all the trouble we ever get around here. Until now. The FBI agent smiled and leaned forward, speaking so softly Ludwig could barely hear him. The victim has been identified as Sheila Swag of Bromide, Oklahoma, a petty criminal and con artist. They found her car hidden in the corn 5 miles out on the Cry Road. It seems she'd been digging up at some Indian mounds in the area. Smith Ludwig looked at Pendergast. Thank you, he said. Now this was much better. This was more than a crumb. It was practically a whole cake. He felt a surge of gratitude. And another thing. Arranged with the body, they found a number of antique Southern Cheyenne arrows in almost perfect condition. It seemed to Ludwig as though Pendergast was looking at him intently. That's extraordinary, he replied. Yes. They were interrupted by a sudden commotion outside, punctuated by a voice raised in shrill protest. Ludwig glanced across the street and saw Sheriff Hazen marching a teenage girl down the sidewalk toward his office. The girl was protesting gamely, digging in her heels, lunging against her handcuffs, her black fingernails cutting the air. He knew immediately who she was. It was all too obvious from the black leather miniskirt, pale skin, spiked collar, day-glow purple hair, and the glint of body piercings. A shrieked phrase managed to penetrate the plate glass of Maisie's diner. Eclair-eating, fart-biting, cancer-stick-smoking... before the sheriff manhandled her through the door of the office and slammed it behind him. Ludwig shook his head in amused disbelief. Who is she? Pendergast asked. Cora Swanson, our resident troublemaker. I believe she's what kids call a goth or something like that. She and Sheriff Hazen have a tiff going. Looks like he's finally got something on her, judging from the cuffs. Pendergast laid a large bill on the table and rose, nodding to Maisie. I trust we shall see each other again, Mr. Ludwig. Sure thing. And thanks for the tips. The door jingled shut. Ludwig watched the dark form of Special Agent Pendergast as he passed by outside the window and moved down the dusky street until he merged with the falling darkness. Ludwig slowly sipped his coffee, mulling over what Pendergast had said. And as he did so, the front-page story he'd been assembling in his head changed. He broke down the type, rewrote the opening paragraph. It was dynamite, especially the stuff about the arrows. As if the murder wasn't bad enough, those arrows would strike a particularly unpleasant note to anyone familiar with the history of Medicine Creek. As soon as he'd gotten the paragraph right, he rose from the table. He was over 60 and his joints ached from the humidity. But even if he wasn't the man he used to be, he could still stay up half the night, ride a snappy lead with 2 scotches under his belt, slap together an impeccable set of mechanicals, and make deadline. And tonight, he had one hell of a story to write. Chapter 9. Winifred Krause bustled about the old-fashioned kitchen, making toast, setting out a pitcher of orange juice, boiling her guest's egg, and making his pot of green tea. Her busyness was an effort to keep her mind off the horrible news she had read that morning in the County Courier. Who could have done such a terrible thing? And the arrows they'd found with the body, surely that couldn't mean that... She shook the thoughts from her head with a little shiver. Despite the strange hours Special Agent Pendergast kept, she was very glad to have him under her roof. The man was quite particular about his food and his tea, and Winifred had taken pains to make sure everything was perfect. She had even gotten out her mother's old lace tablecloth and had laid it, freshly ironed, on the breakfast table, along with a small vase of freshly cut marigolds to make everything as cheery as possible. Partly it was to cheer her own distressed state. As she moved about the kitchen, Winifred felt her dread over the murder slowly supplanted by a sense of anticipation. Pendergast had asked to take the morning tour of the caverns. Well, he hadn't asked exactly, but he'd seemed quite interested when she suggested it the night before. The last visitors to the caverns had been over a month ago, 2 nice young Jehovah's Witnesses, who took the tour and then had the kindness to spend most of the day chatting with her. Precisely at 8, she heard a light tread on the stair, and Mr. Pendergast came gliding into view, dressed in the usual black suit. "Good morning, Miss Krause," he said. As Winifred ushered him into the dining room and began serving breakfast, she felt quite breathless. Even as a girl, she'd loved the family business. The different people from all over the country, the parking lot full of big cars, the murmurs of awe and amazement during the tours. Helping out in the cave, doing tours, had been one way she'd tried to earn the approval of her father. And although things had changed completely with the building of the interstate up north, she'd never lost that feeling of excitement before a tour, even if it was a tour of one. Breakfast finished, she left Pendergast with that morning's County Courier and went on ahead to the caverns. She visited the caverns at least once a day, even when there were no visitors, just to sweep up leaves and replace bulbs. She now did a swift check and found that all was in tip-top order. Then she went behind the counter of the gift shop and waited. At a few minutes to 10, Pendergast appeared. He purchased a ticket, $2, and she led him along the cement walkway, down into the cut in the earth, to the padlocked iron door. It was another scorcher of a day, and the cool air that flowed from the cave entrance was pleasantly enticing. She unlocked and removed the padlock, then turned and launched into her opening speech, which hadn't varied since her pa had taught it to her with a switch and ruler half a century before. Krause's Caverns, she began, was discovered by my grandfather, Hiram Krause, who came to Kansas from upstate New York in 1988, looking to start a new life. He was one of the original pioneers of County and homesteaded 160 acres right here along Medicine Creek. She paused and flushed pleasurably at the careful attentiveness of her audience. On June 5th, 1901, while searching for a lost heifer, he came across the opening to a cave, almost completely hidden by scrub and brush. He came back with a lantern and axe, cut his way down the slope into the cave, and began exploring. "Did he find the heifer?" Pendergast asked. The question threw Winifred off. Nobody asked about the heifer. "Why, yes, he did. The heifer had gotten into the cave and fallen into the bottomless pit. Unfortunately, she was dead." "Thank you." "Let's see." Winifred stood at the cave entrance, trying to pick up the thread once again. "Oh, yes. Right about this time, the motor car was making its debut on the American scene. The Cry Road started to see some motor car traffic, mostly families on their way to California. It took Hiram Krause a year to build the wooden walkways, the same ones we will walk on, and then he opened the cave to the public. Back then, Admission was a nickel. She paused for the obligatory chuckle, grew a little flustered when none was forthcoming. It was an immediate success. The gift shop soon followed, where visitors can buy rocks, minerals, and fossils, as well as handcrafts and needlepoint to benefit the church, all at a 10% discount for those who have taken the caverns tour. And now, if you will kindly step this way, we will enter the cave. She pulled the iron door wide and motioned Pendergast to follow her. They descended a set of broad, worn stairs that had been built over a declivity leading into the bowels of the earth. Walls of limestone rose on both sides, arching over into a tunnel. Bare bulbs hung from the rocky ceiling. After a descent of about 200 feet, the steps gave onto a wooden walkway, which angled around a sharp turn and entered the cavern proper. Here, deep beneath the earth, the air smelled of water and wet stone. It was a smell that Winifred loved. There was no unpleasant undercurrent of mold or guano. No bats lived in Krause's caverns. Ahead, the boardwalk snaked its way through a forest of stalagmites. More bulbs placed between the stalagmites threw grotesque shadows against the cavern walls. The roof of the cave rose into darkness. She proceeded to the center of the cavern, paused, and turned with her hands unfolded, just as her pa had taught her. We are now in the Crystal Cathedral, the first of the 3 great caverns in the cave system. These stalagmites are 20 feet high on average. The ceiling is almost 90 feet above our heads, and the cavern measures 120 feet from side to side. Magnificent, said Pendergast. Winifred beamed and went on to talk about the geology of the chalk beds of southwestern Kansas and how the cave had formed from the slow percolation of water over millions of years. She ended with a recitation of the names Grandfather Hiram had given to the various stalagmites. The 7 dwarves, White Unicorn, Santa's Beard, Needle, and Thread. Then she paused for questions. Has everyone in town been here? Pendergast asked. Again, the question brought Winifred up short. Why, yes, I believe so. We don't charge the locals, of course. It would hardly do to profit from one's neighbors. When no more questions were forthcoming, she turned and led the way through the forest of stalagmites and into a low, narrow passageway leading to the next cavern. Don't bump your head, she warned Pendergast over her shoulder. She entered the second cavern, strode to the center, and turned with a sweep of her dress. We are now in the Giant's Library. My grandfather named it that because if you look to your right, you will see how layers of travertine have built up over millions of years to form what looks like stacked books. And over on that side, the vertical pillars of limestone on the walls appear to be shelved books. And now, she stepped forward again. They were about to come to her favorite part, the crystal chimes. And then suddenly she realized. She had forgotten her little rubber hammer. She felt in the pocket where she kept it hidden, ready to bring it out to the surprise of the guests. It wasn't there. She must have left it back in the gift shop. And she'd forgotten the flashlight as well, always brought along in case the electricity failed. Winifred felt mortified. 50 years of giving tours, and she had never once forgotten her little rubber hammer. Pendergast was observing her intently. Are you all right, Miss Krause? I forgot my rubber hammer to play the crystal chimes. She almost felt like crying. Pendergast glanced around at the forest of stalactites. I see. I imagine those resonate when tapped. She nodded. You can play Beethoven's Ode to Joy on those stalactites. It's the highlight of the tour. How very intriguing. I shall have to return then. Winifred searched her mind for the continuation of the talk, but could find nothing. She began to feel a rising panic. There must be a great deal of history in this town, Pendergast said, as he casually examined some gypsum feathers glinting in a pool of reflected light. Winifred felt a glow of gratitude for this little rescue. Oh, yes, there is. And you must know most of it. I suppose I do know most everything, she said. She felt a little better. Now she had a second tour to look forward to, and she would never forget her rubber hammer again. That dreadful murder had upset her a great deal. More than she'd realized, perhaps. Pendergast bent to examine another cluster of crystals. There was a curious incident at Maisie's Diner last evening. The sheriff arrested a girl named Corey Swanson. Oh, yes. She's a troublemaker from way back. Her father ran off, and the mother is the cocktail waitress at the Candlepin Castle. She leaned forward and spoke in a whisper. I think she drinks and sees men. Ah, said Pendergast. Winifred was encouraged. Yes, they say Corey takes drugs. She'll leave Medicine Creek like so many others, and good riddance. That's how it is nowadays, Mr. Pendergast. They grow up and leave, never to come back. Though there are some I could name that stick around who ought to leave. That Brushy Jim, for instance. The FBI agent seemed to be intently examining a dripstone mound. It was nice to see someone so interested. The sheriff seemed to be rather enthusiastic in making Miss Swanson's arrest. I shouldn't wonder. And yet that sheriff's a bully. That's what I think. And I'll say it to anyone. Just about the only person he's nice to is Tad Franklin, his deputy. She stopped, wondering if she had gone too far, but Mr. Pendergast was looking at her now, nodding sympathetically. And that son of his is also a bully. He thinks having a sheriff for a father gives him the right to do whatever he pleases. Terrorizes the high school, I hear. I see. And this Brushy Jim you mentioned. Winifred shook her head. The most disreputable fellow you ever saw. She clucked disapprovingly. Lives in a junkyard out on the deeper road. Claims to be descended from the lone survivor of the Medicine Creek Massacre. He was in Vietnam, you know, and it did something to the man. Turned his brain. You just won't see a lower specimen of humanity, Mr. Pendergast. Uses the Lord's name in vain. Drinks. Never sets foot in church. I saw a large banner being erected on the front lawn of the church last evening. That's for the fellow from Kansas State. Pendergast looked at her. I'm sorry? He wants to plant a new cornfield here. Some kind of experiment. They've narrowed it down to 2 towns, us and Deeper. The decision's to be announced next Monday. The man from Kansas State's due to arrive today, and the town is laying out the red carpet for him. Not that everybody's happy about it, of course. And why is that? Something about the corn they want to test. It's been fiddled with somehow. I don't really understand it, to tell you the truth. Well, Pendergast said, and then held out his hand. But here I am, interrupting the tour with questions. Winifred remembered the thread. She bustled forward happily, leading Pendergast to the edge of a wide, dark hole from which even cooler air was rising. And here is the bottomless pit. When Grandfather first arrived, he tossed a stone down, and he did not hear it land. She paused dramatically. How did he know the heifer was down there? Pendergast asked. She was thrown into a sudden panic. Once again, nobody had asked the question before. Why, I don't know, she said. Pendergast smiled, waved his hand. Do continue. They passed on to the infinity pool, where Winifred was disappointed that he did not make a wish. The collecting of tossed coins had once been a profitable sideline. From the pool, the walkway looped back to the Crystal Cathedral where they had begun. She finished her lecture, shook Pendergast's hand, and was surprised but pleased to find herself generously tipped. Then, slowly, she led the way back up the wooden stairs to the surface world. At the top, the heat struck her like a hammer. She paused again. As I mentioned, all tour members are allowed a 10% discount from the gift shop on the day of their tour. She hustled back into the shop and was not disappointed when Pendergast followed. I should like to see the needlepoint, he said. Of course. She directed him to the display case, where he spent a great deal of time poring over the work before choosing a beautiful cross-stitched pillowcase. Winifred was especially pleased because it was one she had done herself. "My dear great-aunt Cornelia will adore this," Pendergast said as he paid for the pillowcase. "She's an invalid, you see, and can only take pleasure in small things." Winifred smiled as she gift-wrapped the parcel. It was so nice having a gentleman like Mr. Pendergast around, and how thoughtful to think of his elderly relation. Winifred was sure Pendergast's great-aunt would love the pillowcase. Chapter 10. Corey Swanson sat on the little folding bunk in the lone holding cell of the Medicine Creek jail, staring at the graffiti that covered the peeling walls. There was quite a lot of it, and despite the variety of inks and handwritings, it was remarkably consistent in subject matter. She could hear the television set blaring in the sheriff's office up front. It was one of those sick soap operas for housewives with empty lives, complete with quavering organ music and hysterical female sobbing. And she could hear the sheriff moving noisily around the office in his clown shoes, restlessly, like a ferret in a cage, rustling paper and making phone calls. How could such a short man have such big feet? And smoking, too. The place stank. 4 more hours and her mom would be sober enough to come down and get her. So here she was, being taught a lesson, her mother's words, listening to the comings and goings of the world's most rat-like human being. Some lesson. Well, it wasn't any worse than sitting at home, listening to her mother's nagging or drunken snoring. And the folding bunk was at least as comfortable as the broken-down mattress in her own bedroom. She heard a door slam in the outer office. Footsteps, muffled greetings. Corey recognized one of the voices. It was Brad Hazen, the sheriff's son, and her classmate with his jock friends. They said something about going into the back to check out the TV. Quickly, she lay down on the bunk and turned her face to the wall. She heard them moving around the inner office. One of them started changing the television channels, finger held to the button as it clicked through one raspy channel after another. Game shows, soaps, cartoons, all divided by loud blasts of white noise. Search unsuccessful, the shuffling of footsteps and grunted comments began again. Corey heard them pass the open doorway to the back room where her cell was located. There was a sudden pause, and then Brad spoke in a low undertone. "Hey, guys, check out who's here. Well, well, well." She heard them shuffling through the doorway, snickering and whispering. There were at least 2 of them, maybe 3. No doubt Chad was one of them, and probably Biff, too. Brad, Chad, and Biff. The fucking Hardy Boys. Someone made a low farting sound with his lips. There was suppressed laughter. "What's that smell?" It was Brad again. "Somebody step in it." More low laughter. "What did you do this time?" Corey spoke without turning around. "Your deputy dog, John Q. Ratface, left his car running, keys in the ignition, windows down for half an hour in front of the wagon wheel while he refueled on eclairs. How could I resist?" "My what?" "You all right, Swanson?" the sheriff asked gruffly. Corey ignored the question. Soon the door closed and she lay there alone once again, listening to the sounds of the television and the voices in the outer office. She tried to keep her breathing normal, tried to forget what Brad had said. 1 more year and she was out of this loser town, this butt-crack capital of Kansas. 1 more year, then it was goodbye Medicine Shit Creek. It occurred to her for the millionth time that if she hadn't blown it in 10th grade, she'd already be out of here. And now she had done it to herself again. Well, no use thinking about that. The door to the outer office tinkled again. Someone new had come in. A conversation began in the outer office. Was it Tad, the deputy? Or her mother, sober for once? But no. The new arrival, whoever it was, spoke so softly that Corey couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. The sheriff's voice, on the other hand, took on a hard edge, but Corey couldn't make out the words over the blaring of the television set. Eventually, she heard footsteps enter the back room. "Swanson?" It was the sheriff. She heard him draw heavily on his cigarette and smelled the fresh smoke. There was a rattle of keys, a click as her cell was unlocked. The rusty iron door creaked as it opened. "You're out of here." She didn't move. Hazen's voice sounded particularly thick. Something had made him mad. "Someone just made your bail." Still, she didn't move. And the other voice spoke. It was low and soft, with an unfamiliar accent. "Miss Swanson, you are free to leave." "Who are you?" she asked, without turning around. "Did Mom send you?" "No. I am Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI." God. It was that creepy-looking man in the Undertaker's getup she'd seen walking around town. "I don't need your help," she said. His voice still heavy with annoyance, Hazen said to Pendergast, "Maybe you should have saved your money and stayed out a local law enforcement business." But Corey had grown curious despite herself. After a moment, she asked, "What's the catch?" "We'll speak about it outside," said Pendergast. "So there is a catch. I can just imagine what it is, you pervert." "You're Ripley's Believe It or Not amazing chain-smoking eclair to shit-converting dad." "What the hell are you talking about?" The voice was rising. "Your father, dork." Muffled laughter from his two friends. "What a twat," Brad said. "At least I've got a father, which is more than I can say for you. And you don't exactly have much of a mother, either." He cackled, and someone, Chad probably, made another disgusting sound with his mouth. "The town slut. She was in this cell just last month, wasn't she, on a drunken disorderly. Like mother, like daughter. Guess the apple never falls far from the tree. Or in your case, the shit never falls far from the asshole." There was another burst of smothered laughter. Corey lay still, facing the wall. Brad resumed his whisper. "Hey, did you read the paper today? Says the murderer might be local. Maybe a devil worshiper. You fit the bill with that fucked up purple hair and black eye makeup. Is that what you do at night? Go out and do mumbo-jumbo?" "That's right, Brad," said Corey, still not turning around. "At the dark each moon I bathe in the blood of a newborn lamb and recite the curse of the 9 gates, and then I summon Lucifer to wither your dick, if you have one." This brought forth another muffled snicker from Brad's friends, but Brad didn't join in. "Bitch," Brad muttered. He advanced a step and lowered his voice still further. "Look at you. You think you're so cool, all dressed in black. Well, you're not cool. You're a loser. And I'll bet for once you're not lying. I'll bet you do go out at night for a little animal killing. Or maybe, yeah, animal fucking." He gave a low chuckle. "Because no man would ever want to screw you, you freak." "If I see any men around here, I'll let you know," Corey replied. She heard the door into the back room open and a sudden silence fell. The sheriff spoke, his voice low, calm, and full of menace. "Brad, just what do you think you're doing?" "Oh, hi, Dad. We were just talking to Corey here, that's all." "Is that so?" "Right." "Don't bullshit me. I know exactly what you were doing." There was a tense silence. "You harass a prisoner of mine again, and I'll book you and lock you up myself. You hear me?" "Yes, Dad." "Now get the hell out, you and your friends. You're late for scrimmage." There was the sound of guilty shuffling as Brad and his friends left the cell block. Sheriff Hazen issued a burst of laughter that degenerated into a smoker's hack. "Pendergast, what did I tell you?" Corey remained curled on the folding bed. She wondered why this Pendergast was offering to bail her out. It was clear that Hazen didn't particularly like Pendergast. She remembered a phrase, "The enemy of your enemy is your friend." She sat up and looked around. There he was, the undertaker, arms folded, looking at her pensively. The little bulldog Hazen stood next to him, arms squared, scalp glistening under the thinning crew cut, razor rash on his face. "So I can just get up and walk out of here?" she asked. "If that's what you want," Pendergast replied. She got up, brushed past the FBI agent, past the sheriff, and headed toward the door. "Don't forget your car keys," called Hazen. She paused in the door, turned, held out her hand. The sheriff was standing there, dangling them in his hand. He made no move to give them to her. She took a step forward and snatched them. "Your car's out back in the lot," he said. "You can settle up the $75 towing fee later." Corey opened the door and went outside. After the air-conditioned jail, it felt like walking into hot soup. Blinking against the glare, she made her way around the corner and down the alley to the little parking lot behind the sheriff's office. There was her gremlin, and there, leaning against it, was the pervert in the black suit. As she approached, he stepped forward and opened the door for her. She got in without a word and slammed the door behind her. Slipping the key into the ignition, she cranked the engine, and after turning over a few times, it coughed into life, laying down a huge cloud of oily smoke. The man in black stepped away. She waited a moment, then leaned out the window. "Thanks," she said grudgingly. "It was my pleasure." She pressed the accelerator, and the car stalled. Shit. She restarted it, revved a few times. More smoke poured out. The FBI man was still there. What the hell did he want? She had to admit he didn't really look like a pervert. Curiosity finally got the better of her, and she leaned out the window once again. "All right, Mr. Special Agent, what's the catch?" "I'll tell you while you give me a lift back to Winfred Krause's place. That's where I'm staying." Corey Swanson hesitated, then opened the door. "Get in." She swept a heap of McDonald's trash off the passenger seat onto the floor. "I hope you're not going to do something stupid." The FBI agent smiled and slid in beside her as smoothly as a cat. "You can trust me, Miss Swanson." "Can I trust you?" She looked at him. "No." She popped the clutch and peeled out of the parking lot, leaving behind a pall of oil smoke and a nice 10-inch pair of tire marks on the sheriff's asphalt. As she careened out of the valley and slewed onto the street, she was gratified to see the stumpy little sheriff tumble angrily out the door and start to shout something just as her black contrail obliterated him from view. Chapter 11. The commercial district of Medicine Creek, Kansas, consisted of 3 dun-colored blocks of brick and wooden shopfronts. It took Corey 3, perhaps 4 heartbeats to reach its edge. As she jammed on the accelerator, the rusted frame of the gremlin began to shake. There was a pile of some 3 dozen tapes littering the space between the front seats. Her favorite death metal, dark ambient, industrial, and grindcore music. She riffled through them with one hand, passing over Discharge, Shinjuku Thief, and Flesh Crawl, before finally selecting Lustmord. The dislocated eldritch sounds of Heresy Part 1 began to fill the small car. Her mother refused to let her play her music out loud in the house, so she'd retrofitted a tape player to the old gremlin. Speaking of her dear, nurturing parent, it was going to be a bitch going home. By now, her mother would be half drunk, half hungover. The worst combination. She decided she'd drop this Pendergast guy off at the old Krause place, then go park under the power lines and kill a few hours with a book. She glanced over at the FBI man. "So what's with the black suit? Somebody die?" "Like you, I'm rather partial to the color." She snorted. "What's this catch you were talking about?" "I need a car and driver." Corey had to laugh. "What? Me and my stretch AMC gremlin?" "I came by bus. and I'm finding it rather inconvenient to be on foot." "You've got to be kidding. The muffler is shot, the thing goes through a quart of oil a week, there's no AC, and the interior's so full of fumes I got to keep the windows open even in winter. I propose compensation of $100 a day for the car and driver, plus a standard rate of 31 cents per mile for fuel and depreciation." $100 was more money than Corey had ever seen at one time. This couldn't be happening. It had to be some kind of bullshit. If you're a hot-shot FBI special agent, where's your own car and driver? Since I'm technically on vacation, I haven't been issued a car. Yeah, but why me? Quite simple. I need someone who knows Medicine Creek, who has a car and has nothing better to do. You fit the bill. You're no longer a minor, correct? Just turned 18, but I got another year of high school, and then I'm out of this Kansas shithole. I hope to have concluded my work here long before school begins next month. The important thing is you do know Medicine Creek, don't you? She laughed. If hating is knowing. Have you thought about what the sheriff's going to think about this arrangement? I expect he'll be glad you found gainful employment. Corey shook her head. You don't know much, do you? That lack of knowledge is what I hope to rectify. Leave me to deal with the sheriff. Now, do we have a deal, Miss Swanson? $100 a day? Of course we have a deal. And please, do I look like a Miss Swanson to you? Call me Corey. I shall call you Miss Swanson, and you shall call me Special Agent Pendergast. She rolled her eyes and swept purple hair out of her face. Okay, Special Agent Pendergast. Thank you, Miss Swanson. The man slid a wallet out of his suit coat and removed $500 bills. She could hardly take her eyes off the money as he casually unwired her broken glove compartment, placed the bills inside, and wired it back up. Keep a written record of your mileage. Any overtime beyond 8 hours daily will be paid at $20 an hour. The $500 is your first week's pay in advance. He pulled something else out of his suit coat. And here is your cell phone. Keep it turned on at all times, even when charging at night. Do not make or receive personal calls. Who am I going to call in Shit Creek? I haven't the faintest idea. And now, if you'd be so kind as to turn the car around and give me a tour of the town. Here goes. Corey glanced in her rearview mirror to make sure the coast was clear. Then she swung the wheel around violently, braking and accelerating at the same time. The gremlin slewed around in a 180, tires squealing, and ended up pointed back in the direction of town. She turned to Pendergast and grinned. I learned that playing Grand Theft Auto on the computers at school. Very impressive. However, I must insist on one thing, Miss Swanson. What's that? She said, accelerating back toward town. You must not break the law in my employ. All traffic rules must be strictly obeyed. Okay. The speed limit on this road is 45, I believe. And you have not buckled your seatbelt. Corey glanced down and saw she was going 50. She eased down to the correct speed, then slowed even further as they entered the outskirts of town. She tried to fish the seatbelt out from behind the seat, the car swerving back and forth as she drove with her knee. Perhaps it would be more convenient if you pulled off to the side of the road to do that. Corey gave an irritated sigh and pulled off, retrieved the belt, and buckled herself in. She started up again with another screech of rubber. Pendergast settled back. The passenger seat was broken, and he reclined into a semi-supine position, his head just barely at the level of the window. The tour, Miss Swanson, he murmured, eyes half closed. Tour? I thought you were kidding. I am anxious to see the sights. You must be on drugs. The only sights around here are fat people, ugly buildings, and corn. Tell me about them. Corey grinned. Okay, sure. We're now approaching the lovely hamlet of Medicine Creek, Kansas. Population 325 and dropping like a stone. Why is that? Are you kidding? Only a dipshit would stay in a town like this. There was a pause. Miss Swanson. What? I can see that an insufficient, or perhaps even defective socialization process has led you to believe that four-letter words add power to language. It took Corey a moment to parse what Pendergast had said. Dipshit isn't a four-letter word. That depends on whether you hyphenate it or not. Shakespeare, Chaucer, and Joyce all used four-letter words. I see I am dealing with a quasi-literate. It is also true that Shakespeare wrote, "In such a night as this, when the sweet wind did gently kiss the trees, and they did make no noise, in such a night Troilus, methinks, mounted the Trojan walls, and sighed his soul toward the Grecian tents, where Cressid lay." Corey looked at the man reclining in the seat beside her, his eyes still half closed. He was seriously weird. Now may we continue with the tour? Corey glanced around. The cornfields were reappearing on both sides of the road. Tour's over. We've already passed through town. There was no immediate response from Pendergast, and for a moment Corey worried that his offer would be rescinded and all that money in the glove compartment would vanish back into the black suit. "I could always show you the mounds," she added. "The mounds?" "The Indian mounds down by the creek. They're the only thing of interest in the whole county. Somebody must have told you about them, the curse of the 45s and all that bullshit." Pendergast seemed to think about this for a moment. "Perhaps later we will see the mounds. For the present, please turn around and pass through town once again as slowly as possible. I wouldn't want to miss a thing." "I don't think I'd better do that." "Why not?" "The sheriff won't like it. He doesn't like cruising." Pendergast closed his eyes completely. "Didn't I say I would concern myself with the sheriff?" "Okay, you're the boss." She pulled to the side of the road, made a nice three-point turn, and headed back through town at a crawl. "On your left," she said, "is the Wagon Wheel Tavern run by Swede Cahill. He's a decent guy, not too smart. His daughter's in my class, a real Barbie. It's mostly a drinking establishment, not much food to speak of except Slim Jims, peanuts, the giant pickle barrel, and, oh yeah, chocolate eclairs. Believe it or not, they're famous for their chocolate eclairs." Pendergast lay motionless. "See that lady walking down the sidewalk with a Bride of Frankenstein hairdo? That's Click Rasmussen, wife of Melton Rasmussen, who owns our local dry goods store. She's coming back from lunch at the Castle Club, and in that bag are the remains of a roast beef sandwich for her dog, Peach. She won't eat at Maisie's on account of Maisie being her husband's girlfriend before they got married about 300 years ago. If only she knew what Melton gets up to with the gym teacher's wife." Pendergast said nothing. "And that dried-up old bag coming out of the coast-to-coast with a rolling pin is Mrs. Bender Lang, whose father died when their house was burned down by an arsonist 30 years ago. They never found out who did it or why." Corey shook her head. "Some think old Gregory Flatt did it. He was the town drunk and kind of nuts, and one day he just sort of wandered off into the corn and disappeared. Never found his body. He used to talk about UFOs all the time. Personally, I think he finally got his wish and was abducted. The night he disappeared, there was some strange lights in the north." She laughed derisively. "Medicine Creek is an all-American town, and everybody's got a skeleton in his closet. Or her closet." This, at least, roused Pendergast, who half opened his eyes to look at her. "Oh, yes. Even that dippy old lady whose house you're staying in, Winifred Krause. She may act pious, but it's all a crock. Her father was a rum runner and moonshiner, Bible thumper, too, on top of that. But that isn't all. I heard that when old Winifred was a teenager, she was known as the town vamp." Pendergast blinked. Corey snickered, rolled her eyes. Yeah, there's a lot of that going on in Medicine Creek. Like Vera Estrom, who's doing the wild thing with the deeper butcher. If her husband ever finds out, there's going to be blood. Dale Estrom's the head of the Farmers Co-op, and he's the meanest man in Medicine Creek. His grandfather was a German immigrant, and during World War II, he went back to fight for the Nazis. You can imagine what the town thought of that. The grandfather never returned. Screwed the whole family, basically. Indeed. We got our share of nutcases, too, like that tinker who comes through here once a year and camps out in the corn somewhere. Or Brushy Jim, who did one tour too many in Vietnam. They say he fragged his lieutenant. Everybody's just waiting for him to go postal one of these days. Pendergast had lain back in the seat again. He looked asleep. Anyway, there's a Rexall drug. That empty building is where the music shop used to be. There's Calvary Lutheran Church. It's Missouri Synod. The pastor's John Wilbur, a fossilized specimen if ever there was one. There was no response from Pendergast. We are now passing Ernie's Exxon. Don't get your car fixed there. That's Ernie himself at the pump. His son's the biggest pothead in Cry County, and old Ernie doesn't have a clue. And that old wooden building is Rasmussen's, the dry goods store I told you about. Their motto is, if you can't find it here, you don't need it there. I've always wondered where there was. There's the sheriff's office on the left, but I hardly need to point that place out. And there's Maisie's on the right. Her meatloaf is just edible. Her desserts would give a hyena the runs. Uh-oh, I knew it. Here he comes. Corey watched in the rearview mirror as the sheriff's cruiser pulled out of the alleyway, lights flashing. Hey, she said to the motionless Pendergast. Wake up. I'm getting pulled over. But Pendergast seemed sound asleep. The sheriff came right up behind her and gave his siren a crank. Please pull off to the side of the road, his voice rasped through the loudspeaker atop the car. Remain inside your vehicle. It was the same thing that had happened to her at least 10 times before, only this time Corey had Pendergast in the car. She realized the sheriff probably hadn't seen him. He was sunk so low in the seat. His eyes remained closed, even through the siren and the noise. Maybe she thought he was dead. He certainly looked dead. The door of the cruiser flung open and the sheriff came sauntering up, billy club flapping at his side. He placed his meaty palms on the open passenger window and leaned in. When he saw Pendergast, he jerked back abruptly. Jesus, he said. Pendergast opened one eye. Problem, Sheriff? Corey enjoyed the look that came over the sheriff's face. His entire face flamed red from the fuzz-covered folds of skin piled up against his collar to the tops of his hair-clogged ears. She hoped Brad would age just like his father. Well, Agent Pendergast, Hazen said, it's just that we don't allow cruising back and forth through town. This is the 3rd time she's been through. The sheriff paused, obviously awaiting some kind of explanation, but after a long silence it became clear he wasn't going to get any. At length, Hazen pushed himself away from the car. You may go on your way, he said. Since you've taken an interest in our movements, said Pendergast in his lazy drawl, I should inform you that we'll be driving through town again, and perhaps even a 5th time, while Miss Swanson shows me the sights. After all, I am on vacation. As Corey looked at the darkening expression on Sheriff Hazen's face, she wondered if the so-called Special Agent Pendergast really knew what he was doing. It was no joke making an enemy like Hazen in a town like Medicine Creek. She'd been stupid enough to do it herself. Thank you for your concern, Sheriff. Pendergast turned to her. Shall we go, Miss Swanson? She hesitated a moment, looking at Sheriff Hazen. Then she shrugged. What the hell, she thought, as she accelerated from the curb with a little screech and a fresh cloud of black smoke. Chapter 12. The sun was settling into a bloody patch of cloud along the horizon as Special Agent Pendergast exited Maisie's diner, accompanied by a slender man in a Federal Express uniform. "They told me I'd find you in there," the man said. "Didn't mean to interrupt your dinner." "Quite all right," Pendergast replied. "I wasn't especially hungry. If you'll sign for it now, I'll leave everything by the back door." Pendergast signed the proffered form. "Miss Krause will show you where to put it all. Would you mind if I take a look?" "Help yourself. Takes up half the truck." The shiny FedEx truck was parked outside the diner, looking out of place on the dusty, monochromatic street. Pendergast peered into its interior. Along one wall were perhaps a dozen large boxes. Some had labels reading "perishable," contents packed in ice. "They're all from New York," the driver said. "Starting a restaurant or something?" "It's my deliverance from Maisie." "I'm sorry?" "Everything seems to be in order, thank you." Pendergast stepped back and watched the truck glide off into the soupy evening. Then he began strolling east, away from the dying glow of the horizon. Within 5 minutes he had left the town of Medicine Creek behind. The road stretched ahead like a dark fault line in the corn. He quickened his pace. His errand was a vague one, an intuition more than a certainty. Intuition, Pendergast knew, was the end result of the most sophisticated kind of reasoning. Twilight and crows rose from the fields, and the smell of corn stalks and earth drifted on the air. Headlights appeared, grew larger, and then a huge semi-trailer came shuddering past, leaving dust and diesel in its wake. 2 miles out of town, Pendergast stopped. A dirt track ran away from the road here, angling off to the left between walls of corn. Pendergast followed it, moving with long, silent strides. The track began to rise more sharply, heading for a dark cluster of trees on the horizon, surrounding 3 dark, low outlines framed against the dusky sky. The mounds. Leaving the corn behind, the track turned into a trail. Ahead were the trees, giant cottonwoods with massive trunks, bark as rough as fractured stone. Broken limbs lay scattered on the ground, claw-like branches upturned. As he entered the shadowy confines of the grove, Pendergast paused to look back. The land fell away in a long, gentle declivity toward the town. The distant streetlights formed a glowing cross in the sea of dark corn. The Grosbein plant lay south of town, a low cluster of lights all by itself. The creek lay between them, a meandering line of cottonwoods that snaked through the landscape of corn. As flat as the land looked at first sight, it had its gentle undulations, its rises and its bottomlands. The point on which he stood was the highest for many miles. The summer darkness had fallen heavily on the land. If anything, the air had grown muggier. A few bright planets glowed in the dying sky. Pendergast turned and walked deeper into the darkness of the grove, becoming virtually invisible in his black suit. He followed a trail that wandered uncertainly through rabbit brush and oak scrub. After another quarter mile, Pendergast stopped again. The mounds were just ahead. There were 3 of them, low and broad, arranged in a triangle rising 20 feet above the surrounding land. The flanks of 2 of the mounds had worn away, exposing limestone ledges and heavy boulders underneath. The cottonwood trees were thicker here, and the shadows were very deep. Pendergast listened to the sounds of the August night. A chorus of insects trilled furiously. Blinking fireflies drifted among the silent trunks, their streaked lights mingling with the distant heat lightning that flickered to the north. A crescent moon hung just above the horizon, both horns pointed upward. Pendergast remained motionless. The night sky was now blossoming with stars. He began to hear other sounds, the rustlings and scratchings of small animals, the flutterings of birds. A pair of close-set eyes glowed briefly in the dark. Down by the creek a coyote howled, and at the very edge of hearing, from the direction of the town, a dog barked a reply. The sliver of moon cast just enough light to see by. Night crickets began to chirrup, first one, then others, the sounds rising from the tall grass. At last, Pendergast moved forward toward the 3 dark mounds. He walked slowly and silently, his foot crackling a single leaf. The crickets fell silent. Pendergast waited until one by one they resumed their calls. Then he moved on until he reached the base of the first mound. Here he knelt silently, brushed aside the dead leaves, and dug his hand into the soil. He removed a fistful, rolled it between his hands, and inhaled. Different soils had distinctive smells. This, he confirmed, was the same soil as that found on the tools in the back of Sweg's car. The sheriff had been right. She had been digging for relics in the mounds. He pinched some earth into a small glass test tube, stoppered it, and slid it into the pocket of his suit jacket. Pendergast rose again. The moon had disappeared below the horizon. The fireflies had stopped blinking. The heat lightning grew less frequent, then ceased altogether. A profound darkness slowly enveloped the mounds. Pendergast moved past the first mound, then the second, until he stood at their center, 3 dark swellings growing gradually indistinguishable. Now the darkness was complete. Still, Pendergast waited. A half-hour passed. An hour. And then suddenly, the crickets fell silent. Pendergast waited for them to start their chorus again. His muscles gathered, tensing. He could feel a presence in the dark to his right, a presence of great stealth. It was moving very silently, too silently even for his highly sensitive ears. But the crickets could feel vibrations in the ground that humans could not. The crickets knew. He waited, tensed, until the presence was no more than 5 feet away. It had stopped. It, too, was waiting. One by one, the crickets resumed their chirruping. But Pendergast wasn't fooled. The presence was still there, waiting. And now, the presence moved again. Ever so slowly, it was coming closer. 1 step, 2 steps, until it was close enough to touch. In a single movement, Pendergast dropped to one side while pulling his flashlight and gun and aiming both toward the figure. The beam of the light illuminated a wild-looking man crouching in the dirt, a double-barreled shotgun pointing to the spot where Pendergast had been standing a moment before. The gun went off with a great roar, and the man staggered back, shrieking unintelligibly, and in that instant Pendergast was on top of him. Another moment and the shotgun was on the ground, and the man was doubled over, held in a hammerlock, Pendergast's gun pressed against his temple. He struggled a moment, then went limp. Pendergast loosened his grip, and the man fell to the ground. He lay there, an extraordinary figure dressed in buckskin rags, a string of bloody squirrels slung around his shoulder. A giant handmade knife was tucked into his belt. His feet were bare, the soles broad and dirty. 2 very small eyes were pushed like raisins into a face so wrinkled it seemed to belong to a man beyond time itself. And yet his physique, his glossy and extraordinarily long black hair and beard, told of a robust individual no more than 50 years of age. "It is inadvisable to fire a gun in haste," said Pendergast, standing over the man. "You could have hurt someone." "Who the hell are you?" the man shrilled from the ground. "The very question I was going to ask you." The man swallowed, recovering slightly, and sat up. "Get your goddamn light out of my face." Pendergast lowered the light. "Now who the deuce do you think you are, scaring decent people half to death?" "We have yet to establish decency," said Pendergast. "Pray rise and identify yourself." "Mister, you can pray all you like, and it don't mean shit." He rose to his feet anyway, brushing the leaves and twigs out of his beard and hair. Then he hawked up an enormous gob of phlegm and shot it into the darkness. He wiped his beard and mouth with a filthy hand, front and back, and spat again. Pendergast removed his shield and passed it before the man's face. The man's eyes widened, then narrowed again. He laughed. Pendergast removed his shield and passed it before the man's face. The man's eyes widened, then narrowed again. He laughed. FBI? Never would have guessed it. Special Agent Pendergast. He closed the leather case with a snap and it disappeared into his jacket. I don't talk to FBI. Before you make any more rash declarations which will cause you to lose face later, you should know you have a choice. You can have an informal chat with me here. He paused. Or... Pendergast smiled suddenly, his thin lips stretching to expose a row of perfect white teeth. But the effect in the glow of the flashlight was anything but friendly. The man removed a twisted chaw from his pocket, screwed a piece off, and packed it into his cheek. Shit, he said, and spat. May I ask your name? Pendergast asked. The silence stretched on for a minute, then two. Hell, the man said at last. I guess having a name's no crime, is it? Gasparilla. Lana Gasparilla. Can I have my gun back now? We shall see. Pendergast bobbed the beam of his light toward the bloody squirrels. Is that what you were doing up here? Hunting? I ain't hanging around the mounds for the view. Do you have a residence nearby, Mr. Gasparilla? The man barked a laugh. That's a funny one. Again, when there was no reply from Pendergast, he jerked his head to one side. I'm camped over yonder. Pendergast picked up the shotgun, broke it open, ejected the spent shells, and handed it empty to Gasparilla. Show me, if you please. 5 minutes of walking brought them to the edge of the trees and into the sea of corn. Gasparilla ducked into a row, and they followed it down a dusty, beaten path. A few more minutes brought them to a cottonwood grove that lined the banks of Medicine Creek. The air here smelled of moisture, and there was the faint sound of water purling over a bed of sand. Ahead was the reddish glow of a campfire built against a clay bank. A big iron pot sat atop the fire, bubbling, smelling of onions, potatoes, and peppers. Gasparilla picked some pieces of wood off a pile and banked them beside the coals. Flames rose, illuminating the little campsite. There was a greasy-looking tent, a log for a seat, an abandoned wooden door set on more logs to make a table. Gasparilla plucked the bundle of squirrels off his shoulder and dropped them on the makeshift table. Then he took out his knife and went to work, slicing one open, pulling out the guts and tossing them aside. And then with one sharp tug, he tore off the skin. A series of swift chops took off the head, paws, and tail. A few more hacks quartered the animal, and it went into the simmering pot. The process for each squirrel took less than 20 seconds. What are you doing here? Pendergast asked. On tour, said the man. Tour? Tool sharpening. Make 2 rounds of my territory in the warm months. Go south to Brownsville for the winter. You got it, I sharpen it from chainsaws to combine rotors. How do you get around? Pick up. Where's it parked? Gasparilla gave a final savage chop, tossed the last squirrel into the pot. Then he jerked his head toward the road. Over there if you want to check it out. I plan to. They know me in town. I ain't never been on the wrong side of the law. You can ask the sheriff. I work for a living, same as you. Only I don't go sneaking around in the dark, shining lights in people's faces and scaring them half to death. He threw some parched lima beans into the pot. If, as you say, they know you in town, why do you camp out here? I like a little elbow room. And the bare feet. Huh? Pendergast shone his light at the man's filthy toes. Shoes are expensive. He rummaged in a pocket, pulled out the chaw of tobacco, screwed off another piece, and shoved it in his cheek. What's an FBI man doing out here? He asked, poking his cheek with a finger, adjusting the chaw to his satisfaction. I imagine you could guess the answer to that question, Mr. Gasparilla. The man gave him a sidelong glance, but did not reply. She was digging up in the mounds, wasn't she? Pendergast asked at last. Gasparilla spat. Yeah. How long? Don't know. Did she find anything? He shrugged. It ain't the first time there's been digging in the mounds. I don't pay much attention to it. When I'm here, I only go up there to hunt. I don't mess around with the dead. Are there burials in the mounds? So they say. There was also a massacre up there once. That's all I know and all I want to know. The place gives me the creeps. I wouldn't go up there except that's where all the squirrels are. I've heard talk of some legend associated with the place. The curse of the 45s, I believe. Gasparilla said nothing, and for a long time the camp was quiet. He stirred the pot with a stick, occasionally darting glances at Pendergast. The murder occurred 3 nights ago during the new moon. Did you see or hear anything? Gasparilla spat again. Nothing. What were your movements that evening, Mr. Gasparilla? Gasparilla kept stirring. If you're hinting that I killed that woman, then I just about figure this conversation's over, mister. I'd say it's just begun. Don't get snippy with me. I never killed nobody in my life. Then you should have no objection to detailing your movements that day. That was my second day here at Medicine Creek. I hunted up in the mounds late that afternoon. She was there, digging. I came back here at sunset, spent the night in camp. Did she see you? Did you see me? Where was she digging exactly? All over. I gave her a wide berth. I know trouble when I see it. Gasparilla gave the stew pot a brisk stir, brought out an enameled tin bowl and a battered spoon, ladled some stew into it. He scooped up a spoonful, blew on it, took a bite, dug the spoon in again. Then he stopped. I suppose you'll be wanting a bowl. I would not object. Wordlessly, he brought out a second bowl, held it up before Pendergast. Thank you. Pendergast helped himself to the pot, took a taste of the stew. Burgoo, I believe. Gasparilla nodded and stuffed a goodly amount in his mouth, juice dribbling down into his tangled black beard. He chewed loudly, spat out a few bones, swallowed. He wiped his mouth with his hand, then wiped his hand on his beard. They finished their stew in silence. Gasparilla stacked the bowls, leaned back, took out the plug of tobacco. And now, mister, if you got what you're looking for, I hope you'll be about your business. I'd like a quiet evening. Pendergast rose. Mr. Gasparilla, I will leave you in peace. But first, if there's anything you'd care to add, I would advise you to tell it to me now, rather than waiting for me to discover it myself. Gasparilla spat a brown rope of saliva in the direction of the creek. I don't particularly care to get involved. You're already involved. Either you are the murderer, Mr. Gasparilla, or your continued presence here puts you in grave danger. One or the other. Gasparilla grunted, bit off another plug, spat again. Then he asked, Do you believe in the devil? Pendergast regarded the man, his pale eyes glinting in the firelight. Why do you ask, Mr. Gasparilla? Because I don't. As far as I'm concerned, the devil's a lot of preacher bullshit. But there is evil on this earth, Mr. FBI agent. You asked about the curse of the 45s. Well, you might as well get on home right now because you ain't never going to get to the bottom of that. The evil I'm talking about, most of the time it's got an explanation. But some of the time... Gasparilla spat more tobacco juice, then leaned forward as if to impart a secret. Some of the time, it just don't. Chapter 13. Smith Ludwig pulled his AMC Pacer into the parking lot of Calvary Lutheran, which was wall to wall with hot cars glittering in the August sun. A big placard already curling in the intense heat was affixed to the front of the neat red brick church. It announced 33rd Annual Baked Turkey Supper Sociable. Another, even bigger placard beside it burbled, "Medicine Creek welcomes Professor Stanton Chauncey." There was a touch of desperation, Ludwig thought, to the 3 exclamation marks. He parked his car at the far end of the lot, got out, dabbed the back of his neck with a handkerchief, and walked up to the entrance. Then he paused, hand on the door. Over the years, the town had gotten used to his nice human interest stories, to his uncontroversial coverage of church and school, 4-H and Boy Scouts, and future farmers of America. They had gotten used to the Courier glossing over and even ignoring the petty crimes of their children, the occasional joyrides, the drunken parties. They had taken for granted his downplaying of the inspection problems at Grobane, the rising injury rate at the plant, the union troubles. They had forgotten that the Courier was a newspaper, not the town PR organ. Yesterday, all that had changed. The Courier had become a real paper, reporting real news. Smith Ludwig wondered just what the reaction would be. With his free hand, he nervously fingered his bow tie. He'd covered the baked turkey sociable for every one of its 33 years, but never had he approached it with such trepidation. It was times like this that he most missed his wife, Sarah. It would have been easier with her on his arm. "Buck up, Smitty," he told himself, pushing open the doors. The fellowship hall of the church was jammed. Practically the entire town was there. Some were already seated, eating, while others had formed long lines to load up on mashed potatoes, gravy, and green beans. Some were even eating the turkey, although Smitty noticed, as usual, that the Grobane plant workers were nowhere to be seen in the turkey lines. It was one of those things that nobody ever mentioned, how little turkey was actually consumed at the turkey sociable. A huge plastic banner on one wall thanked Grobane and its general manager, Art Ritter, for their generosity in providing the turkeys. Another banner on the opposite wall thanked Buswell Agricon for their ongoing donations for the upkeep of the church. And yet another banner, the biggest of all, trumpeted the arrival of Stanton Chauncey, the year's guest of honor. Ludwig looked around. Familiar faces all. One of the joys of living in small-town America. From across the room, Art Ritter caught his eye. Ritter was wearing a maroon and white polyester suit, and the usual smile was plastered on his unnaturally smooth face. His body was as solid as a chunk of suet, and he moved through the crowd slowly, without deviating from his path. People moved for Art Ritter, thought Ludwig, not the other way around. Maybe it was the faint smell of slaughtered turkey that seemed to hang around him, despite heavy doses of Old Spice. Or maybe it was that he was the town's richest man. Ritter had sold the turkey plant to Grobane Agricultural Products and had stayed on as its manager, though they'd written him a nice, fat check. He said he liked the work. Ludwig thought it was more probable Ritter liked the town father status that being plant boss conveyed. Ritter was still approaching, eye on the reporter, the smile stamped on his face. Of all people, he was probably the least likely to appreciate yesterday's article on the murder. Ludwig braced himself. Out of nowhere, salvation. Mrs. Bender Lang darted up, whispered something in Ritter's ear. Abruptly, the two veered off. This fella Chauncey must be about to arrive, Ludwig thought. Nothing else would have made Ritter move that fast. In all 33 years of the sociable's history, this was the first year that the guest of honor had not been selected from among the town's own. That in itself demonstrated the importance that Medicine Creek placed in impressing Dr. Stanton Chauncey of Kansas State University. It was Chauncey who'd decide by next Monday whether or not Medicine Creek would become the test site for several acres of genetically modified corn, or... A high, shrill voice intruded on his thoughts. "Smith Ludwig, how dare you?" He turned to find Click Rasmussen at his elbow, her beehive hairdo bobbing at about the level of his shoulder. "How could it be one of us?" He turned to face her. "Now, Click, I didn't say I believed." "If you didn't believe it," cried Click Rasmussen, "then why did you print it?" "Because it's my duty to report all the theories." What happened to all the nice articles you used to print? The Courier used to be such a lovely paper." "Not all news is nice, Click." But Click wouldn't let him finish. "If you want to write trash, why don't you write about that FBI agent wandering about town, asking questions, poking his nose where it doesn't belong, filling your head with darn fool ideas? Let's see how he likes it. And on top of that, raising the whole business of the ghost warriors, the curse of the 45s. There wasn't anything in the paper about that. Not exactly in so many words, but with that business about the old Indian eras, what else are people going to think? That's all we need, a resurrection of that old story." "Please, let's be reasonable." Ludwig took a step back. In the distance, he could see Swede Cahill's wife Gladys approaching them, preparing to wade in. This was worse than he'd imagined. Suddenly, Maisie appeared from nowhere, her bulk covered by a white apron. "Click, leave Smitty alone," she said. "We're lucky to have him. Most counties our size don't even have a newspaper, let alone a daily." Click took a step backward. Ludwig felt doubly grateful to Maisie because of the awkwardness he knew existed between the two women. Maisie was perhaps the only person in the room who could have called Click Rasmussen off so quickly. Click shot one dark glance at Ludwig, then turned toward the approaching Gladys Cahill, and the two drifted off toward the turkey tables, talking in low voices. Ludwig turned to Maisie. "Thanks a lot. You saved me." "I always take care of you, Smith." She winked and went back toward the carving station. As Ludwig turned to follow, he noticed that a hush was falling over the room. All eyes had swiveled in the direction of the door. Instinctively, Ludwig followed suit. There, framed against the golden sky, was a figure in black. Pendergast. There was something distinctly creepy in the way the FBI agent paused in the doorway, the bright sunlight silhouetting his severe form like some gunslinger entering a saloon. Then he strode coolly forward, eyes roving the crowd before locking on Ludwig himself. Pendergast changed course immediately, gliding through the crowd toward him. "I'm relieved to see you, Mr. Ludwig," he said. "I know no one here but you and the sheriff, and I can't very well expect the busy sheriff to take time for introductions. Come, lead the way, if you please." "Lead the way?" Ludwig echoed. "I need introductions, Mr. Ludwig. Where I come from, it's a social error to introduce oneself rather than have a proper introduction from a third party. And as publisher, editor, and chief reporter for the County Courier, you know everyone in town." "I suppose I do." "Excellent. Shall we begin with Mrs. Melton Rasmussen? I understand she is one of the leading ladies." Ludwig paused in mid-breath. Click Rasmussen, of all people, who he'd just gotten free of. A profound sinking feeling settled on Ludwig as he looked around the room. There was Click at one of the turkey tables, holding forth with Gladys Cahill and the rest of the usual gang. "Over there," he said, leading the way with a heavy tread. As they approached, the gaggle of ladies fell silent. Ludwig saw Click glance at Pendergast, her features pinching with displeasure. "I'd like to introduce," began Ludwig. "I know very well who this man is. I have only one thing to say." She stopped abruptly as Pendergast bowed, took her hand, and lifted it to within an inch of his lips in the French manner. "A great pleasure, Mrs. Rasmussen. My name is Pendergast." "My," said Click. Her hand went limp within his. "I understand, Mrs. Rasmussen, that you are responsible for the decorations." Ludwig wondered where Pendergast had learned this little tidbit. The man's southern accent seemed to have deepened to the consistency of molasses as he gazed at Click intently with his strange eyes. To Ludwig's private amusement, Click Rasmussen blushed. "Yes, I am," she said. "They are enchanting." "Thank you, Mr. Pendergast." Pendergast bowed again, still holding her hand. "I've heard a great deal about you, and now I'm delighted to make your acquaintance." Click blushed again, even more deeply. As she did so, Melton Rasmussen, having seen the exchange from afar, abruptly arrived. "Well, well," he said heartily, sticking his hand out and interposing himself between his plump, blushing wife and Pendergast. "Welcome to Medicine Creek. I'm Melton Rasmussen. I realize the circumstances could be a little happier, but I think you'll find the Kansas hospitality in Medicine Creek to be just as warm as it always was." "I have already found it so, Mr. Rasmussen," said Pendergast, shaking his hand. "Where are you from, Pendergast? Can't quite place the accent." "New Orleans." "Ah, the great city of New Orleans. Is it true they eat alligator? I hear it tastes like chicken." "In my view, the taste is more like iguana or snake than chicken." "Right. Well, I'll stick to turkey," said Rasmussen with a laugh. "You come by my store sometime and have a look-see. You're welcome any time." "You're very kind." "So," said Rasmussen, moving a little closer, "what's the news? Any more leads?" "Justice never sleeps, Mr. Rasmussen." "Well, I got a theory of my own. Would you like to hear it?" "I'd be delighted." "It's that fella camped down by the creek, Gasparilla. He's worth looking into. He's a strange one, always has been." "Now, Mel," scolded Click, "you know he's been coming around for years and he's never been in any kind of trouble." "You never know when somebody's going to go queer on you. Why does he camp way out there on the creek? Isn't the town good enough for him?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. Click was staring past her husband, her mouth forming a small, perfect O. Ludwig heard a hushed murmur ripple through the assembly. There was a brief clapping of hands. He turned to see Art Ritter and the sheriff escorting a man he didn't recognize through the crowd. The man was small and thin with a closely trimmed beard, and he wore a light blue seersucker suit. In his wake came Mrs. Bender Lang and a few of the town's other leading ladies. "Ladies and gentlemen, friends and neighbors of Medicine Creek," Art Ritter boomed to the assembly, "it is my great privilege to introduce this year's guest of honor, Dr. Stanton Chauncey of Kansas State University." This was followed by thunderous applause and a few piercing whistles. The man named Chauncey stood, nodded once at the crowd, then turned his back on them and began to converse with Ritter. Slowly, the applause faltered into silence. "Mr. Ludwig," Pendergast said, "there's a group of gentlemen in the far corner." Ludwig looked in the indicated direction. 4 or 5 men in bib overalls were drinking lemonade and talking amongst themselves in low voices. Rather than joining in the applause, they were looking in the direction of Chauncey with narrow eyes. "Oh, that's Dale Estrom and the rest of the Farmers' Cooperative," Ludwig replied. "The last of the die-hard holdouts. They're the only ones who haven't sold out to the big farming conglomerates. Still own their own farms around Medicine Creek." "And why don't they share in the town's good feeling?" "The Farmers' Co-op holds no truck with genetically modified corn. They fear it'll cross-pollinate and ruin their own crops." Ritter was now introducing the man from Kansas State to select knots of people. "There are several other introductions I'd like you to make, if you would," Pendergast said. "The minister, for example." "Of course." Ludwig scanned the crowd for Pastor Wilbur, finally spotting him standing alone in line for turkey. "This way." "Tell me about him first, if you please." Ludwig hesitated, not wishing to speak ill of anybody. "Pastor Wilbur's been here for 40 years at least. He means well. It's just that—" he faltered. "Yes," said Pendergast. Ludwig found the man's gray eyes focused on him in a most unsettling way. "I guess you'd have to say he's a little set in his ways. He's not really in touch with what's happening or not happening in Medicine Creek these days." He struggled a moment. "There are some who feel a younger, more vibrant ministry would help revive the town, keep the youngsters from leaving, fill the spiritual void that's opened up here." "I see." The minister raised his head as they approached. As usual, a pair of reading glasses was perched on the end of his nose, whether or not he was reading anything. Ludwig figured he did it to look scholarly. "Pastor Wilbur," Ludwig said, "I'd like to introduce Special Agent Pendergast to the FBI." Wilbur took the proffered hand. "I envy you, Pastor," Pendergast said, "ministering to the souls of the community, such as Medicine Creek." Wilbur gazed benevolently at Pendergast. "It is at times a fearsome responsibility, being entrusted with so many hundreds, Mr. Pendergast, but I flatter myself that I've shepherded them well." "It seems a good life here," Pendergast went on. "For a man of God, such as yourself, I mean." "God has seen fit to both bless me and bring me trials. We all share equally in the curse of Adam, but perhaps a man of the cloth shares more than most." Wilbur's face had assumed a saintly, almost martyred demeanor. Ludwig recognized that look. Wilbur was about to spout one of his prized little scraps of poetry. "Alas," Wilbur began, "what boots it with uncessant care to tend the homely, slighted shepherd's trade?" He looked through his reading glasses at Pendergast with evident satisfaction. "Milton. Naturally." "Naturally. Lycidas." Wilbur was slightly taken aback. I believe that's correct, yes." "Another line from that elegy comes to mind. The hungry sheep look up and are not fed." There was a brief silence. Ludwig looked back and forth between the two men, uncertain what, if anything, had just passed between them. Wilbur blinked. I look forward to greeting you again in church on Sunday," Pendergast interjected smoothly, grasping Wilbur's hand once more. Yes, so do I," Wilbur said, the note of surprise still detectable in his voice. "Excuse me," the booming voice of Art Ritter, amplified, again cut through the babble of overlapping conversations. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you would all be so kind, our guest of honor would like to say a few words. Dr. Stanton Chauncey." All around the fellowship hall, people put down their forks and turned their attention to the little man in the seersucker suit. "Thank you," the man said. He stood erect, hands folded in front of him like he was at a wake. "My name is Stanton Chauncey, Dr. Stanton Chauncey. I represent the agricultural extension of Kansas State University. But of course you know that." His voice was high, and his manner of speaking was so crisp and precise that his words were almost over-articulated. "The genetic enhancement of corn is a complicated subject, and not one that I can readily elucidate in a venue such as this," he began. "It requires knowledge of certain disciplines, such as organic chemistry and plant biology, that one could not expect a lay audience to possess." He sniffed. "However, I will attempt to impart the most rudimentary of overviews to you this afternoon." As if of one mind, those who had gathered in the fellowship hall appeared to slump. There was a collective exhalation of breath. If they had hoped to hear praise heaped on their town or their sociable, or even, dared one hope, word of Chauncey's impending decision, they were sadly disappointed. Instead, the man launched into an explanation of corn varietals so detailed that the eyes of even the most enthusiastic corn farmer glazed over. It almost seemed to Ludwig as if Chauncey was trying to be as boring as possible. Whispered conversations resumed. Forkfuls of mashed potato and turkey gravy were slipped into furtive mouths. Small streams of people began moving back and forth along the far walls of the hall. Dale Estrom and the Farmers' Co-op crowd stood at the back, arms folded, faces set hard. Schmidt Ludwig tuned out the droning voice as he looked around the hall. Despite everything, he appreciated the small-town atmosphere of the sociable, its homespun provinciality, and the fact that it brought the community together, even forcing people who didn't like each other to acknowledge the other and be civil. It was one of the many reasons why he never wanted to leave, even after his wife had passed away. A person could not get lost in Medicine Creek. People were taken care of, nobody was forgotten, and everyone had a place. It wasn't like that in L.A., where old people died unloved and alone every day. His daughter had been calling a lot lately, urging him to relocate nearer her. But he wasn't going to do that. Not even after he closed the paper and retired. For better or worse, he was going to end his days in Medicine Creek and be buried in the cemetery out on the deeper road beside his wife. He glanced at his watch. What had generated these thoughts of mortality? He had a deadline to make, even if it was self-imposed, and the time had come for him to go home and write up the story. He made his stealthy way to the open doors of the hall. Beyond, late afternoon light illuminated the broad green lawn of the church. The heat was unbroken as it lay over the grass, the parking lot, and the cornfields like a suffocating blanket. But despite the heat, and in fact, despite everything, a part of Smith Ludwig felt relieved. He could have fared a lot worse at the hands of his fellow townsfolk. He had Maisie and perhaps Pendergast to thank for that. And on a less selfish note, he'd be able to write an upbeat piece about the sociable without dissembling. It had started with a certain grimness, he felt, a stoic sense that the show must go on despite everything. But the gloom and depression had seemed to lift. The town had become itself again, and not even Chauncey's stultifying lecture, which still droned on behind him, could change that. The 33rd annual Grosbane Turkey Sociable was a success. Ludwig fetched a deep, slow breath as he looked out from the steps of the church. And then suddenly, he froze. One by one, the people around him began to do the same, staring out from the wooden doorway. There was a gasp, a low murmur. Like an electric current, the murmur began to jump from person to person, running back into the crowds within the hall itself, growing in volume until Chauncey's exegesis of variegated corn kernels came under threat. "What is it?" Chauncey said, stopping in mid-sentence. "What's going on?" Nobody answered. All eyes were fixed on the horizon beyond the open doors of the hall, where against the yellow sky, a lazy column of vultures wheeled in ever-tightening circles above the endless corn. Chapter 14. When Corey Swanson pulled up to the church, people were standing on the front lawn, huddled together in groups, murmuring anxiously. Now and then somebody would break away from one of the groups and stare out in the direction of the cornfields. There must have been 50 people out there, but she didn't see Pendergast among them. And that made no sense, because he'd asked her to come right away. He'd been most insistent on it, in fact. It was almost a relief to find him missing. Pendergast was going to get her into even worse trouble than she already was in this town. She could feel it in her bones. She was already the town's #1 pariah. Once again, she wondered what the hell she'd gotten herself into. The money was still burning a hole in her glove compartment. He'd get her in trouble, and then he'd be gone, and she'd still be stuck in Medicine Creek dealing with the consequences. If she were smart, she'd give him back the money and wash her hands of the whole thing. She jumped involuntarily as a black figure seemed to materialize out of nowhere beside the car. Pendergast opened the passenger door and slid in as sleekly as a cat. The way he moved gave her the creeps sometimes. She reached for the dashboard, turned down the blaring sound of Starfuckers by 9 Inch Nails. "So where to, Special Agent?" she said as casually as she could. Pendergast nodded toward the cornfields. "Do you see those birds?" She shaded her eyes against the glow of the sunset. "What, those turkey vultures? What about them?" "That's where we're going." She revved the engine. The car shuddered and coughed black smoke. "There's no roads out that way, and this is a Gremlin, not a Hummer, in case you hadn't noticed." "Don't worry, Miss Swanson, I will not get you mired in a cornfield. Head west on the Cry Road, please." "Whatever." She stamped on the accelerator, and the Gremlin pulled away from the curb, shuddering with the effort. "So how was the turkey sociable?" she asked. "That's like the big event of the year in Shit Creek." "It was most instructive. From an anthropological point of view." "Anthropological?" "Yeah, right. Special Agent Pendergast among the savages." Did they introduce that guy from KSU, the one who wants to grow radioactive corn around here? Genetically modified corn, they did. And what was he like? Did he have 3 heads? If he did, 2 must have been successfully removed in infancy. Corey looked at him. He looked back from the broken seat with his usual placid, mild, unsmiling expression. She could never tell whether or not he was cracking a joke. He had to be the weirdest adult she'd ever met, and with all the characters wandering around Medicine Creek, that was saying something. "Miss Swanson, your speed." "Sorry," she braked. "I thought you FBI guys drove as fast as you wanted." "I'm on vacation." The sheriff goes everywhere at 100 miles an hour even when he's off duty. And you always know when there's fresh eclairs at the wagon wheel, then he goes 120. They hummed along the smooth asphalt for a while in silence. "Miss Swanson, take a look up the road, if you please. Do you see where the sheriff's car is parked? Pull in behind it." Corey squinted into the gathering dusk. Ahead she could see the cruiser pulled over onto the wrong shoulder, lights flashing. Overhead and maybe a quarter-mile into the corn, she could see the column of turkey vultures more clearly. It suddenly clicked. "Jesus," she said. "Not another one." "That remains to be seen." Corey pulled up behind the cruiser and put on her flashers. Pendergast got out. "I may be a while." "I'm not coming with you?" "I'm afraid not." "No problem, I brought a book." She watched Pendergast push his way into the corn and disappear, feeling vaguely annoyed. Then she turned her attention to the back seat. She always had 5 or 6 books flung about willy-nilly back there. Science fiction, horror, splatterpunk, occasionally a teen romance that she never ever let anybody catch her reading. She glanced over the pile. Maybe while she waited, she'd start that new techno-thriller, Beyond the Ice Limit. She picked it up, then paused again. Somehow the idea of sitting in the car reading all alone didn't seem quite as appealing as it usually did. She couldn't help but glance again at the column of vultures. They had soared higher now. Even against the gathering dusk, she could see they were agitated. Perhaps the sheriff had scared them off. She felt a twinge of curiosity. There might be something out there in the corn a whole lot more interesting than anything she'd find in one of her escapist novels. She tossed the book in the back seat with a snort of impatience. Pendergast wasn't going to keep her away like that. She had as much a right as anyone to see what was going on. She flung open the car door and headed off into the corn. She could see where the sheriff had tramped through the dirt. There was another narrower pair of tracks that ran back and forth over the sheriff's clown shoes. Probably his well-meaning but brain-dead deputy, Tad. And near them, Pendergast's light step. It was very hot and claustrophobic in the corn. The husks rose high over Corey's head, and as she passed by, they rattled, showering her with dust and pollen. There was still some light in the sky, but in the corn it seemed that night had already fallen. Corey felt her breath coming faster as she walked. She began to wonder if this was such a good idea after all. She never went into the corn. All her life she had hated the cornfields. They started in the spring as so much endless dirt, the giant machines tearing up the earth, leaving behind plumes of dust that coated the town and filled her bed with grit. And then the corn came up, and the only thing anyone talked about for 4 months was the weather. Slowly the roads got closed in by claustrophobic walls of corn until you felt like you were driving in a tunnel of green. Now the corn was yellowing, and pretty soon the giant machines would be back, leaving the land as naked and ugly as a shaved poodle. It was awful. The dust filled her nose and stung her eyes, and the moldy, papery smell made her sick. All this corn, probably growing not to feed people or even animals, but cars. Car corn. Sick, sick, sick. And then quite suddenly she broke through into a small trampled clearing. There were the sheriff and Tad, holding flashlights and bending over something. Pendergast stood to one side, and as she entered the clearing, he turned toward her, his pale eyes almost luminous in the gathering twilight. Corey's heart gave an ugly lurch. There was something dead in the middle. But when she forced herself to look, she realized it was only a dead dog. It was brown and so bloated with the gases of rot that its hair stood on end, making it look horribly strange, like a four-legged blowfish. An awful, sweetish smell hung in the still air, and there was a steady roar of flies. The sheriff turned. "Well, Pendergast," he said in a genial voice, "looks like we got all riled up for nothing." Then his eyes flickered over Pendergast's shoulder and landed on her. He stared at her for a few uncomfortable seconds before looking back at Pendergast. The agent said nothing. Pendergast had slipped a small light out of his own pocket and was playing its bright beam over the bloated corpse. Corey felt sick. She recognized the dog. It was a chocolate lab mutt belonging to Swede Cahill's son, a nice freckled kid of 12. "Okay, Tad," said the sheriff, slapping his hand on the gangly deputy's shoulder. "We've seen all there is to see. Let's call it a day." Pendergast had now moved in and was kneeling, examining the dog more closely. The flies, disturbed, were swarming above the corpse in a wild cloud. The sheriff walked past Corey without acknowledging her, then turned at the edge of the clearing. "Pendergast, you coming?" "I haven't completed my examination." "You finding anything interesting?" There was a silence, and then Pendergast said, "This is another killing." "Another killing? It's a dead dog in a cornfield, and we're 2 miles from the site of the Sweg homicide." Corey watched in vague horror as the FBI agent picked up the dog's head, moved it back and forth gently, laid it down, shone his light in the mouth, the ears, down the flank. The angry drone of flies grew louder. "Well?" asked the sheriff, his voice harder. "This dog's neck has been violently broken," said Pendergast. "Hit by a car. Dragged himself out here to die. Happens all the time." "A car wouldn't have done that to the tail." "What tail?" "Exactly my point." Both the sheriff and Tad directed their lights to the dog's rump. Where the tail had been, there was nothing but a ragged pink stump with a white bone at the center. The sheriff said nothing. "And over there," Pendergast shone his light into the corn, "I imagine you will find the footprints of the killer. Bear footprints, size 11, heading back down toward the creek. Same as the footprints found at the site of the first homicide." There was another silence, and then the sheriff spoke. "Well, Pendergast, all I can say is it's kind of a relief. Here you thought we were dealing with a serial killer, and now we know he's just some sicko. Murdering a dog and cutting off the tail, Jesus Christ. But you will note the difference here. There was no ceremony to this killing, no feeling that the corpse has been arranged en tableau. So, it doesn't fit the pattern. But of course that simply means we are dealing with a new pattern. In fact, a new type altogether. A new type of what? A serial killer." Hazen rolled his eyes theatrically. "As far as I'm concerned, we're still dealing with a single murder. A dog doesn't count." He turned to Tad. "Call the ME and let's scoop this dog up to Garden City for an autopsy. Get the SOC boys out here to work over the site and especially take a look at any prints they find. And get the Stadies to post a guard. I want this site sealed. No unauthorized personnel. Got it?" "Yes, Sheriff." "Good. And now, Pendergast, I'm hoping you will escort all unauthorized personnel from the site immediately." Corey jumped as he abruptly shined his light on her. "Sheriff, you're not referring to my assistant, are you?" There was a thunderous silence. Corey glanced at him, wondering what his game was now. Assistant? Her old suspicions began to return. Next thing she knew, he'd be trying to assist himself into her pants. After a moment, the sheriff spoke. "Assistant? Are you referring to that delinquent standing next to you who's facing a charge of larceny in the 2nd degree, which, by the way, happens to be a felony in the state of Kansas?" "I am." The sheriff nodded. and when he spoke again, his voice was unnaturally mild. "I'm a patient man, Mr. Pendergast. I will say this to you, and this only. There is a limit." In the ensuing silence, Pendergast said, "Miss Swanson, would you kindly hold the flashlight while I examine the posterior of this dog?" Holding her nose against the rising stench, Corey took the flashlight and aimed it at the desired spot, aware of Sheriff Hazen standing behind her, staring so hard at the back of her neck that she could feel the hairs curling. Pendergast turned, rose, and laid a hand on the sheriff's shoulder. The man looked down at the hand, seemed about to brush it off. "Sheriff Hazen," said Pendergast, his voice suddenly deferential, "it may seem that I have come here expressly to annoy you, but I assure you there are good reasons behind everything I do. I do hope you will continue to exercise the patience you've so admirably demonstrated already, and bear with me and my unorthodox methods, and my unorthodox assistant, a little longer." The sheriff seemed to digest this for a moment. When he spoke again, his voice sounded ever so slightly mollified. "I can't say I honestly like the way you're handling the case. You FBI boys always seem to forget that once we catch the perp, we've got to convict him. You know how it is these days. Screw up the evidence in any way and the perp walks." He glanced at Corey. "She better have seen a crime authorization." "She will. And keep in mind what kind of impression she's going to make in front of a jury with that purple hair and the spiked dog collar, not to mention a felony on her record. We will cross that bridge when we come to it." The sheriff stared hard at him. "All right, then. I'll leave you to Fido here. Remember what I said. Come on, Ted. Let's go make those calls." Then he turned away, lit a cigarette, and disappeared into the wall of corn, followed by Tad. As the sound of crashing diminished, a silence descended on the site. Corey took several steps back from the stench of decay. "Agent Pendergast. Miss Swanson. What's this assistant crap? I assumed you were willing to take the job by the fact that you disobeyed my orders and came here, thereby displaying an interest in the forensic aspects of crime." Was he kidding again? "I just don't like being left behind. Look, I don't know jack about detective work. I can't type, I can't handle the phones, and I'm sure as hell not going to take dictation and do whatever it is that assistants do. That is not what I require. This may surprise you, but I've actually given this matter some thought, and I've concluded that you'll make an excellent assistant. I need someone who knows the town, knows the people, knows their secrets, but who is also an outsider, beholden to no one. Someone who will tell me the unvarnished truth as she sees it. Are you not exactly that person?" Corey considered it. Outsider, beholden to no one. Depressingly, she seemed to fit the bill. "The promotion comes with a raise to $150 a day. I have all the paperwork in the car, including a limited scene of crime authorization. It means obeying my orders to the letter. No more jumping out of the car on a whim. We will discuss your new responsibilities in more detail later." "Who's paying me? The FBI?" "I shall be paying you out of my own pocket." "Come on, you know I'm not worth it. You're throwing your money away." Pendergast turned and looked at her, and once again she was struck by the intensity that lay behind those gray eyes. "I already know one thing. We are dealing with an extremely dangerous killer, and I do not have time to waste. I must have your help. If one life is saved, what is that worth?" "Yeah, but how can I possibly help? I mean, the sheriff's right. I'm just a dumb delinquent." "Miss Swanson, don't be fatuous. Have we got a deal?" "All right. But assistant is where it begins and ends. Like I said before, don't get any ideas." He looked at her. "I beg your pardon." "You're a man. You know what I'm talking about." Pendergast waved his hand. "Miss Swanson, the inference you are making is quite unthinkable. We come from two different worlds. There's a vast difference between us in terms of age, temperament, upbringing, background, and relative positions of power. Not to mention your pierced tongue. In my opinion, such a relationship, while it might afford both of us considerable diversion, would be most unwise. Corey felt vaguely irritated by his explanation. What's wrong with my pierced tongue? Perhaps nothing. Females of the Wimbu tribe of the Andaman Islands pierce their labia and dangle strings of cowrie shells from them. The shells jingle under their skirts when they walk. The men find it most attractive. That's totally foul. Pendergast smiled. So you are not the cultural relativist I had assumed. You're a seriously weird person. You know that. The alternative, Miss Swanson, does not appeal to me at all. He took the light from her and shone it back on the dog. And now, as my assistant, you can begin by telling me whose dog this is. Her eyes flickered unwillingly back to the bloated corpse. It's Jif. He belonged to Andy, Swede Cahill's son. Did Jif wear a collar? Yes. Did he normally run free? Most of the dogs in town run free despite the leash laws. Pendergast nodded. I knew my confidence in you was not misplaced. Corey looked at him, feeling amused. You're a real piece of work, you know that. Thank you. We seem to have something in common. He took the light from her and shined it back on the dog. A silence descended on the rude clearing while Corey wondered if she'd been insulted or complimented. But as she followed the beam with her eyes, she felt a sudden stab of pity. Pity that transcended the awful stench, the drone of flies. Andy Cahill was going to be heartbroken. Somebody had to tell him, and it looked like that somebody would have to be her. She certainly couldn't leave it to the sheriff or his assistant, who could be counted on to say the wrong thing. Nor did she think Pendergast, for all his courtesy, was the right person to break the news to the kid. She looked up and, to her surprise, found Pendergast looking at her. Yes, he said. I think it would be an act of kindness for you to break the news to Andy Cahill. How did... At the same time, Miss Swanson, you might find out, in an offhand way, when Andy last saw Jif, and where the dog might have been heading. You want me to play detective, in other words. Pendergast nodded. You are, after all, my new assistant. Chapter 15. Marjorie Teelander sat behind the old wooden desk of her Spartan office, industriously clipping coupons while keeping one eye on The Price is Right. The picture on the old black and white was so poor that she'd cranked the volume up so as not to miss any of the action. Not that there was all that much action today. Rarely had she seen such a sorry group of contestants. Bidding high, bidding low, bidding every which way except within a mile of the real price of anything. She paused in her clipping to peer at the screen and listen. Everybody else had bid on the latest item except for the final contestant, a skinny Asian girl who couldn't be more than 20. I'll bid $1,401, Bob, the girl said with a shy smile and a duck of her head. Man alive. Marge clucked disapprovingly and returned to her clipping. $1,400 for an over-under Maytag? What planet could these people be living on? Couldn't be more than 950 tops. And the audience wasn't any help either, yelling encouragingly at every wrong guess. Now, if she was on the show, the audience would see some serious cleaning up. She always seemed to guess the right price, always seemed to pick the right door. And she wouldn't settle for any of those cheesy prizes either, the redwood utility sheds or the knick-knack cabinets or the year's supply of floor wax. She'd hold out for the 15-foot Chris Craft. She had a cousin up near Lake Scott with a dock and mooring. The pity of it was that she'd finally talked Rocky into taking her out to Studio City, and then a week later he was diagnosed with emphysema. And now she couldn't very well go alone, God rest his soul. It would be much too much for... Now this was interesting. 20% off Woolite with a grocery purchase of $30 or more. That hardly ever went on sale, and with triple coupons on weekends, that meant she could buy it for almost half price. She'd have to stock up. You just couldn't beat the Shoppers Palace in Ulysses for prices. The Red Owl in Garden City was closer, of course, but if you were serious about saving a little money, you just couldn't beat the Palace. And on Super Saturdays, she'd get 10 cents off a gallon on regular gas. That more than made up for the extra mileage right there. Of course, she felt a little bad about not patronizing Ernie, but these were lean times and a body just had to be practical. Now, if that didn't beat all, $925 for the Maytag. Sure would have looked nice right next to her slop sink. Maybe she'd talk to Alice Franks about looking into a bus excursion that could... All of a sudden, she realized that a strange man was standing before her desk. Good gracious! Marge quickly turned down the sound on the television. Young man, you startled me. It was that man in the black suit she'd seen out and about recently. My apologies, the man replied in a voice redolent of mint juleps, pralines, and cypress trees. He gave a formal little bow, then stood before her, hands at his sides. He had slender, tapered fingers with nails that, she noticed with some surprise, were subtly but very professionally manicured. Don't apologize, she said. Just don't be sneaking up on a body like that. Now, what can I do for you? The man nodded toward the coupons. I hope I haven't caught you at a bad time. Marge barked out a laugh. Ha! A bad time. That's a good one. She pushed the coupons to one side. Mr. Stranger, you have my undivided attention. I must apologize again, the man said. I've neglected to introduce myself. The name's Pendergast. Marge suddenly remembered the article in the paper. Of course. You're that fella from down south who's looking into the murder. I could tell you weren't from around here, of course. Not talking like that, you aren't. She looked at him with fresh curiosity. He was rather tall, with hair so blonde it was almost white, and he returned her look with pale eyes full of mild inquisitiveness. Although he was slender, he gave no sense of being frail. Quite the opposite, really, although his suit was so unrelievedly black it was hard to tell. He was really very attractive in a Southern comfort kind of way. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pendergast, she said. I'd offer you a seat, but this swivel chair of mine's the only one. The people who come here aren't usually inclined to stay very long. She barked another laugh. And why is that, Mrs. Thielander? The question was phrased so politely that Marge didn't notice he already knew her name. Why do you think? Unless you happen to be partial to paying taxes and filling out forms, of course. Yes, of course. I do see. The man named Pendergast took a step forward. Mrs. Thielander, it's my understanding that... $500, Marge interrupted. The man paused. Pardon me? Nothing. Marge pulled her eyes from the now silent TV. It's my understanding that you are the keeper of public records for Medicine Creek. Marge nodded. That's right. And that you function as town administrator. A part-time job. Very part-time these days. That you run the Public Works Department. Oh, that just means keeping tabs on Henry Fleming, who drives the snow plow and changes the bulbs in the street lamps. And that you levy real estate taxes. Yes, and that's the reason I don't get invited to Click Rasmussen's canasta parties. Pendergast paused again for a moment. So one could say that, in essence, you run Medicine Creek. Marge grinned widely. Young man, I couldn't have put it better myself. Of course, Sheriff Hazen and Art Ritter might not share your view. We'll leave them to their own opinion, then. Man alive, I knew it! Marge's eyes had strayed back to the television, and with an effort she returned them to her guest. Pendergast slipped a leather wallet from his jacket pocket. Mrs. Thielander, he said, opening it to display the gold shield inside, you're aware that I'm an agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That's what they said over at the Heir Apparent. I would like to get a better, shall we say, bureaucratic perspective on the people of Medicine Creek. What they do, where they live, what their economic status might be, that manner of thing. Then you've come to the right place. I know everything legal there is to know about every blessed soul in town. Pendergast waved one hand. Technically, of course, such an inquiry requires a warrant. Where do you think you are, young man? Great Bend? Wichita, maybe? I'm not going to stand on ceremony with an officer of the law. Besides, we got no secrets here. At least none that would interest you. Then you see no difficulty in, making me better acquainted with the inhabitants. Mr. Pendergast, I've got nothing on my calendar until August 22nd, when I have to type up the property tax bills for the fourth quarter. Pendergast glided a little closer to the desk. Let's hope it doesn't take quite that long. Another bark of laughter. Take that long? Ooh-wee, man alive, that's a good one. Marge turned her swivel chair to the back wall of the office where an old-fashioned safe stood. It was massive and decorated around the edges with faded gold leaf. Aside from the desk and a small bookshelf, it was the only article of furniture in the room. She twirled its large central dial back and forth, entering the combination, then grasped the handle and pulled the iron door open. Inside was a smaller box, closed with a padlock. She unlocked the padlock with a key that she drew from around her neck. Reaching inside, she removed an even smaller wooden box. Then she turned around in her swivel chair again and placed it on the desk between herself and Pendergast. There you go, she said, patting the little box with satisfaction. Where do you want to start? Pendergast looked at the box. I beg your pardon. I said, where do you want to start? Do you mean to tell me that... For a very brief moment, the man's face seemed to go completely blank before once again assuming its look of casual curiosity. What, did you think it took a computer to run a town the size of Medicine Creek? I've got everything I need right in this little box. And what isn't there is up here. She tapped her temple. Look, I'll show you. She opened the box, drew out an index card by random. It contained perhaps a dozen lines of neat handwriting, followed by a row of numbers, a couple of squiggles and symbols, and a few stickers of various colors. Red, yellow, green. You see? She said, waving it under Pendergast's nose. This is the card of Dale Estrom, the cranky young farmer. His father was a cranky old farmer, and his grandfather, well, we won't mention him. Dale and the rest of those troublemakers in the Farmers' Cooperative always standing in the way of progress. See, it shows here that he's 2 quarters behind in his taxes, that his oldest kid had to repeat 9th grade, that his septic tank's not in compliance with the code, and that he's applied for farm relief 7 years out of the last 7. She clucked disapprovingly. Pendergast looked from her to the card and back to her again. I see, he said. I've got 93 cards here, one for each family in Medicine Creek and in the unincorporated areas around it. I could talk for an hour on each, maybe 2 hours if necessary. Marge felt herself growing excited. It wasn't every day that somebody official took an interest in her records. And with Rocky passed on, God knows she had precious few people to chat with. I promise you'll know all there is to know about Medicine Creek when I'm done with you. This was greeted by a profound silence. Of course, Pendergast said after a few moments, as if recollecting himself. So I ask again, Mr. Pendergast, where do you want to start? Pendergast thought a moment. I suppose we should start with the A's. There are no last names starting with A in Medicine Creek, Mr. Pendergast. We'll start with David Barness out on the Cry Road. So sorry I can't get you a chair. Maybe when we start in again tomorrow, I'll bring one along for you from my kitchen. And she returned the card she was holding to its spot, licked her finger eagerly, plucked the first card from the box, and began to talk. At her elbow, the television flickered on, the game show now completely forgotten. Chapter 16. Deputy Sheriff Tad Franklin guided his cruiser into the gravel parking lot between the big old Victorian house and the gift shop. He crunched to a halt, pushed open the car door, and unfolded himself into the hot August sun. He paused to stretch, scratch at his black crew cut, and to peer a little warily at the house. The white picket fence that surrounded it was falling apart, paint peeling, slats hanging every which way. Beyond lay the overgrown yard. The giant old gabled house looked like it hadn't been painted in 50 years. Kansas dust storms had sandblasted it right down to weather-beaten wood and were now stripping the wood down to tar paper. The Krause's Cavern sign, off-kilter with its great strips of peeling red and white paint, looked like something out of a grade B horror flick. The whole place depressed him. He had to get out of Medicine Creek. But to do that, he needed to put in his time, get some more experience under his belt. And he dreaded the idea of telling Sheriff Hazen. The sheriff, Tad knew, was grooming him in his rough, paternal way to take his place. Tad didn't like to think about what the sheriff would say when he told him he was taking a job in Wichita or Topeka. Anywhere but Medicine Creek. He forced himself through the gate, along the weed-choked sidewalk, and up the steps onto the crooked wraparound porch. His leather boots made a hollow sound as he walked up to the door. The air was still, and in the corn he could hear the cicadas droning. He paused, then rapped on the door. It opened so quickly that he jumped. Special Agent Pendergast. "Deputy Sheriff Franklin, please come in." Tad took off his hat and came into the parlor feeling uncomfortable. The sheriff had wanted him to quietly check up on what Pendergast was up to, what else he had learned about the dog killing. But now that he was here, he felt embarrassed. He couldn't imagine any way to broach the subject without making the reason for his visit painfully obvious. "You're just in time for lunch," said the agent, closing the door behind him. The shades were drawn, and it was a little cooler here out of the sun, but without air conditioning it was still uncomfortably hot. Not far from the front door sat 2 oversized suitcases. Wardrobe trunks, really. Overnight express labels still affixed to the expensive-looking leather exteriors. It seemed that Pendergast was settling in for a longer stay. "Lunch?" Tad repeated. "A light salad with antipasti, prosciutto di San Daniele, pecorino cheese with truffled honey, boccelli, tomatoes, and rucola. Something light for a hot day." Sure. Great." If they were going to eat Italian, why not stick with pizza? He advanced another step, not knowing what to say. It was 1 o'clock. Who ate lunch at 1 o'clock? He had eaten at the normal time of 11:30. "Miss Krause is feeling poorly. She's taken to bed. I've been filling in." "I see." Tad followed Pendergast into the kitchen. In one corner, a stack of Federal Express and DHL boxes had been neatly piled halfway to the ceiling. The counter was littered with at least a dozen food packages sporting foreign-sounding names: Balducci's, Zabar's. Tad wondered if maybe Pendergast wasn't Italian or French. He sure didn't eat like an American. Pendergast had busied himself in the kitchen, his movements deft and economical, quickly arranging odd-looking food onto 3 plates, salami and cheese and what had to be some kind of lettuce. Tad watched, shifting his hat from one hand to the other. "I'll just bring this plate back to Miss Krause," said Pendergast. "Right. Okay." Pendergast disappeared into the back recesses of the house. Tad could hear Winifred's soft voice, Pendergast's murmured responses. A moment later, the agent returned. "Is she okay?" Tad asked. "Fine," Pendergast said in a low voice. "It's more psychological than physical. These delayed reactions are common in such cases. You can imagine the kind of shock she had learning about the murder." We were all shocked. "Of course you were. I recently wrapped up a rather unpleasant case myself in New York, where killings are regrettably more common. I am used to it, Mr. Franklin, or as used to it as a creature can ever be. For all of you, I have no doubt this was and is a most unwelcome new experience. Please sit down." Tad sat down, put his hat on the table, decided that wasn't a good place, laid it on a chair, then snatched it up again, afraid he might forget it. "I'll take that," said Pendergast, placing it on a hat rack nearby. Tad shifted in his chair, feeling more awkward by the minute. A plate was put in front of him. "Buon appetito," Pendergast said, gesturing for Tad to dig in. Tad picked up a fork and stabbed into a piece of cheese. He cut some off and tasted it gingerly. "You'll want to drizzle a little of this miel al tartufo bianco on there," Pendergast said, offering him a tiny jar of odd-smelling honey. "I'll stick to it plain, thanks." "Nonsense." Pendergast took a pearl spoon and dribbled some honey over the rest of Tad's cheese. Tad took another bite and discovered it wasn't bad. They ate in silence. Tad found the food much to his liking, especially some small slices of salami. "What's this?" he asked. "Cinghiale, wild boar." "Oh." Now Pendergast was pouring olive oil all over everything, as well as some liquid as black as tar. He poured some on Tad's own plate as well. "And now, Deputy, I imagine you were here for a briefing." Somehow, having it stated so baldly made everything much less awkward. "Well, yes. Right." Pendergast dabbed his mouth and sat back. "The dog was named Jiff, and he belonged to Andy Cahill. I understand that Andy is quite an explorer and that he used to roam all over the place with his dog. My assistant will be providing me soon with the results of an interview." Tad fumbled for his notebook, brought it out, and started taking notes. "It appears the dog was killed that previous night. You may recall it was overcast for a few hours after midnight, and that appears to be when the killing occurred. I have the results of the autopsy right here, which I just received. The C2, 3, and 4 vertebrae were actually crushed. There was no indication that any kind of machine or instrument was used, which is problematic, since if only one's hands were employed, such crushing would require considerable force. The tail appears to have been hacked off with a crude implement and removed from the scene along with the collar and tags." Tad took notes furiously. This was good stuff. The sheriff would be pleased. Then again, he'd probably gotten the same report. He continued taking notes just to be sure. "I followed the bare footprints leading to and from the scene. The same cornrow was used in both cases, leading away from and then back to Medicine Creek. Once in the creek, it was no longer possible to follow the tracks. So I spent the morning with Mrs. Thielander, the town administrator, acquainting myself with the local residents. I fear that this task will take much longer than I'd originally." A tremulous voice came from the rear of the house. "Mr. Pendergast?" Pendergast held his finger to his lips. "Miss Krause is out of bed," he murmured. "It wouldn't do for her to hear us talking this way." He turned and said in a louder tone, "Yes, Miss Krause." Tad saw the figure of the old woman appear in the doorway, muffled despite the heat in a nightgown and robes. Tad quickly rose. "Why, hello, Tad," said the old lady. "I've been poorly, you know, and Mr. Pendergast has been kind enough to take care of me. Don't stand on my account. Please take your seat." "Yes, ma'am," said Tad. She sat down heavily in a chair at the table, her face careworn. "I have to tell you, I'm getting awfully tired of that bed. I don't know how invalids do it. Mr. Pendergast, would you mind pouring me a cup of that green tea of yours? I find it settles my nerves." "Delighted." Pendergast rose and moved toward the stove. "It's just terrible, isn't it, Tad?" she said. The deputy sheriff didn't quite know how to respond. "This killing? Who could have done it? Does anyone know?" "We've got some leads we're following up," Tad replied. It was the line the sheriff always used. Miss Krause drew the robe more tightly around her throat. "I feel dreadful, just dreadful, knowing someone like that's on the loose. And maybe even one of our own if the papers are to be believed." "Yes, ma'am." Pendergast served tea all around, and the table fell silent. Through the gauze curtains, Tad could see the great fields of corn stretching out toward the horizon, a monochromatic rusty yellow. It made the eyes tired just looking at it. For the first time, the idea occurred to him that working on this case, if it had a successful resolution, could be just the ticket out he'd been waiting for. All of a sudden, checking up on Pendergast didn't seem like a chore. It seemed instead like something he should do regularly. But Miss Krause was speaking again, and he politely turned to listen. "I fear for our little town," Winifred Krause was saying. "With this murderer out there, I fear for it truly." Chapter 17. Corey Swanson brought the gremlin to a shuddering halt, sending up a swirl of dust that spiraled slowly into the air. God, it was hot. She looked over at the passenger seat. Pendergast returned the glance, eyebrows slightly raised. "This is the place," she said. "You still haven't told me why we're here." "We are going to pay a visit to one James Draper." "Why?" "I understand he makes certain claims regarding the Medicine Creek massacre. I think it's time I learned more about them." "Brushy Jim makes a lot of claims." "You doubt him?" Corey laughed. "He can't say hello without lying." "I have found that liars in the end communicate more truth than do truth-tellers." "How's that?" "Because truth is the safest lie." Corey eased the car forward, shaking her head. "No question about it. Weird, weird, weird." Brushy Jim's place was an eighth section of land out on the deeper road, fenced in with barbed wire. The plankboard two-room house stood well back from the highway, a lone cottonwood in front offering a semblance of privacy. The house was surrounded by a sea of junked cars, old trailers, rusted boilers, abandoned refrigerators, washing machines, old telephone poles, compressors, a couple of boat hulls, something that appeared to be a steam locomotive, and other things too sunken into decrepitude to be recognizable. As Corey rolled into the dirt driveway, she gave the car just a bit too much gas, and the gremlin shuddered, backfired thunderously, and died. For a moment, all was still. Then the door of the house banged open and a man appeared in the shade of the porch. As they got out of the car, he advanced into the light. Like most people in Medicine Creek, Corey went out of her way to avoid meeting Brushy Jim, yet he looked just the same as she remembered. A mass of pale red hair and beard that sprouted from his entire face, leaving nothing visible but two beady black eyes, a pair of lips, and a patch of forehead. He was dressed in thick denim jeans, big chocolate-colored roper boots, a blue shirt with fake pearl snaps, and a battered felt cowboy hat. A bolo tie with a chunk of turquoise big enough to split the skull of a mule hung around his thick neck, the knotted leather partially obscured by the heavy beard. He was well over 50, but with all the hair, managed to look a decade younger. He gripped the post and peered at them suspiciously. Pendergast strode toward the porch, suit coat flapping. "Just hold it right there," Brushy Jim called out, "and state your business. Now." Corey swallowed. If something bad was going to happen, it was going to happen now. Pendergast halted. "I understand you are Mr. James Draper, great-grandson of Isaiah Draper." At this, Brushy Jim straightened slightly. The look of mistrust did not go away. "And?" "My name is Pendergast. I'm interested in learning more about the Medicine Creek Massacre of August 14th, 1865, of which your great-grandfather was the lone survivor." The mention of the massacre wrought a dramatic change in Brushy Jim's countenance. The suspicious glare in his eyes softened somewhat. "And the young lady, if that's what she is, who's she?" "Miss Corey Swanson," Pendergast replied. At this, Jim stood even straighter. "Little Corey," he said in surprise. "What happened to your pretty blonde hair?" "Ate too much eggplant," Corey almost said. But Brushy Jim was unpredictable, and he had a hair-trigger temper, so she decided that a shrug was the safest response. "You look terrible, Corey, all dressed in black." He stood there a moment, looking at the two of them. Then he nodded his head. "Well, you might as well come in." They followed Brushy Jim into the stuffy confines of his house. There were few windows, and it was dark, a house crammed full of shadowy objects. It smelled of old food and taxidermy gone bad. Sit down, have a Coke." The refrigerator threw out a rectangle of welcome light as Brushy Jim opened it. Corey perched on a folding chair while Pendergast, after a quick scan of the premises, took a seat on the only portion of a cowhide sofa not stacked with dusty copies of Arizona highways. Corey had never been inside before, and she looked around uneasily. The walls were covered with old rifles, buckskins, boards with arrowheads glued on, Civil War memorabilia, plaques displaying different types of barbed wire. A row of moldering old books ran along one shelf, bookended by huge pieces of unpolished petrified wood. An entire stuffed horse, an Appaloosa, worn and moth-eaten, stood guard in one corner. The floor was littered with dirty laundry, broken saddle trees, pieces of leather, and other bric-a-brac. It was remarkable. The entire place was like a dusty museum devoted to relics of the Old West. Corey had expected to see mementos of Vietnam, weapons, insignia, photographs, but there was absolutely nothing, not a trace of the war that reputedly had changed Brushy Jim forever. Brushy Jim handed Corey and Pendergast cans of Coke. "Now, Mr. Pendergast, just what do you want to know about the massacre?" Corey watched Pendergast set the Coke can aside. "Everything." "Well, it started during the Civil War." Brushy Jim threw his massive body into a big armchair, took a noisy sip. "You know all about bloody Kansas, I'm sure, Mr. Pendergast, being a historian?" "I'm not a historian, Mr. Draper. I'm a special agent for the Federal Bureau of Investigation." There was a dead silence. Then Brushy Jim cleared his throat. "All right then, Mr. Pendergast. So you're FBI. May I ask what brings you to Medicine Creek?" "The recent homicide." Brushy Jim's look of suspicion had returned full force. "And what exactly does that have to do with me?" "The victim was a relic hunter named Sheila Swag. She'd been digging in the mounds." Brushy Jim spat on the floor, twisted it into the dust with his boot. "Goddamned relic hunters, they should leave the stuff in the ground." Then he looked quickly back at Pendergast. "You still haven't said what the murder has to do with me." "I understand the history of the mounds and the Medicine Creek massacre are intertwined, along with something I've heard referred to locally as the curse of the 45s. And as you may know, a large number of Southern Cheyenne arrows were found arranged with the body." A long time passed while Brushy Jim seemed to consider this. "What kind of arrows?" he finally asked. "They were of cane, feathered with bald eagle primaries and tipped with a Type 2 plain Cimarron-style point of alibate, chert, and bighorn red jasper. A matched set, by the way, in almost perfect condition. They date to around the time of the massacre." Brushy Jim issued a long, low whistle and then fell into silence, his brow furrowed with thought. "Mr. Draper," Pendergast prompted at last. For another moment Brushy Jim was still. Then with a slow shake of his head, he began his story. Before the Civil War, southwestern Kansas was completely unsettled, just Cheyenne and Arapaho, Pawnee and Sioux. The only white folks were those passing through on the Santa Fe Trail. But settlement was rolling this way from the frontier, which at that time was eastern Kansas. Folks had their eye on the good range in the valleys of the Cimarron River, the Arkansas, Crooked Creek, and Medicine Creek. When the Civil War broke out, all the soldiers went off, leaving the territory defenseless. The settlers had been brutalizing the Indians, and now it was payback time. There was a whole string of Indian attacks along the frontier. Then when the Civil War ended, a lot of soldiers came back armed and bitter. They'd seen war, Mr. Pendergast. And I mean war. That kind of violence can do something to a man. It can damage the mind. The man paused, cleared his throat. So they came back here and began forming vigilante groups to push the Indians west so they could take the land. Clearing the country, they called it. There was a group formed over in Dodge called the 45s. Of course, it wasn't Dodge then, just the Hickson brothers' ranch. 45 men it was, some of the worst dregs of humanity, murderers and crooks pushed out of settled towns farther east. My great-grandfather Isaiah Draper was just a boy of 16, barely in long pants, and he got sucked into it. I guess his thinking was he'd missed the war, so he'd better hurry up and prove his manhood damn quick while he still could. Brushy Jim took another noisy sip. Anyway, in June of '65, the 45s went on a rampage, heading down the creek south of the Canadian and Cimarron and into the Oklahoma Panhandle. These were Civil War veterans who knew all about fighting a mounted enemy. They were hardened men, tough, survivors of the very worst sort. They'd been through the fires of hell, Mr. Pendergast. But they were also cowards. If you want to survive a war, nothing helps like being a chicken-livered, yellow-bellied poltroon. They waited until the warriors had gone off on the hunt and then attacked Indian settlements at night, killing mostly women and children. They showed no mercy, Mr. Pendergast. They had a saying, "Nits make lice." They even killed the babies, bayoneted them to save ammunition. Another sip. His low, gravelly voice in the dark, cool room was hypnotic. It almost seemed to Corey that he was describing something he himself had seen. Maybe he had, in a way. She averted her eyes. My great-grandfather was sickened by what he saw. Raping and killing women and cutting up babies wasn't his idea of becoming a man. He wanted to leave the group, but with the Indians all riled up, it would have been certain death to peel off and try to get home alone. So he had to go along. One night they got drunk and beat the hell out of him because he wouldn't join in the fun. Busted a few ribs. That's what saved his life in the end, those broken ribs. Toward the middle of August, they'd rampaged through a half-dozen Cheyenne camps and driven the rest of them north and west out of Kansas. Or so they thought, anyways. They were returning to the Hickson Ranch when they came through here, Medicine Creek. It was the night of August 14th they camped up at the mounds. "You been to the mounds, Mr. Pendergast?" Pendergast nodded. "Then you'll know it's the highest point of land. There weren't any trees back then, just a bare rise with 3 scrub-covered mounds on top. You could see for miles around. They posted pickets like always. 4 sentries at the compass points, posted a quarter-mile from camp. Sun was setting and the wind had kicked up. The front was coming in and the dust was a-blowing. My great-grandfather had those broken ribs and they'd laid him down in a little holler right there behind the mounds, maybe 100 yards away. With the broken ribs, he couldn't sit up, see? And the dust at ground level was just about driving him crazy. So they put him in this little brush shelter out of the wind. I guess they felt sorry for what they'd done to him. Just as the sun was setting and the men were getting ready to eat dinner, it happened. He tilted his head back, took a long swig. There was a sound of beating hooves right on top of them. 30 warriors on white horses, painted with red ochre, came out of the dust. The Indians were all duded up with painted faces and feathers and rattles, and they came howling, arrows flying, right out of nowhere. Surprised the hell out of the 45s. Made a couple of passes and killed them all, every last man. The sentries saw nothing. They hadn't seen any sign the riders approached and hadn't heard a sound. The sentries, Mr. Pendergast, were among the last to be killed. Now that's just the opposite of what usually happens if you know your Western military history. It weren't no cakewalk for the Cheyennes, though. The 45s were tough men and fought back hard and killed at least a third of the attackers and a bunch of their horses. My great-grandfather saw the whole thing from where he was lying. After killing their last man, the Indians rode back into the huge clouds of dust. Disappeared, Mr. Pendergast. And when the dust cleared, there were no Indians, no horses. Just 44 white men dead and scalped. Even the Indians' dead warriors and horses had vanished. A patrol of the 4th Cavalry picked up my great-grandfather 2 days later near the Santa Fe Trail. He took him back to the site of the massacre. They found the blood and piles of rotten guts from the Indian horses, but no bodies or fresh graves. There were hoof prints all around the hilltop, but nowhere else. No tracks went beyond where the sentries had been killed. There were some Arapaho scouts with the 4th, and they were so terrified at the lack of tracks coming and going that they began wailing that these were ghost warriors and refused to follow the trail. There was a big uproar, and several more Cheyenne villages were burned by the cavalry for good measure, but most folks were glad the 45s were gone. They were a bad bunch. That was the end of the Cheyenne in western Kansas. Dodge City was settled in 1871, and the Santa Fe Railroad came through in 1872, and pretty soon, Dodge became the cowboy capital of the West, the end of the Texas Trail, shootouts, White Earp, Boot Hill, and all that. Medicine Creek was settled in 1877 by the cattleman H. Kaiser. Cattle brand bar H high on the left shoulder, horse brand flying H on the right. The blizzard of '86 wiped out 11,000 head, and the next day Kaiser leaned his head against the barrels of his shotgun and pulled both triggers. They said it was the curse. Then sodbusters and nesters came, and the days of the cattle barons were over. First it was wheat and sorghum, then the Dust Bowl, and after that they replanted in feed corn, and now gasohol corn. But in all that time, no one ever solved the mystery of the ghost warriors and the Medicine Creek Massacre. He took one final sip and dramatically clunked down his can. Corey looked at Pendergast. It was a good story, and Brushy Jim told it well. Pendergast was so still he might have been asleep. His eyes were half closed, his fingers tented, his body sunken into the sofa. "And your great-grandfather, Mr. Draper," he murmured. "He settled down in deeper, married and buried 3 wives. He wrote up the whole thing in a private journal with a lot more detail than what I just gave you. But the journal got sold off with a lot of his other valuables in the Great Depression and now sits in some library vault back east. Never could figure out where. I heard the story from my dad." "And how did he manage to see everything in the middle of a dust storm?" "Well, all I know is what my dad said. When you get a dust storm in these parts, sometimes it blows on and off like." "And the Cheyenne, Mr. Draper, weren't they already known to the U.S. cavalry as the Red Spectres because of the way they could sneak up on even the most vigilant sentry and cut his throat before he even realized it?" "For an FBI agent, you seem to know quite a lot, Mr. Pendergast. But you got to remember this happened at sunset, not at night. And those 45s had just fought as Confederates and lost a war. You know what it's like to lose a war? You can damn well be sure they were keeping their eyes open." "How was it that the Indians didn't discover your great-grandfather?" "Like I said, the men felt bad about whomping him and had erected a little windbreak for him. He pulled that brush over himself to hide." "I see. And from that vantage point, lying in a hollow, covered with brush at least 100 yards downhill from the camp, in a dust storm, he was able to see all that you just described in such vivid detail. The ghost warriors appearing and disappearing as if by magic." Brushy Jim's eyes flashed dangerously, and he half rose from his seat. "I ain't selling you anything, Mr. Pendergast. My great-granddaddy ain't on trial here. I'm just telling you the story as it came down to me." "Then you have a theory, Mr. Draper? A personal opinion, perhaps? Or do you really think it was ghosts?" There was a silence. "I don't like the tone you're taking with me, Mr. Pendergast," Brushy Jim said, now on his feet. "And FBI or not, if you're insinuating something, I want to hear it flat out. Right now." Pendergast did not immediately reply. Corey swallowed with difficulty, her gaze moving toward the door. "Come now, Mr. Draper," Pendergast said at last. "You're no fool. I'd like to hear your real opinion." There was an electric moment in which nobody moved. Then Brushy Jim softened. "Mr. Pendergast, it appears you've smoked me out. No, I don't think those Indians were ghosts. If you go out to the mounds, it's hard to see now with all the trees, but there's a long, gentle fold of land that comes up from the creek. A group of 30 Cheyenne could come up that fold, hidden from the sentries if they walked their horses. The setting sun would have put them in the shadow of the mounds. They could have waited below for the dust to come up, mounted real quick, and rode in. That would explain the sudden hoofbeats. And they could have left the same way, packing out their dead and erasing their tracks. I never heard of an Arapaho who could track a Cheyenne anyway. He laughed, but it was a mirthless laugh. What about the dead Cheyenne horses? How did they vanish, in your opinion? You're a hard man to please, Mr. Pendergast. I thought about that, too. When I was young, I saw an 80-year-old Lakota chief butcher a buffalo in less than 10 minutes. A buffalo's a damn sight bigger than a horse. Indians ate horse meat. They could have butchered the horses and packed the meat and bones out with their dead or hauled them out by travois. They left the guts behind, you see, to lighten the loads. Maybe there weren't more than 2 or 3 dead Cheyenne horses anyway. Maybe great-granddaddy Isaiah exaggerated just a little when he said a dozen of their horses had been killed. Perhaps, Pendergast said. He rose and walked over to the makeshift bookshelf. And I thank you for a most informative story. But what does the story of the massacre have to do with the curse of the 45s that you mentioned, which nobody seems willing to talk about? Brushy Jim stirred. Well, now, Mr. Pendergast, I don't think willing is the right word there. It's just not a pretty story, that's all. I'm all ears, Mr. Draper. Brushy Jim licked his lips. Then he leaned forward. All right, then. You know how I said that the sentries were among the last to be killed? Pendergast nodded. He had picked up a battered copy of Butler and Company's New American First Reader and was leafing through it. The very last to be killed was a fella named Harry Beaumont. He was the leader of the 45s in a real hard case, too. The Indians were furious at what had been done to their women and children, and they punished Beaumont for it. They didn't just scalp him. They rounded him. I'm not familiar with that term. Well, let's just say that they did something to Harry Beaumont that would make sure none of his family recognized him in the afterlife. And after they were done, they cut off his boots and skinned off the soles of his feet so his spirit couldn't follow them. Then they buried the boots on either side of the mounds as a backup, like to trap his evil spirit there forever. Pendergast returned the book, pulled out another, even more battered, titled Commerce of the Prairies. He flipped through the pages. I see. And the curse. Different people will tell you different things. Some say Beaumont's ghost still haunts the mounds, looking for his missing boots. Some say still worse things that I'd just as soon not repeat in front of a lady if it's all the same to you. But the one thing I can tell you for sure is that right before he died, Beaumont cursed the very ground around him. Cursed it for all eternity. My great-granddaddy was still hidden in the hollow, and he heard him with his own ears. He was the only living witness. I see. Pendergast had pulled out another volume, very narrow and tall. Thank you, Mr. Draper, for a most interesting history lesson. Brushy Jim rose. Not a problem. But Pendergast seemed not to hear. He was staring closely at the narrow book. It had a cheap cloth cover, Corey noticed, and its ruled pages seemed filled with crude drawings. Oh, that old thing, Brushy Jim said. My dad bought that off some soldier's widow years and years ago. Swindled. I'm ashamed he was taken in by such a fake. I always meant to throw it out with the trash. This is no fake. Pendergast turned a page, then another, with something close to reverence. To all appearances, this is a genuine Indian ledger book, fully intact as well. Ledger book? Corey repeated. What's that? The Cheyenne would take an old army ledger book and draw pictures on the pages. of battles, courtship, the hunt. The pictures would chronicle the life of a warrior, a kind of biography. The Indians thought decorated ledger books had supernatural powers, and if you strapped one to your body, they would render you invincible. The Natural History Museum in New York has a ledger book done by a Cheyenne Indian named Little Fingernail. It wasn't as magical as Little Fingernail would have liked. It still bears the mark of the soldier's carbine ball that passed through both the ledger book and him as well. Brushy Jim was staring, wide-eyed. "You mean," he began in an incredulous tone, "you mean to say that all this time, the thing's real?" Pendergast nodded. "Not only that, but unless I'm much mistaken, it's a work of singular importance. This scene here seems emblematic of the Little Bighorn, and this, at the end of the book, appears to be a depiction of the ghost dance religion." He closed the volume with care and handed it to Brushy Jim. "This is the work of a Sioux chief, and here perhaps is his glyph, which might be interpreted as buffalo hump. It would take additional scholarship to be sure." Brushy Jim held the book at arm's length, trembling as if afraid to drop it. "You realize that it's worth several $100,000, Pendergast said. "Perhaps more, should you want to sell it. It is in need of conservation, though. The groundwood pulp in ledger book paper is highly acidic." Slowly, Brushy Jim brought the book closer, turned the pages. "I want to keep this here book, Mr. Pendergast. The money's no good to me. But how do I get it, conserved? I know a gentleman who can work wonders with books as damaged and frail as this one. I'd be happy to have it taken care of. Gratis, of course." Brushy Jim looked at the book for a minute. Then, without a word, he extended it to Pendergast. They said their goodbyes. As Corey drove back to town, Pendergast fell into silence, eyes closed, deep in thought, the carefully wrapped ledger book held very gently in one hand. Chapter 18. Willie Stott moved across the slick concrete floor, sweeping the hot mixture of bleach and water back and forth, propelling stray gizzards, heads, crests, guts, and all the other poultry effluvia, collectively known as jibs by the line workers, toward the huge stainless steel sink in the floor below the evisceration area. With the expertise of years, Stott flicked his hose hand left and right, sending additional strings of offal skidding away under the force of the cleanser, rolling them all up neatly together as they were forced toward the center. Stott worked the jet like an artist works a brush, teasing everything into a long, bloody rope before giving it one final signature blast that propelled it down the drain with a wet swallow. He gave the floor a once-over, snaking the jet here and there to catch a few stray strings and wattles, the odd beak causing the stragglers to jump and dance under the play of the hose. Stott had given up eating turkey within days of starting work at Grobane, and after a few months had given up meat altogether. Most everybody else he knew who worked there was the same. At Thanksgiving, Grobane gave free turkeys to all its employees, but Stott had yet to meet anyone who actually ate it. Work complete, he switched off and racked the nozzle. It was 10:15, and the last of the second shift had left hours before. In years past, there would have been a third shift from 8 until 4 in the morning, but those days were gone. He felt the comforting pressure in his back pocket from the pint bottle of old Granddad. As a reward for finishing, he slipped out the flask, unscrewed the cap, and took a pull. The whiskey, warmed to body temperature, traced a nice, warm, tingling line right down to his belly, and then, a few moments later, back up to his head. Life wasn't so bad. He took a final pull and emptied the bottle, shoved it back into his pocket, and picked up the big squeegee that hung on the tiled wall. Back and forth, back and forth. In another 5 minutes, the floor, workers' platform, and conveyor belt overhead were all so clean and dry you could eat off them. And the stench of turkey shit, fear, blood, and sour guts had been replaced by the clean, astringent smell of bleach. Another job well done. Stott felt a small stab of pride. He reached for the bottle, then remembered it was empty. He glanced at his watch. The wagon wheel would be open for another 30 minutes. If Jimmy the night guard arrived on schedule, he would make it with plenty of time to spare. It was a wonderfully warming thought. As he was racking up the last of the cleaning equipment, he heard Jimmy coming into the plant. The man was actually 5 minutes early, or more likely, his own damn watch was running slow. He walked over to the docks to wait. In a minute, he heard Jimmy approaching, jangling like an ice cream truck with his keys and all his other crap. "Yo, Jimmy boy," Stott said. "Willie, hey. All yours." "Whatever." Stott walked into the deserted employee parking lot where his dusty car sat beneath a light at the far end, all alone. Since he arrived at the height of the second shift, his car was always the farthest away. The night was hot and silent. He walked through the pools of light toward his car. Beyond the lot, cornfields stretched into darkness. The nearest stalks, the ones he could make out, stood very still and straight. They seemed to be listening. The sky was overcast, and it was impossible to tell where the corn stopped and night began. It was one huge black sinkhole. He quickened his pace. It wasn't natural to be surrounded by so much goddamn corn. It made people strange. He unlocked the car and got in, slamming the door behind him. The violent motion sent the thin blanket of dust and corn pollen that had settled on the roof skittering down the windows. He locked the door, getting more dust on his hands. The shit was everywhere. Christ, he could already taste Swede's whiskey burning the back of his throat clean. He started his car, an old AMC Hornet. The engine turned over, coughed, died. He swore, looked out the windows. To his right, darkness. To his left, the empty parking lot with its regular intervals of light. He waited, turned the key again. This time the engine caught. He gave the accelerator a few revs and then put the thing into drive. With its habitual clank of protesting metal, the car moved forward. "Wagon wheel, here we come." A warm feeling invaded him as he thought of another pint, another pull, just something to see him back to Elmwood Acres, the sad little mini-development where he lived on the far end of town. Or maybe he'd make it 2 pints. It felt like that kind of a night. The lights of the Grobane plant flashed past, and then Stott was humming along in the darkness, 2 walls of corn blurring past on either side, his headlights illuminating a small section of the dusty road. Up ahead it curved, angling lazily toward Medicine Creek. The lights of town lay to the left, aglow in the sky above the corn. As he rounded the curve, the engine clanked again, more ominously than before, and then, with a wheeze and cough, it went dead. "Shit," Willie Stott muttered. The old Hornet glided to a stop along the road. Stott put it in park and turned the key, but there was nothing. The car was dead. "Shit," he cried again, slamming the wheel. "Shit, shit, shit." His voice died away in the confines of the car. Silence and darkness surrounded him. Whatever had happened in his car just now sounded pretty fucking final, and he didn't even have a flashlight to look under the hood. He pulled out his flask, opened it, tipped it up, drained the last fiery drop. He licked his lips, turning the bottle over in his hands, staring at it. He didn't have any more at home. He flung it out the window into the corn and checked his watch. 20 minutes until the wagon wheel closed. It was about a mile. He could still make it on foot if he walked fast. Then, hand on the door handle, he paused, thinking about the recent murder, about the unpleasant details the newspaper had hinted at. Yeah, right. 5 billion acres of corn and some nutcase is lying in wait right between here and the wagon wheel. Muggy night air flowed in as he opened the door. Christ, 20 minutes to 11 and it was still hot as bejesus. He could smell the corn, the moisture. Crickets chirped in the darkness. Heat lightning flickered on the distant horizon. He turned back toward the car, wondering if he should put on the emergency blinkers. Then he decided against it. That would just add a dead battery to his problems. Besides, nobody would come along the road until the pre-shift at 7. If he was going to get to the wagon wheel in time, he'd better get moving. He walked fast, lanky legs eating up the road. His job at the plant paid $7.50 an hour. How the hell was he supposed to fix his car on $7.50 an hour? Ernie would give him a break, but parts cost a fortune. A new starter might be $350, $400. 2 weeks of work. He could hitch a ride to work with Rip. Like last time, he'd have to borrow Jimmy's car to get home and then come back at 7 to pick him up. Problem was, Jimmy expected him to pay for all the gas during the arrangement, and gas cost a fucking fortune these days. It wasn't fair. He was a good worker. He should be paid more. $9 an hour, $8.50 at least. He walked even faster. The warm glow of yellow light in the wagon wheel, the long wooden bar, the plaintive jukebox, the bottles and glasses glistening on their shelves before the mirror. The images filled his heart and propelled his legs. Suddenly he stopped. He thought he'd heard a rustling in the corn to his right. He waited a moment, listening, but all was silent. The air was dead still. The heat lightning flickered, then flickered again. He resumed walking, this time moving to the center of the road. All was silent. Some animal. Coon, probably. Or maybe his imagination. Again his thoughts turned to the wagon wheel. He could see the big, friendly form of Swede with his red cheeks and handlebar mustache moving behind the counter. Good old Swede, who always had a friendly word for everyone. He imagined Swede setting the little shot glass down in front of him, the generously poured whiskey slopping over the side. He imagined raising it to his lips. He imagined the golden fire making its way down his gullet. Instead of a pint, he'd pay a little more and drink at the bar. Swede would give him a ride home. He was good to his customers. Or maybe he could just rack out in the back room, go on over to Ernie's first thing in the morning. Wouldn't be the first time he'd slept one off in the wagon wheel. Beat going home to the ball and chain anyway. He could call her from the bar, make some excuse. There was that sound in the corn again. He hesitated only for a moment, then continued walking, his work shoes soft on the warm asphalt. And then he heard the sound again, closer now, close enough to be recognized. It was the rustle of someone brushing through the dry corn. He peered to his right, trying to see, but he could only see the tops of the corn against the faint sky. The rest was a wall of darkness. Then, as he stared, he saw a single cornstalk tremble against the sky. What was it? Deer? Coyote? Ha! He cried, shooing his hands in the direction of the sound. His blood froze at the reply. It was a grunt, human, yet not human. "Ma," came the sound. "Who the hell is that?" No sound now. "Fuck you," said Stott, quickening his pace and veering to the far side of the road. "I don't know who the hell you are, but fuck you." There was a rustling sound of someone moving through the corn, faster now, keeping pace with him. "Ma." Stott began to jog along the far side of the road. The rustling in the corn kept pace. The voice, the strange, gasping voice, rose in volume and insistence. "Ma, ma." Now Stott broke into a run. There was a corresponding crashing in the corn to his right. He could see against the faintest sky the tops of the corn alongside the road thrashing and snapping. More crashing, and then he saw what he thought was a dark shape coming out of the corn, very fast, first moving parallel to him, then angling closer. In a second, some atavistic instinct drove Willie Stott to jump the ditch on the left side of the road and crash headlong into the corn. As the tall ears swallowed him up, he glanced back for only a second. As he did so, he saw a large, dark shape scuttling across the road behind him at a terrible speed. Stott crashed through the next row and the next, forcing himself as deeply as possible into the dark, suffocating corn, gasping out loud. But always he heard the crash of dry ears being trampled behind him. He took a 90-degree angle and ran down a row. Behind, the crashing stopped. Stott ran. He had long legs, and in high school he'd been on the track team. That had been years ago, but he still knew how to run. And so he ran, thinking of nothing else except planting one foot before the other, outrunning whatever it was behind him. Despite the encircling corn, he was not yet fully disoriented. Medicine Creek lay ahead of him, just over a mile away. He could still make it. Behind him now he could hear the loud slapping of feet against earth, and with each step a rhythmic grunt. "Ma, ma, ma." The long row of corn made a slow curve along the topography of the land, and he flew along it, running with a speed born of sheer terror. "Ma, ma, ma." Christ, it was getting closer. He swerved, desperately crashing through another row, still running. He heard an echoing crash behind him as the pursuer broke through the row, following him, closing in. "Ma, ma, ma, ma." "Leave me the fuck alone," he screamed. "Ma, ma, ma, ma." He was getting closer. So close he almost imagined he could feel puffs of hot breath on his neck, keeping time with the thudding feet. A sudden wet warmth flooded his thighs as his bladder let go. He swerved, crashed through yet another row, swerved, veered back. The thing kept right behind him, closer, ever closer. "Ma, ma, ma, ma." It was still gaining and gaining fast. Stott felt something grab his hair, something horribly strong. He tried to jerk his head away, the sudden pain awful, but the grip held fast. His lungs were on fire. He could feel his legs slackening with terror. "Somebody help me!" he screamed, diving to one side, jerking and thrashing his head so violently he could feel his scalp begin to separate from his skull. The thing was now almost on top of him. And then he felt a sudden, vice-like grip on the back of his neck, a brutal twist and snap, and suddenly it seemed as if he had left the ground and was flying up into the dark sky, while a triumphant voice screamed, "Ma!" Chapter 19. Smith Ludwig locked the door to the Cry County Courier and dropped the keys into his pocket. As he angled across the street, he glanced up at the early morning sky. Big, sterile thunderheads were piling up on the northern horizon, just as they had done every day for the past 2 weeks. They would spread across the sky by nightfall and be gone by morning. One of these days the heat would break and there would be one hell of a storm. But it looked as if the heat would grip the town for a while more at least. Ludwig had a pretty good idea what Art Ritter and the sheriff wanted to talk to him about. Well, tough. He'd already written the story about the dog, and it was going to run that very afternoon. He strode down the sidewalk, feeling the heat soaking through the soles of his shoes, feeling the pressure of the sun on his head. Mag's Candlepin Castle was only a 5-minute walk, but 2 minutes into it Ludwig realized his mistake in not driving. He would arrive sweaty and disheveled. A tactical error. At least, he told himself, Mag's was air-conditioned to tundra-like temperatures. He pushed through the double doors into a blast of icy air and was greeted by silence. At this time of the morning, the alleys were dark, the pins like tall white teeth in the gloom, the racking machines mute. At the far end of the alley, he could see the lights of the Castle Club, where every morning Art Ritter held court with his paper and his breakfast. Ludwig adjusted his collar, straightened his shoulders, and started forward. The Castle Club was not so much a club as a glassed-in eating area with red, fake leather banquettes, formica tables made to look like wood, and beveled mirrors shot through with faux gold marbling. Ludwig pushed through the door and approached the corner table where Ritter and Sheriff Hazen were seated, talking in low tones. Ritter caught sight of Ludwig, rose with a big smile, held out his hand, and guided the reporter into a chair. "Smitty, real good of you to come." "Sure, Art." The sheriff had not risen, and now he simply nodded through a wash of cigarette smoke. "Smith? Sheriff?" There was a short silence. Ritter looked around, his polyester collar stretching this way and that. Coffee. And bring Mr. Ludwig some bacon and eggs." "I don't eat much of a breakfast." "Nonsense. Today's an important day." "Why's that?" "Because Dr. Stanton Chauncey, the professor from KSU, will be joining us in 15 minutes. I'm going to show him the town." There was a short pause. Art Ritter was wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and light gray double-knit trousers, his white blazer thrown over the back of the chair. He was rounded but not especially soft. All those years wrestling turkeys had put muscles on his arms that it seemed would never wither. He glowed with ruddy good health. "We don't have much time, Smitty, so I'll be direct." "You know me, Mr. Direct." Ritter gave a little chuckle. "Sure, Art." Ludwig leaned back to allow the waitress to slide a greasy plate of bacon and eggs in front of him. He wondered what a real reporter would do at this point. Walk out? Politely decline? "Okay, Smitty, here's the deal. You know this guy Chauncey is looking for a place to put in an experimental cornfield for Kansas State. It's either us or Deeper. Deeper's got a motel. Deeper's got 2 gas stations. Deeper's 20 miles closer to the interstate. Okay? So you might ask, where's the contest? Why us? You following me?" Ludwig nodded. "You following me" was Art Ritter's signature phrase. Ritter raised the coffee mug, flexed his hairy arm, took a sip. "We've got something Deeper doesn't. Now listen to me good, because this isn't the official KSU line. We've got isolation." He paused dramatically. "Why is isolation important? Because this cornfield's going to be used for testing genetically altered corn." He hummed the Twilight Zone theme, then grinned. "You following me?" "Not really." "We all know that genetically modified corn is harmless. But there are a bunch of ignorant city folks, liberals, enviros, you know who I'm talking about, who think there's something dangerous about genetically altered corn." He hummed Twilight Zone again. "The real reason Medicine Creek is in the running is because we are isolated. No hotel. Long drive. No big mall. Closest radio and television station 100 miles away. In short, this is the world's lousiest place to organize a protest. Of course, Dale Estrom and the Farmers Co-op aren't too pleased about it either, but they're just a few, and I can handle them. You following me?" Ludwig nodded. "But now we got a small problem. We got a son of a bitch wacko running around. He's killed a person, killed a dog, and God knows what the hell else he's up to. Maybe he's fucking sheep, too. Right when Stanton Chauncey, project director for the Agricultural Extension Program at Kansas State University, is in town to see if Medicine Creek is the right place to site these fields. And we want to show him it is a good place. A calm, law and order town. No drugs, no hippies, no protests. Sure, he's heard about the murder, but he figures it's just some random one-time thing. He's not concerned, and I want him to stay that way. So I need your help with 2 things. Ludwig waited. "First, take a break from these goddamn articles about the killing. Okay, it happened. Now take a breather. And whatever you do, for Christ's sakes, don't do a story on the dead dog." Ludwig swallowed. There was a silence. Ritter was staring at him with a pair of red eyes, dark circles under them. He was really taking this seriously. "That story qualifies as news," Ludwig said, but his voice cracked when he said it. Ritter smiled, laid a big hand on Ludwig's shoulder. He lowered his voice.
I'm asking you, Smitty, as a favor, to just take a few days off from the story. Just while the KSU guy is here. I'm not telling you to kill it or anything like that." He gave Ludwig's shoulder a little squeeze. "Look, you and I both know the Grobane plant isn't exactly a sure thing. When they cut the night shift back in '96, 20 families left town. Those were good jobs, Smitty. People got hurt, had to uproot themselves and leave homes their granddaddies built. I don't want to live in a dying town. You don't want to live in a dying town. This could make a real difference for our future. 1 or 2 fields is just a start, but genetic crop engineering is the coming wave. It's where the big money's going to be, and Medicine Creek could be part of it. There's a lot riding on this, Smitty. A lot more than you might think. All I'm asking is a 2-3 day break. The guy's announcing his decision on Monday. Just save it up and publish it when the guy leaves. Tuesday morning. You following me?"
"I see your point. I care about this town."
"So do you, Smitty. I know you do. This isn't for me. I'm just trying to do my civic duty."
Ludwig swallowed. He noticed that his eggs were congealing on the plate and his bacon had already stiffened. Sheriff Hazen spoke at last. "Smitty, I know we've had our differences, but there's another reason not to publish anything on the dog. The forensic psychology guys in Dodge think the killer might be feeding off the publicity. His goal is to terrorize the town. People are already dredging up the old rumors about the massacre and the curse of the 45s, and those damn arrows just seemed calculated to revive the whole thing. It seems the killer might be acting out some weird fantasy about the curse. They say articles in the paper just encourage him. We don't want to do anything that might trigger another killing. This guy's no joke, Smitty." There was a long silence. Ludwig finally sighed. "Maybe I can put the dog story off a couple of days," he said in a low voice. Ritter smiled. "That's great. Great." He squeezed Smitty's shoulder again. "You mentioned 2 things," Ludwig said a little weakly. "That's right, I did." "Okay. I was thinking, again, this is just a suggestion, Smitty, that you could fill the gap with a story on Dr. Stanton Chauncey. Everybody loves a little attention, and this guy's no exception. The project, maybe it's better not to go into that too much, but a story on him, who he is, where he comes from, all his big degrees, all the great things he's done up at KSU. You following me, Smitty?" "It's not a bad idea," Ludwig murmured. And in fact, it really wasn't a bad idea. If the guy proved to be interesting, it would make a good story, and it was just the kind of thing people wanted to read. The future of the town was always the #1 topic of conversation in Medicine Creek. "Great. He's going to be here in 5 minutes. I'll introduce you, then leave you 2 alone." "Fine." Ludwig swallowed again. Ritter finally released his grip on Ludwig's shoulder. He felt a cold patch where the warm, moist hand had been. "You're a good guy, Smitty." "Right." Just then the sheriff's radio crackled to life. Hazen pulled it off his belt and pressed the receive button. Ludwig could hear Tad's tinny voice giving the sheriff the morning's incident report. "Some joker let the air out of the tires of the football coach's car," came Tad's voice. "Next," said Hazen. "Another dead dog. This one reported by the side of the road." "Christ. Next. Willis Stott's wife said he didn't come home last night." The sheriff rolled his eyes. "Check with Swede at the wagon wheel. He's probably sleeping it off in the back room again." "Yes, sir." "I'll check out the dog myself." "It's 2.5 miles out the deeper road, on the west side." "Check." Hazen shoved the radio back into his belt, ground out his cigarette in an ashtray, swept his hat off the empty seat next to him, fitted it to his head, and stood. "See you, Art." "Smitty? Thanks. Gotta run." The sheriff left, and then, as if on cue, Dr. Stanton Chauncey materialized at the far end of the bowling alley, glancing around. Ritter called, waved at him through the glass. Chauncey nodded and walked past the alleys and into the Castle Club. He had the same stiff walk Ludwig had noticed at the sociable. The man peered at the plastic decor, and Ludwig thought he could see a flicker of something in his eyes. Amusement? Contempt? Ritter rose, and so did Ludwig. "Don't get up on my account," Chauncey said. He shook their hands, and they all sat down. "Dr. Chauncey," Ritter began, "I want to introduce you to Smith Ludwig from the Tri-County Courier, our local paper. He's the publisher, editor, and reporter. It's a one-man band." He laughed. Ludwig found a pair of rather cool blue eyes turned on him. "That must be very interesting for you, Mr. Ludwig. Call him Smitty. We don't go on ceremony in Medicine Creek. We're a friendly town." "Thank you, Art." Chauncey turned to Ludwig. "Smitty, I hope you'll call me Stan." Ritter spoke before Ludwig could answer. "Stan, listen. Smitty wants to do a story on you, and I have to run, so I'll leave you here. Order what you like. Bill's on me." In a moment, Ritter was gone, and Chauncey had turned his two dry eyes back on Ludwig. For a moment, Ludwig wondered what he was waiting for. Then he remembered he was supposed to do an interview. He pulled out his steno book, fished out a pen. "If you don't mind, I prefer to work with questions presented to me ahead of time," said Chauncey. "I wish we were that organized," said Ludwig, mustering a smile. Chauncey did not smile. "Tell me what kind of story you had in mind." "It would be a profile, basically. You know, the man behind the project and all that." There was a silence. "We are dealing with a sensitive subject. It has to be handled just so." "It would be a favorable, uncontroversial article focusing on you, not on the details of the experimental field." Chauncey thought a moment. "I'll have to see the piece before it runs." "We don't usually do that." "You'll just have to make an exception in my case. University policy." Ludwig sighed. "Very well." "Proceed," said Chauncey. He sat back in the chair. "Would you like a coffee, some breakfast?" "I ate hours ago, back in deeper." "All right then, let's see." Ludwig opened the steno book to a blank page, smoothed it, readied his pen, and tried to think of a few pithy questions. Chauncey looked at his watch. "I'm really a very busy man, so if you could keep this to 15 minutes, I'd appreciate it. Next time, you should bring questions instead of making them up on the spot. It's a simple courtesy when interviewing someone whose time is valuable." Ludwig exhaled. "So tell me about yourself, where you went to school, how you got interested in agriculture, that sort of thing." "I was born and raised in Sacramento, California. I went to high school there and attended the University of California at Davis, where I majored in biochemistry. I graduated Phi Beta Kappa summa cum laude in 1985. He paused. "Would you like me to spell summa cum laude?" "I think I can manage it." "Then I attended graduate school at Stanford University, graduating in 4 years. That would be 1989, with a doctorate in molecular biology. My dissertation was awarded the Hensley Medal. That's Hensley. I shortly thereafter joined the biology department of Kansas State University on a tenure-track position. I was awarded the chair of Leon Throckmorton Distinguished Professor of Molecular Biology in 1995, and, in addition, became director of the Agricultural Extension Program in 1998. He paused for Ludwig to catch up. Ludwig had done enough boring stories to know what one smelled like, and this reeked to high heaven. The Hensley Medal, Jesus Christ. Was this guy a prick or what? Right, thanks. Stan, when did, genetic engineering really capture your interest? When did you know what you wanted to become? We don't refer to it as genetic engineering. We refer to it as genetic enhancement.
Genetic enhancement, then. A pious look briefly settled on Chauncey's features. When I was 12 or 13, I saw a picture in Life magazine of a crowd of starving Biafran children all crowding around a UN truck, trying to get a bit of rice. I thought, I want to do something to feed those starving children. What a crock. But Ludwig dutifully wrote it all down. And your father, mother, what did they do? Does science run in the family? There was a brief silence. I would prefer to keep the focus on myself. Father probably drove a truck and beat his wife, thought Ludwig. Fine. Tell me, have you published any papers or books? Yes, a great many. I will have a copy of my curriculum vitae faxed to your office if you will give me the number. No fax machine, sorry. I see. Frankly, I find it a waste of time to answer questions like this when it would be far simpler for you to get the information yourself from the KSU Public Relations Department. They have a file on me, a foot thick. And it would be much better if you read some of my papers before interviewing me. It just saves everyone so much time. He checked his watch again. Ludwig shifted to another tack. Why Medicine Creek? May I remind you, we haven't necessarily chosen Medicine Creek. I know, but why is it in the running? We were looking for an average place with typical growing conditions. Medicine Creek and Deeper came out of a comprehensive $200,000 computerized study of almost 100 towns in western Kansas. Thousands of criteria were used. We are now in Phase 3 of the study, determining the final choice for the project. We have already struck agreements with the appropriate agribusinesses for possible access to their land. All we need now is to make a decision between the two towns. And that is why I am here, to make that final decision and announce it on Monday. Ludwig wrote it all down, all the while realizing that when you really parsed what the man had said, he in fact had said nothing. But what do you think of the town? He asked. There was a brief silence, and Ludwig could see that this was one question Chauncey did not have a ready answer for. Well, unfortunately, there's no hotel here, and the only place where I could stay had already been booked by a man, a difficult man, it would seem, who took the entire floor and categorically refused to relinquish a room. His lips pursed, bristling the short hairs around his mouth. So I've had to stay in Deeper and make an inconvenient drive of 25 miles every morning and evening. There isn't anything here, really, except a bowling alley and a diner. No library, no cultural events, no museum or concert hall. Medicine Creek really hasn't got anything particular to recommend it, frankly. He smiled quickly. Ludwig found himself bristling. We've got good, solid, small-town, old-fashioned American values here. That's worth something. Chauncey shuddered faintly. I have no doubt of that. Mr. Ludwig, when I make the final decision between Deeper and Medicine Creek, you will no doubt be among the first to know. And now, if you don't mind, I have important business to tend to. He rose. Ludwig rose with him and grasped the extended hand. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the sun-reddened, stubble-headed form of Dale Estrom and two other farmers looking at them through the glass front of the bowling alley. They had seen Chauncey inside and were obviously waiting for him to come out. Ludwig suppressed a smile. You can fax or email the piece to the KSU Public Relations Department, said Chauncey. The number is on my card. They will vet it and return it to you by the end of the week. He snapped his card on the table and stood up. By the end of the week. Ludwig watched the little prick walk stiffly past the bowling lanes, his head up, his back very straight, his small legs moving as briskly as machinery. Chauncey pushed open the door to the street, and now Dale Estrom was striding toward him, his big farmer's arms swinging. The sound of his raised voice was enough to penetrate even the inner sanctum of the Castle Club. It looked like Chauncey was in for a verbal mauling. Ludwig smiled. Dale Estrom. Now there was someone who was always willing to speak his mind. Screw Chauncey, screw Ritter, and screw the sheriff. Ludwig had a paper to publish. The dog would stay.
Chapter 20. Tad walked back out of the wagon wheel into the blast furnace heat. So far, no luck. No Willie Stott sleeping it off in the back room. Still, Tad was mighty glad he'd taken the time to check. He popped a mint into his mouth, his second, to cover up any possible beer breath from the ice-cold Coors Swede had slipped him under the bar. It sure tasted good on a day as hot as this one. Swede Cahill was one hell of a nice guy. Tad's cruiser was sitting outside the sheriff's office, baking in the sun, and Tad made a beeline for it. He slid inside and started the engine, careful to let the minimum amount of back and butt cheek come in contact with the blistering leatherette. If he could land a desk job in Topeka or Kansas City, he wouldn't have to spend his days hopping in and out of the suffocating heat, forced to drive a cruiser that carried its own little hell around inside it. He switched his radio to the frequency of the county dispatcher. "Unit 21 to dispatch," he said. "Hiya, Tad," came the voice of Laverne, who worked the day shift. She was sweet on Tad, and had she been maybe 20 years younger, perhaps he might have felt the same way. "Laverne, anything new?" he asked. "Someone at Grobane just reported a vehicle parked by the side of the approach road. Seems abandoned." "What's the model?" Tad didn't have to ask for the make. Except for Art Ritter's Caprice and the police 91 Mustangs, bought second-hand from the Great Bend PD, just about every car in town was AMC. It had been the only dealership within an hour's drive. Like so much else, though, it had closed down years ago. "Hornet, license plate Whiskey Echo Foxtrot 2907. He thanked Laverne before slipping back into more formal jargon. "Unit 21 moving," he said, replacing the radio. That would be Stott's Hornet. No doubt the guy was sleeping in the back like he had the last time his shitbox broke down outside of town. He'd curled up and made a nice little evening out of it, just the two of them, him and old Granddad. Tad put the cruiser in gear and pulled away from the curb. It was the work of 15 minutes to leave the town behind. 4 minutes later, he turned into the plant road. There was a huge semi-load of live turkeys lumbering ahead of him, laying down a stink of turkey shit on the road so thick you could almost see it. Tad overtook the semi as quickly as he could, glancing over at the stacked cages full of terrified turkeys, their eyes bulging. Tad's job had carried him into the Grobane plant a couple of times. His first visit was right before Thanksgiving, and that year he and his widowed mother had enjoyed a nice pork roast. It had been pork roast ever since. Tad was glad he had never seen a pig farm. There it was, Stott's Hornet, parked by the side of the road, almost invisible in the shadow of the corn. Tad stopped behind it, switched on his flashers, and got out. The windows were open. The car was empty. There was no key in the ignition. The turkey truck blasted by, rocking the corn on either side of the road and leaving behind the stench of diesel and panicked poultry. Tad turned away with a wince. Then he pulled his radio from his belt. "Yeah," came Hazen's response when he called. "I'm here at Stott's car. It's parked on the access road leading to Grobane. It's empty. No sign of Stott." "Figures. He's probably sleeping it off in the corn." Tad looked out into the sea of corn. Somehow he didn't think anyone would choose to sleep in there, even drunk. "You really think so?" "Sure I do. What else?" The question hung in the air. "Well, Tad, you can't let this craziness get to you. Not every missing person turns up murdered and mutilated. Look, I'm out here at the dog. And guess what?" "What?" Tad felt a constriction in his throat. "It's just a dog hit by a car. Still got its tail and everything." "That's good. So listen. You know Willie as well as I do. His car breaks down and he sets off on foot to wet his whistle at the wagon wheel.
He's got his usual hip flask in his back pocket, and he nips it until it's gone. On the way, he decides to take a little snooze in the corn. And that's where you'll find him, hung over as hell, but otherwise intact. Cruise back along the road slow, and you'll probably find him in the shade of the ditch. Okay. Okay, Sheriff. That's a boy. You be careful, huh? Will do. As Tad was about to get back in the cruiser, he noticed something gleaming in the dirt beside Stott's Hornet. An empty pint bottle. He walked over, picked it up, sniffed. The smell of fresh bourbon filled his nose. It was just as the sheriff had said. Hazen seemed to know everything in town almost before it happened. He was a good cop, and he'd always acted like a second father to him. Tad should be grateful to be working for a guy like that. He really should. Tad put the pint into a plastic evidence bag and flagged the spot. The sheriff appreciated thoroughness, even in the little things. As he was heading back toward his cruiser, another truck passed. But this was a refrigerated truck coming from the plant, full of nice, sanitized, frozen butterballs. No odor, no nothing. The driver waved cheerfully. Tad waved back, lowered himself into his car, and started back down the road, looking for Stott. 200 yards later, he stopped. To the left, the corn stalks had been broken, and on the right-hand side, the corn was broken as well. A few stalks angled sharply to one side. It looked to Tad like someone had pushed into the corn on the left, while someone else had come out and crossed the road from the right. He stopped the cruiser, his sense of unease returning. He got out of the car and looked at the ground under the corn on the left side of the road. There was a disturbance in the dry clods, a disturbance that suggested someone had walked, or more likely run, through the dirt between two corn rows. A little deeper in, Tad could see some broken stalks and a couple of dry cobs that had been torn away and were now lying on the ground. Tad pushed into the first row, eyes on the ground. His heart was beating uncomfortably fast. It was hard to make out marks in the clumpy, dry earth, but there were depressions that looked like footprints, scuffed areas, places where clods had been overturned, showing their dark undersides. He paused, suppressing an urge to call the sheriff. The trail went on, and here it broke through another row of corn, flattening 5 or 6 stalks. There seemed to be more than one set of blurred, incomplete tracks. Tad didn't want to articulate even to himself what this was starting to resemble. It looked like a chase. Jesus, it was really looking like a chase. He continued walking, hoping it would turn out to be something else. The train went through another row, ran along the corn for a while, then broke through yet another. And then Tad came suddenly upon an area where there had been some thrashing in the dirt. A dozen stalks were broken and scattered. The ground was all torn up. It was a mess. It looked like something violent, really violent, had happened here. Tad swallowed, scanning the ground intently. There, finally, on the far side of the disturbance, was a clear footprint in the dry earth. It was bare. Oh, God, thought Tad, a sick feeling rising in his stomach. Oh, God. And his hand trembled as he raised the radio to his lips. Chapter 21. Corey Swanson brought the shuddering gremlin into the dirt lot of Krause's Caverns, parking it amidst a swirl of dust that spiraled up and away. She glanced at the dashboard clock. 6:30 exactly. God, it was hot. She snapped off the blaring music, threw open her door and got out, scooping up her new notebook as she did so. She walked across the lot and mounted the steps to the old, decaying Victorian pile. The oval windows in the door revealed little of the gloom beyond. She raised the big iron knocker and let it drop. Once, twice. The soft creak of footsteps, then Pendergast appeared at the door. "Miss Swanson," he said. "Punctual. Very punctual. We, on the other hand, are running late. I must admit to a certain difficulty adjusting to the early dinner hour of this town." Corey followed him into the dining room where the remains of what looked like an elaborate dinner could be seen beneath the glow of candles. Winifred Krause sat at the head of the table, wiping her mouth primly with a lace napkin.
"Please sit down," said Pendergast. "Coffee or tea?" "No, thanks." Pendergast disappeared into the kitchen, coming back with a funny-looking metal teapot. He filled 2 cups with a green liquid, handing one to Winifred and keeping the other himself. "Now, Miss Swanson, I understand you've completed your interview with Andy Cahill."
Corey shifted uncomfortably in her chair, laid her notebook on the table. Pendergast's eyebrows shot up.
"What's this?"
"My notebook," said Corey with a defensiveness she didn't quite understand. "You wanted me to interview Andy, so I did. I had to write it down somewhere."
"Excellent. Let's have the report."
The FBI agent settled into his chair, his hands clasped together. Feeling awkward, Corey opened the notebook. "What lovely handwriting you have, my dear," said Winifred, leaning just a little too close.
"Thanks."
Corey edged the notebook away. Prying old gossip. "I went to Andy's house yesterday evening. He'd been out of town, a 4-H trip to the state fair. I told him his dog had died, but I didn't say how. I kind of let him assume it was hit by a car. He was pretty upset. He loved that dog, Jiff." She paused. Once again, Pendergast's eyes had drooped to mere slits. She hoped he wouldn't go to sleep on her again. He said that for the past couple of days, Jiff had been acting kind of strange. He wouldn't go outside and went whining and cringing around the house, had to be dragged out from under the bed when it was time for his dinner. She turned the page.
"Finally, 2 days ago? Exact dates, please."
"August 10th.
Proceed."
On August 10th, Jiff, took a dump on the living room rug." She looked up nervously into the silence that followed. "Sorry, but that's what he did." "My dear," said Winifred, "you should say that the dog dirtied the rug." "But he didn't just get the rug dirty, he, crapped on it. Diarrhea, in fact." What was this meddling old lady doing anyway, listening to the report? She wondered how Pendergast could put up with her.
"Please continue, Miss Swanson," Pendergast said.
"So anyway, Mrs. Cahill was kind of a bitch, got pissed off and kicked Jiff out of the house and made Andy clean up the mess. Andy had wanted to take Jiff to the vet, but his mom didn't want to pay for it. Anyway, that was the last he ever saw his dog."
She glanced over at Winifred and noticed her face was all pinched up.
It took her a moment to realize it was because she had used the word bitch.
"What time was this?" Pendergast asked.
7 o'clock in the evening.
Pendergast nodded, tenting his fingers. "Where do the Cahills live?"
"It's the last house on the deeper road, about a mile north of town, not far from the cemetery and just before the bridge." Pendergast nodded approvingly.
"And Jiff was wearing his collar when he was ejected from the house?"
"Yes," Corey said, concealing a stab of pride that she'd thought to ask the question.
"Excellent work." Pendergast sat up. "Any news on the missing William Stott?"
"No," said Corey. "They've got a search going. I heard they were bringing a plane down from Dodge City."
Pendergast nodded, then rose from the table, strolled to the window, folded his hands behind his back, and looked out over the endless corn. "Do you think he was murdered?" asked Corey. Pendergast continued looking out over the corn, his dark figure accented against the evening sky. "I've been keeping an eye on the avian fauna of Medicine Creek."
"Right. Sure," said Corey.
"For example," Pendergast said, "do you see that vulture?"
Corey drew up to his side. She could see nothing.
"There."
Then she saw it, a lone bird silhouetted against the orange sky. "Those turkey vultures are always flying around," she said.
"Yes, but a minute ago it was riding a thermal, as it had been doing for the past hour. Now it's flying upwind."
"So?"
"It takes a great deal of energy for a vulture to fly upwind. They only do it under one circumstance."
He waited, staring intently out the window.
"Now observe. It's made its turn." It sees what it wants. Pendergast turned toward her quickly. "Come," he murmured. "We don't have any time to lose. We must get to the site, just in case, you understand, before the state trooper legions descend and ruin everything." He turned toward Winifred and said in a louder voice, "Excuse us, Miss Krause, for the suddenness of our departure." The old lady rose, her face white. "Not another—" "It could be anything." She sat down again, wringing her hands. "Oh, dear." "We can take the power line road," Corey said as she followed Pendergast out the door. "We'll have to walk the last quarter mile, though." "Understood," Pendergast replied tersely, getting into the car and closing the passenger door. "This is one instance in which you can exceed the speed limit, Miss Swanson." 5 minutes later, Corey was nosing the gremlin down the narrow, rutted track that was known locally as the Power Line Road. She was familiar with this isolated, dusty stretch. This is where she came to read, daydream, or simply get away from her mother or the morons at the high school. The thought that a murderer might still be lurking in these remote cornfields sent a shiver through her. Ahead, the Vulture had been joined by a couple of others, and they were now circling slowly, lazily. The car bumped and scraped over the washboard ruts. The last glory of the sunset lay in the west, an orgy of bloody thunderheads rapidly fading to darkness. "Here," said Pendergast almost to himself. Corey stopped and they got out. The vultures rose in the sky, apprehensive at their presence. Pendergast began to stride swiftly into the corn, and Corey moved into step behind him. Abruptly, Pendergast stopped. "Miss Swanson," he said, "you will recall my prior warning. We may well find something in the corn rather more disturbing than a dead dog." Corey nodded. "If you wanted to wait in the car." Corey fought to keep her voice sounding calm. "I'm your assistant, remember?" Pendergast looked at her inquiringly for a moment. Then he nodded. "Very well. I do believe you are capable of it. Please keep in mind your restricted SOC access. Touch nothing. Walk where I walk. Follow my instructions precisely." "Understood." He turned and began slipping through the rows of corn, silently and swiftly, brushing past ears that hardly rustled at his passage. Corey followed behind, struggling to keep up. But she was glad of the effort. It kept her mind from thinking about what might lie ahead. But whatever it was, the thought of staying in the car alone in the gathering dark was even less pleasant. "I've seen a crime scene," she thought. "I saw the dog. Whatever it is, I can take it." And then suddenly Pendergast stopped again. Ahead, the rows of corn had been broken and swept aside, forming a small clearing. Corey froze at the agent's side, the sudden shock rooting her in place. The light was dim, but not dim enough to spare her any of the horror that lay splayed just ahead. And still she was unable to move. The air lay still over the awful scene. Corey's nose filled with the odor of something like spoiled ham. She felt a sudden constriction in her throat, a burning sensation, a spasm of the abdominal muscles. "Oh, shit," she thought. "No, not now. Not in front of Pendergast." Abruptly, she bent to one side and vomited into the corn. Straightened, then bent and vomited again. She coughed, struggling upright, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Mortification, fear, horror all grappled within her. But Pendergast seemed not to notice. He had moved ahead and was kneeling in the center of the clearing, completely engrossed. Somehow the sheer physical act of retching seemed to have broken her paralysis, perhaps even prepared her a little better for the awful sight. She wiped her mouth again, took a cautious step forward, and stopped just inside the clearing. The body was naked, splayed on its back, arms thrown wide, legs apart. The skin was an unreal, artificial grayish white. There was a sticky sheen to everything. The corpse looked loose somehow, as if the skin and flesh were liquefying, coming off the bones. And in fact, they were coming off the bones, she realized with a shudder. The skin of the face was hanging loose, separating from the jaw and teeth. Flesh was sagging and splitting at the shoulder, and white bone could be seen poking through. An ear lay on the ground, misshapen and slimy, completely detached from the body. The other ear was missing entirely. Corey felt her throat constrict again. She turned away, closed her eyes briefly, consciously slowed her breathing. Then she turned back. The body was completely hairless. The masculine sexual organs had also fallen off, although again it looked as though an effort had been made to reattach them, or at least arrange them in the right place. Corey had seen Stott around town, but if this was the body of the skinny drunk who ran the cleanup detail at Grobane, there was no way to know. It didn't even look human. It was as bloated as a dead pig. As the initial shock and horror began to ebb, she noticed other things about the sight. Here and there, ears of corn had been arranged into strange geometrical shapes. There were a couple of objects fashioned in an extremely crude way out of corn husks. They might be bowls or cups or something else entirely. Corey could not be sure. All of a sudden, she became aware of a loud, droning sound directly overhead. She looked up. A small plane was circling the site, flying low. She had not even heard its approach. Now the plane waggled its wings, veered away, and headed quickly north. She found Pendergast looking at her. "The search plane from Dodge. The sheriff will be here in 10 minutes and the state police shortly thereafter." Oh. She could hardly work her mouth. Pendergast was holding his small flashlight in one hand. "Are you all right?" he asked. "Can you hold this light?" "I think so." "Excellent." Corey held her nose, took in a deep breath. Then she took the light, directed the beam as Pendergast indicated. The gloom was rapidly filling the air. A test tube had appeared out of Pendergast's suit coat, and now the agent was kneeling, putting invisible things into it with a pair of tweezers. Then another test tube appeared, and another, specimens going deftly into each one. He worked swiftly, moving around the body in ever narrower circles, every now and then murmuring low instructions about the placement of the light. She could already hear the faint siren of the sheriff's car drifting over the corn. More quickly now, Pendergast was going over the body, bit by bit, his face inches from the skin, plucking off something here, something there. The smell of rotting ham refused to go away, and she felt another twinge deep in her gut. The siren got louder and louder, then finally stopped. From beyond the fastness of corn, she heard a door slam, then another. Pendergast straightened up. All the paraphernalia had vanished, almost miraculously, into the folds of his well-pressed black suit. "Step back, please," he said. They withdrew to the edge of the clearing just as the sheriff arrived, followed by his deputy. There were more sirens now, and the sound of radios blaring in the corn. "So it's you, Pendergast," said the sheriff, coming over. "When do you get here?" "I'd like permission to examine the site." "As if you haven't already, I'll bet. Permission denied until we've completed our own examination." Now more men were crashing through the corn. State troopers and grim-looking men in blue suits whom Corey guessed were members of the Dodge City Homicide Squad. "Set up a perimeter here," bawled the sheriff. "Tad, lay out some tape." He turned back to Pendergast. "You can stand behind the tape like the others and wait your turn." Corey was surprised at Pendergast's reaction. He seemed to have lost all interest. Instead, he began to steer an erratic course around the periphery of the site, looking for nothing in particular. He seemed to be wandering aimlessly off into the corn. Corey followed. She stumbled once, then twice, and realized that the shock was still heavy upon her. Suddenly, Pendergast stopped again between two rows of corn. He took his flashlight gently from Corey and pointed it at the ground. Corey peered, but could see nothing. "You see these marks?" Pendergast murmured. "Sort of. They're footprints. Bare footprints. They seem to be heading down toward the creek." Corey took a step backward. Pendergast switched off the light. "You've done and seen more than enough for one day, Miss Watson. I'm very grateful for your help." He glanced at his watch. "It's 8:30. Still early enough for you to get home without danger.
Go back to your car, go straight home, and get a good rest. I'll continue here on my own."
"But what about driving you?"
"I'll get a ride back with one of those fine, eager young policemen over there."
"You sure?"
"Yes." She hesitated, strangely unwilling to leave. I'm sorry I puked back there." She could barely see his smile in the gathering dark.
"Think nothing of it. The same thing happened to a close acquaintance of mine, a veteran lieutenant of the NYPD at a homicide site a few years back. It merely proves your humanity."
As she turned to go, he spoke again.
"One last thing, Miss Swanson."
She stopped, looked back at him. "Yes?"
"When you get home, be sure to lock your house up tight. Tight." "Agreed."
She nodded, then turned again, making her way quickly through the corn toward the striped red wash of police lights, thinking of Pendergast's words, "It's still early enough for you to get home without danger."
Chapter 22. Shading his light carefully, Pendergast followed the bare prints into the darkness of the cornfield. The tracks were now quite distinct in the dry dirt between the rows of corn. As he walked, the noise of the crime scene fell away. When the field began to slope ever so slightly down toward the creek, he stopped to look back. The row of skeletal power line towers stood silhouetted against the last light of the sky, steel sentinels, the stars winking into view above them. Crows coming to roost in the towers were cawing fitfully. He waited as the noise of the crows gradually settled for the night. Then there was no sound at all. The air was still and close as the air of a tomb and smelled of dust and dry corn husks. Pendergast slipped his hand into his jacket and removed his lay-bare custom .45. Carefully hooding his light, he examined the footprints again. They led straight on between the rows, unhurried, heading methodically toward the creek. Straight toward Gasparilla's camp. He turned off the light and waited, allowing his eyes to adjust. Then, as quietly as a lynx, he moved through the rows of corn, a shadow gliding among shadows. The corn rows made a gentle bend as he approached the creek, and he could just make out where the passage of the killer had knocked a few dry stalks awry. He turned sideways and slipped through the gap himself, and in another minute had reached the edge of the cornfield. Below and beyond lay the bottomlands, the cottonwood trees along the banks throwing the creek itself into darkness. Pendergast moved forward along the edge of the cornfield, making the barest rustling noise, and in another minute gained the complete darkness of the trees. He paused. The sound of the creek purling over its bed was barely audible. He checked his weapon once again, assuring himself there was a round in the chamber. Then he knelt and, cupping his hands carefully, turned on the light. The faint pool of yellow illuminated the tracks, now even clearer in the sand. They were still angling toward Gasparilla's camp. He knelt and examined the prints themselves. They were the same as before. Male footprints, size 11. But in the fine sand he could see that around the embossing made by the ball of the heel and the big toe there was a series of irregular impressions and cracks, as if the feet were unusually horny and tough. He made a few quick notes and sketches and then placed the tips of his fingers in one of the depressions. The prints had been made about 12 to 15 hours before, just before dawn that same day. The pace had quickened a bit here. Now the killer was moving at a good walk, not hurrying exactly, but rather moving with purpose. There was no sense of urgency or fear in the way he moved. He was relaxed. He was satisfied. It was as if he were going home. Going home. Gasparilla's camp was straight ahead, no more than a few hundred yards away. Cupping his flashlight so that just enough light escaped to make out the prints, the agent crept forward with excruciating slowness. He paused, listening intently, then moved forward again. Ahead, all was dark. There was no fire, no light. When he was within 100 yards of the camp, he turned off the tiny ray of light and approached blindly. The camp was silent.
And then he heard it. A faint, almost indiscernible sound. He froze. A minute passed. There it was again, louder now, a long, drawn-out sigh. Pendergast left the trail and circled around to the right of the camp, moving with exquisite care. As he approached the downwind sector, he smelled no smoke or food. There wasn't even a glow from a dying pile of coals. And yet there was definitely someone or something in the camp. The sound of exhaled air again. Wet, labored, almost a wheeze. Yet there was something strange about it. Crude, animalistic, not quite human. Careful to make no sound, Pendergast raised his gun. The noise was coming from the middle of Gasparilla's camp. The noise came again. Gasparilla, or whatever was making the noise, was no more than 50 feet away. The darkness was absolute. Pendergast could see nothing. He leaned down, picked up a pebble. He then tossed it to the far side of the camp. Tap. A sudden silence, and then a guttural sound like the growl of an animal. Pendergast waited as a fresh silence stretched on into minutes. All his senses were on the highest alert, straining to determine whether or not anything was moving toward him. Gasparilla had already proven himself adept at moving through darkness. Was he doing it again? Slowly, Pendergast picked up another pebble, tossed it in another direction. Tap. Once again, an answering snort came back, short, very loud, and in the exact same place. Whoever, whatever it was, had not moved. Pendergast snapped on the light and squeezed the grip of his pistol, simultaneously activating the laser sight. The beam of the flashlight illuminated a human being lying on his back in the dirt, staring upward with huge, bloodshot eyes. His face and head were completely covered in blood. The red dot of the laser jitterbugged across the hideous face for a moment. Then Pendergast holstered the gun and took a step forward. Gasparilla. The face jerked back and forth. The mouth opened, blowing a bloody bubble of saliva. In a moment, Pendergast was kneeling over the man. It was unquestionably Gasparilla. Pendergast moved the flashlight across his face. All of the man's glossy black hair and heavy beard were gone, ripped out along with the scalp. The margins of flesh showed the cut marks of some crude implement, perhaps a stone knife. Pendergast quickly examined the rest of his body. Gasparilla's left thumb had been partly hacked through and then yanked off with a brutal tug that left behind a white nub of bone, a shred or two of cartilage. Beyond that and the hair, however, the man seemed physically intact. Except for the scalp, there was little loss of blood. The damage appeared not so much of the body as of the mind. "Oh," Gasparilla grunted, heaving upward. The eyes were wild, insane. He blew a spray of bloody saliva. Pendergast bent closer. "It's all right now." The eyes roved wildly, unable to fix on Pendergast or anything else. When they paused, they seemed to quiver violently, then return immediately to roving, as if the mere act of focusing was unbearable. Pendergast took his hand. "I'm going to take care of you. We'll get you out of here." He leaned back, flashed the light around. There was the place of attack, 40 feet away to the north of the camp. There was the scuffle, the riot of footprints mingling with Gasparilla's own. Pendergast stood now and approached the spot, licking the flashlight across the ground. There was the spot where Gasparilla had fallen, and from where, over the course of 15 hours, he had dragged himself in rolling fits across the dirt. And there on the far side of camp were the footprints of the killer in the wet sand, well defined, heading into the creek. The killer, carrying away his trophies. The sand told the story. Pendergast turned back and looked deeply into the wildly roving eyes. He saw nothing. No intellect, no memory, no humanity, nothing but the sheerest terror. There would be no answers from Gasparilla. Not now. and maybe not ever.
Chapter 23. Sheriff Hazen entered the basement laboratory and took an unwilling look around. There was the same old sour smell made worse by the overlay of disinfectants and chemicals. The same cinder block walls painted diarrhea tan. The same buzzing fluorescent lights. Breathing through the mouth did no good. A surgical mask did nothing but introduce a smell of antiseptic paper to the mix. What he needed was a friggin' gas mask. He summoned a variety of comforting sounds and images to mind. Hank Williams ballads, the taste of the first grain belt of an evening, going to the harvest festival as a kid with his dad and older brother. None of it helped. Sheriff Hazen shivered, and not just because of the smell of death. He moved toward the bright end of the lab, scrubs rustling. The medical examiner was already there, swathed like himself in blue, and Hazen could hear the murmur of voices. There was a second figure beside the ME, and despite the softness of the voice, he recognized the southern cadence. Pendergast. Pendergast had been right. It was a serial killer. And he was probably right that the killer was local. Hazen couldn't believe it, hadn't wanted to believe it. He'd laughed out loud when he'd heard that Pendergast was spending hours closeted with Marge Thielander, knowing the old busybody would eat up his time and have him chasing down red herrings all over town. But now, in the wake of this new killing, he was forced to admit things did point to a local killer. It was damned hard to come and go from Medicine Creek without people noticing, especially at night when a set of car headlights in the distance was enough to send people to the window to see who was coming. No, this wasn't the work of some drifter who killed and moved on. It seemed it was somebody who lived here in Medicine Creek. It was incredible, but there it was. Someone in town. That meant he knew the killer. "Ah, Sheriff Hazen, good to see you." McHyde nodded politely, even deferentially. The guy had really changed his tune. No more Dr. Arrogant. The case was big now, and the ME could smell the publicity. This was a ticket out of western Kansas for anyone who wanted to hop aboard the train. "Sheriff Hazen," said Pendergast, giving a little nod of recognition. "Morning, Pendergast." There was a short silence. The body lay covered on the gurney. It seemed the ME had not begun his work. Hazen bitterly regretted arriving so early. The ME cleared his throat. "Nurse Malone," a voice came from offstage. "Yes, doctor." "Are we ready to roll?" "Yes, doctor." "Good. Run the video." "Yes, doctor." They went through the preliminaries, each one giving their names and titles. Hazen could not take his eyes off the shrouded corpse. He had seen it lying in the field, of course, but somehow seeing it in this sterile, artificial environment was different. Worse. The ME grasped the cloth and slowly, carefully raised the sheet. And there was Stott, bloated, the flesh literally falling off the bones. Quickly, Hazen averted his eyes. Then, feeling self-conscious, he slowly forced himself to face the gurney again. He had seen dead bodies in his time, but they sure as hell hadn't looked like this. The skin had split across the breastbone and drawn back from the fatty flesh as if it had shrunk. It had also split on the hips and across the face. Melted fat had dripped out in several places and run into little pools in the gurney, where it had congealed white and hard under refrigeration. And yet there were no maggots. Strange. Very strange. And there seemed to be a piece missing from the body. Yes. A ragged chunk torn away from the left thigh, the teeth marks still visible. Dog, it seemed. Man's best friend. Hazen swallowed. The ME began to speak. "We have here the body identified as that of William LaRue Stott, a white male, 32 years old." He droned on for the benefit of the camera while they all stood around the corpse. Mercifully, the initial recitation was short. The M.E. turned to Pendergast and asked unctuously, "Any comments or suggestions, Special Agent Pendergast, before we proceed further?" "Not at the moment, thank you." "Very well. We performed a preliminary examination of the body earlier this morning and have noted several important anomalies. I will begin with the overall condition." He paused, cleared his throat. Hazen saw his eyes flicker toward the video camera positioned above the gurney. "Yeah, you look great, Doc." "The first thing I noticed was the lack of insect activity on the body and the fact that decomposition had barely initiated, despite the fact that the victim has been deceased for at least 18 hours in temperatures not less than 95 degrees and in full sun for no less than 12 hours. He cleared his throat again. "The second anomaly is more obvious. As can be seen, the flesh at the extremities has begun to separate from the bone. It is most pronounced here around the face, hands, and feet. The nose and lips almost appear to have melted. Both ears were missing. One was recovered at the scene. Here, across the hips and shoulders, the skin has ruptured, separated from, and ultimately withdrawn from the fatty tissue below. There is a preponderance of a sebaceous, tallow-like substance, consistent with melting and subsequent cooling. The hair and scalp are gone, evidently removed post-mortem and post-processing, and the fatty tissue appears to have partially liquefied. All these and a whole suite of other anomalous characteristics can be explained by one simple fact only." He paused and drew in some air. "The body was boiled." Pendergast nodded. "Just so." For a minute, Hazen couldn't quite grasp it. "Boiled?" "The body was apparently immersed in water, brought to a boil, and left in that state for at least 3 hours, probably more. The autopsy and some biochemical workups will pin down the duration a little more precisely. Suffice to say, the boiling was long enough to cause the separations you see here at the maxilla, mandible." He touched the open mouth with a finger, moving the cheek away from the bone underneath. "And here, on the foot, you will note that most of the toenails are actually missing, having sloughed off. And on the hand here, the fingernails are likewise all missing, and the left, second, and third digits missing down to the medial metacarpals. Note how the capsule of the proximal interphalangeal joint is sloughed away, here and here." Hazen looked on with increasing disbelief. Damned if it didn't look just like a parboiled pig. "But look, to boil a body like that would take days." "Wrong, Sheriff. Once the temperature overall reaches 100 degrees centigrade, an elephant will cook just as fast as a chicken. Cooking, you see, is essentially a process of breaking down the quaternary structure of the protein molecule through the application of heat." "I get the picture," Hazen said. "The missing digits were not recovered at the scene of the crime," said Pendergast. "Therefore, one must assume they became separated at the time of boiling." "That is a reasonable assumption. In addition, you will note what appears to be severe rope burns on the wrists and ankles. It suggests to me that the boiling might have started pre-mortem." This was too friggin' much. Hazen felt his little world spinning out of control. Upstairs in the hospital lay Gasparilla, an eccentric but harmless old coot, with all the hair scalped not only from his head but from his chin, upper lip, underarms, even groin. And here downstairs lay the second victim, boiled alive no less. And he was looking at a hometown mass murderer who went around in bare feet, hacked and scalped his victims, and arranged them like a creche. "Where is someone going to get a pot big enough to boil a body in?" he asked. "And wouldn't someone have smelled it cooking?" He found Pendergast's cool gray eyes settling on him. "Two excellent questions, Sheriff, suggesting two fruitful routes of inquiry." Fruitful routes of inquiry. Here was Stott, a guy he had lifted more than a few with at the wagon wheel. Needless to say, the M.E. went on, I will verify this hypothesis with tissue sections and biochemical assays. I might even be able to tell you how long he was boiled. And now I direct your attention to the 8-centimeter diagonal tear on the left thigh. It is deep, going through the vastus lateralis and into the vastus intermedius, exposing the femur. Very unwillingly, Hazen looked closer at the bite mark. It was very ragged. The flesh, dark brown from the boiling, had been ripped away from the bone. A gross examination of this spot clearly reveals teeth marks, said the M.E. This body has been partially eaten. Dogs? Hazen could barely get the question out. I don't believe so, no. The dentition pattern, although showing remarkably advanced dental caries, is definitely human. Hazen looked away again. No further questions came to mind. We've taken measurements and photographs and some tissue samples. The body was eaten post-cooking. Most likely directly after cooking, Pendergast murmured. Note that the first bites are small, exploratory, perhaps taken while waiting for the corpse to cool sufficiently. Yes. Well, hopefully we snagged some DNA from the saliva of the, person who did the eating. Despite the very poor condition of the teeth, there is nonetheless evidence of exceptionally vigorous masticatory action. The sheriff found himself studying the very interesting tile pattern of the floor, allowing Hank Williams's jambalaya to drown out the M.E.'s drone. Eaten. The tune played in his head for quite some time. When it was finished and he finally raised his eyes, he found that Pendergast himself was now bending over the corpse, his face not 3 inches from the bloated, mottled skin. Hazen heard several loud sniffs. "May I palpate?" Pendergast asked, holding out a finger. The M.E. nodded. Pendergast began prodding the corpse with his finger, then rubbing his fingertip across the corpse's arm, his face. He then looked at his finger, rubbed it against his thumb, smelled it. This was too much. Hazen looked back down at the tile and mentally queued up Lovesick Blues. But just as the guitar intro began, he heard Pendergast's voice. "May I make a suggestion?" "Of course," said the M.E. "The skin of the body seems to have been coated in some oleaginous substance different from the liquefaction of human fat caused by the boiling. It almost seems as if the body has been coated deliberately. I'd recommend a series of chemical assays to determine the exact type of fats or fatty acids present." "We will take all that into consideration, Agent Pendergast." But Pendergast didn't seem to hear. He was staring intently at the body. The room fell into silence. Hazen was aware that everybody, including himself, seemed to be waiting to hear what Pendergast would say next. Pendergast looked up from the table. "In addition, I note a second substance on the skin," he said, stepping back with an air of finality. "I would suggest testing for the presence of C12H22O11. "You can't possibly mean—" The M.E. stopped abruptly. Hazen glanced up. The M.E. looked astonished. But what in hell's name could be more outrageous than what they'd already discovered? "I'm afraid so," said Pendergast. "The body, it appears, has been buttered and sugared." Chapter 24. The Grosbane turkey plant squatted low and long in the great sea of corn that lapped right up to its corrugated metal walls. It was the same color as the corn, too, a dirty tan that rendered it almost invisible from a distance. Corey Swanson pulled her gremlin into the big parking lot. It was crowded with hot, glittering cars, and she had to park some distance from the entrance. Pendergast opened the passenger door, unfolded his black-clad legs, and emerged in a single, lithe movement. He looked around. "Have you ever been inside, Miss Swanson?" "Never. I've heard enough stories." "I confess I am curious to see how they do it." "How they do what?" "How they turn 100,000 pounds of live turkey into frozen butterballs each day." Corey gave a snort. I'm not. A large semi-trailer approached the plant's loading dock, its air brakes squealing and squeaking as it backed up a huge load of stacked turkey cages. Beside the loading dock was an enormous bay, large black strips of rubber hanging over its mouth, like the ones Corey had seen at the deeper car wash. As she watched, the semi-trailer backed its load into the bay, the turkey cages disappearing 5 at a time between the rubber strips until only the cab of the semi remained in view. There was another chuff of brakes, and the vehicle lurched to a halt. "Agent Pendergast, can I ask what we're doing here?" "You certainly may. We are here to find out more about William LaRue Stott." "What's the connection?" Pendergast turned to her. "Miss Swanson, in my line of work, I have discovered that everything is connected. I must come to know this town and everything and everyone in it. Medicine Creek isn't just a character in the drama, it is the protagonist. And here in front of us we have a business, a slaughterhouse to be precise, on which the economic lifeline of the town depends. The place of employment of our second victim. This plant is the beating heart of Medicine Creek, if you will pardon the metaphor." "Maybe I should wait in the car. Dead turkeys are not my gig." "I should have thought this fit in well with your Weltanschauung." Pendergast gestured at the Gothic appurtenances that littered the car. "And they are not dead when they arrive. In any case, you are free to do as you wish." And he set off cheerfully across the parking lot. Corey watched him for a moment. Then she yanked open the door of the gremlin and hurried to catch up. Pendergast was approaching a windowless steel door bearing a sign that read, "Employee entrance, please use key." He tried the handle, but it was locked. Corey watched as he began to reach into an inside pocket of his jacket. Then he withdrew his hand again, as if reconsidering. "Follow me," he said. They walked along the concrete apron to a set of cement stairs. The stairs led directly onto the loading dock where the semi-trailer stood, its load of turkeys now hidden within the plant itself. Pendergast ducked between the wide rubber strips at the edge of the bay and disappeared. Corey swallowed, drew in her breath, and followed. Beyond, the loading dock opened into a large receiving room. A man wearing thick rubber gloves was yanking the turkey cages off the bed of the semi and popping them open. A conveyor belt ran overhead, steel hooks dangling from its underside. 3 other men were grabbing turkeys out of the open gates and hanging them feet first from the steel hooks. Already so filthy from their ride as to be barely recognizable as birds, the turkeys squawked and struggled feebly as they hung heads downward, pecking at empty air, shitting themselves in terror. The belt went clanking off very slowly, disappearing through a narrow opening in the far wall of the loading dock. The place was air-conditioned down to polar levels, and it stank. God, it stank. "Sir?" A teenage security guard came hustling over. "Sir?" Pendergast turned toward him. "FBI," he said over the noise, flapping his identification wallet in the youth's face. "Right, sir, but no one is allowed in the plant without authorization. At least that's what they told me. It's the rules." He broke off fearfully. "Of course," said Pendergast, slipping the wallet back into his suit. "I'm here to interview Mr. James Breen." "Jimmy? He used to take the graveyard shift, but after the killing, he asked for a transfer to days." "So I've been told. Where does he work?" "On the line. Look, you have to put on a hard hat and coat, and I have to tell the boss." "The line? The line?" The youth looked confused. "You know, the belt?" He pointed upward at the row of dangling, writhing turkeys. "In that case, we'll simply follow the line until we reach him." "But, sir, it isn't allowed." He glanced at Corey as if beseeching her for help. Corey knew him. Bart Bledsoe. Dingleberry Bart. Graduated high school last year, D average, and here he was. A real Medicine Creek success story. Pendergast set off across the slick cement floor, his suit coat flapping behind him. Bledsoe followed, still protesting, and together they disappeared through a small doorway in the far wall. Corey ducked quickly in behind them, holding her nose, careful to avoid the turkey shit that was dropping like rain from the conveyor belt overhead. The room beyond was small and housed only a long, shallow trough of water. Several yellow signs were placed above it, warning of electrical hazard. The turkeys moved slowly through a fine spray until they reached the trough. Corey watched from a safe distance as their heads slid helplessly below the level of the water. There was a buzz, then a brief crackling sound. The turkeys stopped struggling and emerged limp from the water. "Stunned, I see," Pendergast said. "Humane. Very humane." Corey swallowed again. She could guess what came next. The line now proceeded through a narrow port in the far wall, flanked by 2 thick windows. Pendergast approached one of these windows and peered in. Corey walked up to the other and gazed through it with trepidation. The chamber beyond was large and circular. As the now motionless turkeys moved slowly across it, a machine came forward and precisely nicked their necks with a small blade. Immediately, jets of blood shot out in pulsing streams, spraying the walls, which angled down toward what looked to Corey like a lake of blood. A man with a machete-like weapon sat to one side, ready to administer the coup de grace to any turkey the machine missed. She looked away. "What is the name of this chamber?" Pendergast asked. "The blood room," Bledsoe replied. He had stopped protesting, and his shoulders hung with a defeated air. "Appropriate. What happens to the blood?" "Gets siphoned off into tanks. Trucks take it away, I don't know where. To be converted into blood meal, no doubt. That blood on the floor looks rather deep. 2 feet deep, maybe, this time of day. It gets backed up some as the shift goes on." Corey winced. This was almost as bad as Stott in the cornfield. "And where do the turkeys go next?" "To the scalder." "Ah. And what's your name?" "Bart Bledsoe, sir." Pendergast patted the bewildered youth on the back. "Very well, Mr. Bledsoe. Lead on, if you please." They took a catwalk around the blood room. The smell of fresh blood was sickening and went through a partition. All of a sudden, the building opened up around them, and Corey found herself in a cavernous space, a single enormous room with the conveyor belt and its hanging turkeys going this way and that, up and down, disappearing in and out of oversized steel boxes. It resembled some infernal Rube Goldberg contraption. The noise was unbearable, and the humidity was beyond saturation. Corey felt droplets condensing on her arms, her nose, her chin. The place smelled of wet turkey feathers, shit, and something even less pleasant she couldn't identify. She began to wish she had waited in the car. The dead, drained birds emerged from the far end of the blood room, disappearing again into a huge stainless steel box from which issued a tremendous hissing noise. "What happens there?" Pendergast asked above the roar, pointing at the steel box. "That's the scalder. The birds get blasted with steam." At the far end of the scalder, the endless conveyor belt re-emerged, now hung with steaming, dripping birds that were clean and white and partly defeathered. "And from there?" Pendergast asked. "They go to the plucker." "Naturally. The plucker." Bledsoe hesitated, then seemed to come to a decision. "Wait here, sir, please." And he was gone. But Pendergast did not wait. He hurried on, Corey following, and they passed through a partition that surrounded the plucker, which was actually 4 machines in series, each sporting dozens of bizarrely shaped rubber fingers that whirled maniacally, plucking feathers off their appointed portions of the birds. Naked, pink-yellow corpses emerged, dangling at the far end. From there the conveyor belt rose up and turned a corner, disappearing out of sight. So far everything had been automated. Except for the man in the blood room, the only workers appeared to be people monitoring the machines. Pendergast walked over to a woman who was watching some dials on the plucking console. "May I interrupt you?" he asked. As she glanced at him, Corey recognized Doris Wilson, a no-bullshit bleach blonde in her 50s, Heavy, red-scrubbed face, smoker's hack who lived alone in the same trailer park she did, Wyndham Park Estates. "You're the FBI man?" "And you are?" "Doris Wilson." "May I ask you a few questions, Ms. Wilson?" "Shoot." "Did you know Willie Stott?" "He was the night cleaning foreman." "Did he get along well here?" "He was a good enough worker." "I understood. He drank." "He was a nipper. Never interfered with his job." "He was from away?" "Alaska." "What did he do up there?" Doris paused to adjust some levers. "Fish cannery." "Any idea why he left?" "Woman trouble, I heard." "And why did he stay in Medicine Creek?" Doris suddenly grinned, exposing a rack of brown, crooked teeth. "The very question we all ask ourselves. In Willie's case, he found a friend." "Who?" "Swede Cahill. Swede is best friends with everyone who drinks in his bar." "Thank you. And now can you tell me where I can find James Breen?" Her lips pointed down the conveyor line of turkeys. "Evisceration area. It's up there just before the deboning station. Fat guy, black hair, glasses, loudmouth." "Thanks again." "No problem." Doris nodded to Corey. Pendergast moved up a metal staircase. Corey followed. Ascending beside them, the conveyor line of dangling carcasses rumbled toward a high platform that was finally manned by people and not machines. Dressed in white, with white caps, they were expertly slicing open the turkeys and sucking out organs with oversized vacuum nozzles. The turkeys then jerked along toward another station, where they were blasted clean with high-pressure hoses. Farther down the line, Corey could see two men lopping off the heads of the birds and dropping them into a big chute. Thanksgiving will never be the same, she thought. There was one black-haired fat man on the line, and he was talking loudly, relating a story at high volume. Corey caught the word "stot," then last to see him alive. She glanced at Pendergast. He smiled briefly in return. "I believe that is our man." As they walked down the platform toward Breen, Corey saw Bart returning, his hair mussed, practically running. And ahead of him was Art Ritter, the plant manager. He was charging across the concrete floor on stumpy legs. "Why didn't anyone tell me the FBI was here?" he was shouting to no one in particular. His face was even redder than usual, and Corey could see a wet turkey feather stuck to the crown of his blow-dried helmet of hair. "This is an off-limits area." "Sorry, sir." Bart was all in a panic. "He just walked in. He's investigating." "I know very well what he's investigating." Ritter climbed the ladder and turned to Pendergast, breathing hard, working to bring his trademark smile back onto his face. "How are you, Agent Pendergast?" He held out his hand. "Art Ritter. I remember seeing you at the sociable." "Delighted to make your acquaintance," Pendergast replied, taking the proffered hand. Ritter turned back to Bart, his face losing its smile. "You go back to the dock. I'll deal with you later." Then he turned to Corey. "What are you doing here?" She glanced at Pendergast, waiting for him to say something, but he remained silent. "I'm with him," she said. Ritter cast a querying glance at Pendergast, but the agent was now absorbed in examining a variety of strange equipment that hung from the ceiling. "I'm his assistant," said Corey finally. Ritter exhaled loudly. Pendergast turned and strolled over to where Jimmy Breen was working. He had shut up when the boss arrived, and began to watch him work. Ritter spoke, his voice calmer. "Mr. Pendergast, may I invite you to my office, where you'll find it much more comfortable?" "I have a few questions for Mr. Breen here." "I'll send Jimmy right over. Bart will show you the way." "There's no need to interrupt his work." "It'll be much quieter in the office." But Pendergast was already talking to Jimmy. The man continued to work, sticking a nozzle into a turkey and sucking out the guts with a great schlook while he talked. He glanced at Ritter and then at Pendergast. "Mr. Breen, I understand you were the last one to see Willie Stott alive." I was, Jimmy began. "The poor guy. It was that car of his."
I hate to say this, but the money he should have spent getting that crapmobile fixed up, he spent down at Swede's instead. That hunk of junk was always breaking down. Corey glanced at Art Ritter, who was standing behind Jimmy now, the ghastly smile once again fixed on his face. "Jimmy," Ritter interrupted, "the nozzle goes all the way up. Not like that. Excuse me, Mr. Pendergast, but it's his first day on this job." "Yes, Mr. Ritter," said Jimmy. "Up, like that. Up and in as deep as it'll go." He shoved the hose in and out of the carcass a few times to demonstrate, then handed it back to Jimmy. "You following me?" Then he turned to Pendergast with a smile. "I'll start it right here, Mr. Pendergast, in the evisceration area. Work my way to the top. I like to see things done right." There was a note of pride in his voice that Corey found creepy. "Sure thing, Mr. Ritter," Jimmy said. "As you were saying," Pendergast kept his eyes on Breen. "Right. Only last month, Willie's car broke down, and I had to drive him to and from work. I'll bet it broke down again, and he tried to hoof it to Swede's. And got nailed. Jesus. I requested a transfer the very morning he was found, didn't I, Mr. Ritter?" "You did." "I'd rather be sucking jibs out of a turkey than ending up jibs in a field myself." Jimmy's lips spread in a wet grin. "No doubt," said Pendergast. "Tell me about your previous job." "I was the night watchman. I was in the plant from midnight to 7 a.m. when the pre-shift arrives." "What does the pre-shift do?" "Make sure all the equipment is working so as when the first truck arrives, the birds can be processed right away. Can't leave birds in a hot truck that ain't moving while you fix something, otherwise you got a fine old truckload of dead turkeys." "Does that happen very often?" Corey noticed Jimmy Breen shoot a nervous glance at Ritter. "Almost never," said Ritter quickly. "When you were driving to the plant that night," Pendergast asked, "did you see anything or anyone on the road?" Why do you think I asked for the day shift? At the time, I thought it was a cow loose in the corn. Something big and bent over. Where exactly was this? Midway. About 2 miles from the plant, 2 miles from town. On the left-hand side of the road. Waiting like. It seemed to dart into the corn as my headlights came around the bend, almost scuttling like on all fours. I wasn't sure, really. It might have been a shadow. But if so, it was a big shadow. Pendergast nodded. He turned to Corey. "Do you have any questions?" Corey was seized with panic. Questions? She found Ritter looking at her, his eyes red and narrow. "Sure. Yeah, I do." There was a pause. If that was the killer, what was he doing waiting there? I mean, he couldn't have expected Stott's car to break down, could he? Might he have been interested in the plant, perhaps? There was a silence, and she realized Pendergast was smiling ever so faintly. "Well, hell, I don't know," said Jimmy, pausing. "That's a good one." "Jimmy, damn it!" Ritter suddenly broke in. "You've let that turkey get past you." He shoved forward and grabbed a turkey as it was trundling away. With one great sweep, he reached inside and ripped out the guts by hand, flinging them into the vacuum container, where they were immediately swallowed with a horrible gurgling. Ritter turned back, shaking gore from his fingers with a savage snap of his wrist. He smiled broadly. "In my day, they didn't have vacuum hoses," he said. "You can't be afraid to get your hands a little dirty on this job, Jimmy." "Yes, Mr. Ritter." He clapped Jimmy on the back, leaving a heavy brown handprint. "Carry on." "We've concluded here, I believe," said Pendergast. Ritter seemed relieved. He stuck out his hand. "Glad to be of assistance." Pendergast gave a formal bow, then turned to leave. Chapter 25. Corey Swanson stood by the side of the road and watched, hands on her hips, as Pendergast pulled pieces of an odd-looking machine out of the trunk of her car and began screwing them together. When she'd picked him up at the old Krause place, he'd been standing there by the road waiting, the box of metal parts lying at his feet.
He hadn't explained what his plan was then, and he seemed disinclined to do so now. "You really like to keep people in the dark, don't you?" she said. Pendergast screwed the last piece into place, examined the machine, and turned it on. There was a faint, rising hum. "I beg your pardon." "You know exactly what I'm talking about. You never tell anybody anything. Like what you're going to do with that thing." Pendergast switched the machine off again. "I find nothing more tiresome in life than explanations." Corey had to laugh at this. How true it was. From her mother to the school principal to that dickwad of a sheriff, "You've got some explaining to do," that's what they all said. The sun was rising over the corn, already burning the parched ground. Pendergast looked at her. "Does this curiosity mean you're warming to the role of my assistant?" "It means I'm warming to all the money you're paying me, and when somebody makes me get up at the crack of dawn, I want to know why." "Very well. Today we're going to investigate the so-called Ghost Warrior Massacre up at the mounds." "That looks more like a metal detector than some kind of ghost-busting machine to me." Pendergast shouldered the machine and began to walk up the dirt track that led through the low scrub toward the creek. He spoke over his shoulder. "Speaking of ghosts, do you?" "Do I what?" "Believe in them." She snorted. "You don't really think there's some scalped, mutilated corpse wandering around up there looking for his boots or whatever?" She waited for an answer, but none came. Within minutes they entered the shade of the trees. Here a faint, cool breath of night still lingered, mingling with the scent of the cottonwoods. Another few minutes brought them to the mounds themselves, swelling gently out of the surrounding earth, rocky at the base, sparsely covered with grass and brush along the top. Pendergast paused to turn on the machine once again. The whine went up, then down as he fiddled with the dials. At last, it fell silent. Corey watched as he slipped a wire out of his pocket, a little orange flag attached to one end, and stuck it on the ground at his feet. From another pocket, he took a thing that looked like a cell phone and started fiddling with it. "What's that?" "A GPS unit." Pendergast jotted something down in his ever-present leather notebook, and then, with the circular magnetic coil of the metal detector inches from the ground, began to slowly walk north, sweeping the coil back and forth. Corey followed him, feeling a rising sense of curiosity. The metal detector squawked sharply. Pendergast quickly dropped to his knees. He began scraping the soil with a palette knife, and within moments he had uncovered a copper arrow point. "Wow," said Corey. Without even thinking, she knelt by his side. "Is that Indian?" "Yes." "I thought they made their arrowheads out of flint." By 1865, the Cheyennes were just beginning to switch to metal. By 1870, they would have guns. This one metal point dates the site quite accurately. She reached down to pull it up, but Pendergast stayed her hand. "It stays in the ground," he said. Then he added, voice low, "Note the direction it is pointing in." The notebook and GPS reappeared. Pendergast jotted some more notes. They disappeared once again into the jacket of his suit. He placed another little flag at the spot and then continued on. They walked for perhaps 200 yards, Pendergast sweeping as they went, marking every point and every bullet they found. It amazed Corey how much junk there was under the ground. Then they returned to their point of origin and headed in another cardinal direction. Pendergast swept on. There was yet another squawk. He knelt, scraped, this time uncovering a 1970s-era pop-top. "Aren't you going to flag that historic artifact?" Corey asked. "We shall leave it for a future archaeologist." More squawks, more pop-tops, arrow points, a few lead bullets, a rusted knife. Corey noticed that Pendergast was frowning, as if disturbed by what he was finding. She almost asked the question, and then stopped. Why was she feeling so curious anyway? This was just as weird as everything else Pendergast had done to date. "Okay," said Corey. "I'm stumped. What does all this have to do with the killings?"
Unless, of course, you think the killer is the ghost of the 45er who cursed the ground for eternity or whatever.
An excellent question, Pendergast replied. I can't say at this point if the killings and the massacre are connected, but Sheila Swag was killed digging in these mounds, and Gasparilla spent a lot of time hunting up at these mounds. And then there's all the gossip in town, to which you allude, that the killer is the ghost of Harry Beaumont come back for revenge. You may recall that they cut off his boots and scalped his feet.
You don't believe that, do you?
That the killer is the ghost of Beaumont?
Pendergast smiled.
No, but I must admit the presence of antique arrows and other Indian artifacts does suggest a connection, if only in the mind of the killer. So what's your theory? It is a capital mistake to develop a premature hypothesis in the absence of hard data. I am trying my best not to develop a theory. All I wish to do now is collect data. He continued sweeping and marking. They were now on their third leg, which took them directly over one of the mounds. There was a cluster of points at its rocky base. At several scattered places, Pendergast nodded to some fresh holes in the dirt which someone had made a feeble attempt to hide with brush. Sheila Swag's recent diggings. They continued on. So you don't have any ideas about who the killer might be? Corey pressed.
Pendergast did not answer for a moment. When he spoke, his voice was very low.
It is what the killer is not that I find most intriguing.
I don't get it.
We're dealing with a serial killer, that much is clear. It is also clear he will keep killing until he is stopped. What I find intriguing is that he breaks the pattern. He is unlike any known serial killer.
How do you know? Corey asked.
At the FBI headquarters in Quantico, Virginia, there's a group known as the Behavioral Science Unit, which has made a specialty of profiling the criminal mind. For the past 20 years, they've been compiling cases of serial killers from all over the world and quantifying them in a large computer database.
Pendergast moved ahead as he spoke, sweeping back and forth as they advanced down the far side of the mound and into the trees beyond. He glanced over at her.
Are you sure you want a lecture in forensic behavioral science?
It's a lot more interesting than trigonometry.
Serial killing, like other types of human behavior, falls into definite patterns. The FBI has classified serial killers into two types, organized and disorganized. Organized offenders are intelligent, socially and sexually competent. They carefully plan their killings. The victim is a stranger, selected with care. Mood is controlled before, during, and after the crime. The crime scene, too, is neatly controlled. The corpse of the victim is usually taken away and hidden. This type is often difficult to catch. The disorganized killer, on the other hand, kills spontaneously. He is often inadequate socially and sexually, does menial labor, and has a low IQ. The crime scene is sloppy, even random. The body is left at the crime scene. No attempt is made to conceal it. Frequently, the killer lives nearby and knows the victim. The attack is frequently what is known as a blitz attack, violent and sudden, with little advance planning. They continued moving on.
It sounds like our killer is the organized type, said Corey.
In fact, he is not.
Pendergast paused and looked at her.
This is strong stuff, Miss Swanson.
I can take it.
He gazed at her a moment and then said, almost as if to himself, I believe you can. There was a whine from the machine, and Pendergast knelt and scraped, uncovering a small, rusted toy car. She saw him smile fleetingly. Ah, a Morris Minor. I had a corgi collection when I was a child.
Where is it now?
A shadow passed across Pendergast's face, and Corey did not pursue the question. Superficially, our killer does seem to fit the organized type, but there are some major deviations. First, there is a sexual component to virtually all organized serial killings. Even if it is not overt, it is there. Some killers prey on prostitutes, some on homosexuals, some on couples in parked cars. Some killers perform sexual mutilations. Some killers rape first and then kill. Some killers just kiss the corpse and leave flowers as if they had finished a date. Corey shuddered. These killings, on the other hand, have no sexual component whatsoever. Go on. The organized killer also follows a modus operandi, which forensic behavioral scientists call ritual. The killings are done ritualistically. The killer will often wear the same clothes for each killing, use the same gun or knife, and perform the killing in exactly the same way. Afterwards, the killer will often arrange the body in a ritualistic fashion. The ritual may not be obvious, but it is always there. It is part of the killing. That seems to fit our serial killer. On the contrary, it does not. Yes, our killer performs a ritual. But here's the catch. It's a totally different ritual each time. And this killer doesn't just kill people, he kills animals. The killing of the dog is completely mystifying. There was no ritual at all involved there. It has all the earmarks of the disorganized type. He simply killed the dog and ripped off its tail. Why? And the opportunistic attack on John Gasparilla was similar. No ritual, not even an effort to kill. He just, seems to have taken what he needed, the man's hair and his thumb, and gone away. In other words, these killings share elements of both organized and disorganized serial killers. This has never been seen before. He was interrupted by an explosive squawk from the metal detector. They had almost reached the end of the test line. Ahead of them, the grassy slope descended through a fold of land to the great sea of corn below. Pendergast knelt and began to scrape away the dirt. This time he did not uncover anything. He placed the metal detector directly on the spot and adjusted some dials while the machine continued shrieking in protest. It's at least 2 feet down, he said. A trowel appeared in his hand, and he began to dig. In a few minutes, a sizable hole had been excavated. More carefully now, Pendergast trimmed the edges of the hole, going down scant millimeters at a time until his trowel touched something solid. A very small brush appeared in his hand, and he began to sweep dirt from the object. Corey watched over his shoulder. Something began emerging into view. Old, twisted, curled up. A few more sweeps revealed it. A single cowboy boot with a hobnail sole. Pendergast lifted it out of the hole and turned it around in his hand. It had been neatly sliced down at the back, as if with a knife. He looked at Corey and said, "It appears Harry Beaumont wore a size 11, does it not?" There was a shout from behind. A figure was huffing his way out of the mounds toward them, waving his hands. It was Tad, the deputy sheriff. "Mr. Pendergast," he was calling. "Mr. Pendergast!" Pendergast rose as the red-faced, lanky figure came up to them, sweating and blowing. "Gasparilla, in the hospital. He's regained consciousness and—" Tad paused, heaving. "And he's asking for you." Chapter 26. Hazen sat in one of 2 plastic portable chairs set up outside Gasparilla's intensive care room. He was thinking hard about the first cool nights of fall, buttered corn on the cob, reruns of The Honeymooners, Pamela Anderson naked. What he tried very hard not to think about was the incessant moaning and the terrible smell that came from the room beyond, penetrating even the closed door. He wished he could go. He wished to hell he could at least head off to the waiting room. But no, he had to wait here for Pendergast. Jesus Christ. And there was the man himself, in full undertaker's get-up as usual, striding down the hall on those long, black-clad legs. Hazen rose and reluctantly took the proffered hand. It seemed as if where Pendergast came from they shook hands 5 times a day. Great way to spread the plague. "Thank you, Sheriff, for waiting," said Pendergast. Hazen grunted. Another long, gibbering moan, almost like a cry of a loon, came from behind the door. Pendergast knocked, and the door opened to reveal the attending physician and 2 nurses. Gasparilla lay in the bed, swathed like a mummy, only his black eyes and a slit for a mouth relieving the massive white swaddle of bandages. He had wires and tubes out the wazoo. All around, banks of machines ticked and blinked and chirped and buzzed like a high-tech orchestra. The smell was much stronger here. It hung in the air like a tangible presence. Hazen stayed near the door, wishing he could light up a camel, watching as Pendergast strode across the room and bent over the prostrate form. "He's very agitated, Mr. Pendergast," the doctor said, "asking for you continuously. We hoped your visit might calm him." For several moments Gasparilla went on moaning. Then suddenly he seemed to spy Pendergast. "You," he cried, his body suddenly struggling under the bandages. The doctor laid a hand on Pendergast's arm. "I just want to caution you that if this is going to overly excite him, you'll have to leave." "No," cried Gasparilla, his voice full of panic. "Let me speak." A bony hand, swathed in gauze, shot out from underneath the covers and clutched at Pendergast's jacket, clawing and grabbing so frantically that a button popped off and rattled to the floor. "I'm having second thoughts about this," the doctor began again. No, I must speak." The voice rose like the shriek of a banshee. One of the nurses quickly shut the door behind Hazen. Even the machines responded with eager low beepings and a blinking red light. "That's it," said the doctor firmly. "I'm sorry. This was a mistake. He's in no condition to speak. I must ask you to leave." "No!" A second hand grasped Pendergast's arm, pulling him down. Now the machines were really going ape shit. The doctor said something, and a nurse approached with a needle, stabbed it into the drug delivery seal on the IV, emptied it. "Let me talk." Pendergast, unable to escape, knelt closer. "What is it? What did you see?" "Oh, God." Gasparilla's anguished voice strangled and choked, fighting the sedative. "What?" Pendergast's voice was low, urgent. Gasparilla's hand had Pendergast by the suit, screwing it up, dragging the FBI agent still closer. The awful stench seemed to roll in waves from the bed. That face. What face? It looked to Hazen as if, lying on the bed, Gasparilla suddenly came to attention. His body stiffened, seemed to elongate. "Remember what I said about the devil?" "Yes." Gasparilla began thrashing, his voice gargling. "I was wrong." "Nurse!" The doctor was now shouting at a burly male nurse. "Administer another 2 milligrams of Ativan and get this man out now." "No!" The claw-like hands grappled with Pendergast. "I said out!" the doctor yelled as he tried to pull the man's arms away from Pendergast. "Sheriff, this man of yours is going to kill my patient. Get him out." Hazen scowled. "Man of yours?" But he strode over and joined the doctor in trying to pry off one of Gasparilla's skeletal hands. It was like trying to pry steel, and Pendergast was making no attempt to break his grip. "I was wrong," Gasparilla shrieked. I was wrong. The nurse stabbed a second syringe into the IV, pumped in another dose of sedative. "None of you are safe. None of you, now that he is here." The doctor turned toward the nurse. "Get security in here," he barked. An alarm went off somewhere at the head of the bed. "What did you see?" Pendergast was asking in a low, compelling voice. All of a sudden, Gasparilla sat up in bed. The nasogastric tubing, ripped out of position with a small spray of blood, jittered against the bedguard. The clawed hand went around Pendergast's neck. Hazen grappled with the man. Christ, Gasparilla was going to choke Pendergast to death. "The devil. He's come. He's here,"
Gasparilla's eyes rolled upward as the second injection hit home, and yet he seemed to cling even more fiercely. "He does exist. I saw him that night." "Yes?" Pendergast asked. "And he's a child. A child." Suddenly, Hazen felt Gasparilla's arms go slack. Another alarm went off on the rack of machinery, this one a steady, loud tone. "Code!" cried the doctor. "We got a code here! Bring the court!" Several people burst into the room all at once. Security, more nurses and doctors. Pendergast stood up, disentangling himself from the now limp arms, brushing his shoulder. His normally pallid face was flushed, but otherwise he seemed unperturbed. In a moment he and Hazen had been sent outside by the nurses. They waited in the hall while, for 10, perhaps 15 minutes, there was the sound of furious activity within Gasparilla's room. And then, as if a switch had been turned off, there came a sudden calm. Hazen heard the machines being shut down, the alarms stopping one by one, and then blessed silence. The first to emerge was the attending physician. He came out slowly, almost aimlessly, head bent. As he passed them, he looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. He glanced at Hazen, then at Pendergast. "You killed him," he said wearily, almost as if he had passed the point of caring. Pendergast laid his hand on the doctor's shoulder. "We were both only doing our jobs. There could have been no other outcome. Once he had me in that grip, Doctor, I assure you there would be no escape until he had his say. He had to talk." The doctor shook his head. "You're probably right." Nurses and medical technicians were now wandering out of the room, going their separate ways. "I have to ask," Pendergast went on, "how exactly did he die?" "A massive cardiac infarction after a long period of fibrillation. We just couldn't stabilize the heart. I've never seen anyone fight sedation like that. Cardiac explosion. The heart just blew up. Any idea what caused the fibrillations to begin with?" The doctor shook his head wearily. "It was the initial shock of whatever happened to him. Not the wounds themselves, which were not life-threatening, but the profound psychological shock that came with the injury, which he was unable to shake off. In other words, he died of fright." The doctor glanced over at a male nurse who was emerging from the room, wheeling a stretcher. Gasparilla's body was now wrapped head to toe in white and bound tightly with canvas straps. The doctor blinked, passed the back of a sleeve across his forehead. He watched the body disappear through a set of double doors. "That's a rather melodramatic way of putting it, but yes, that's about it," he said. Chapter 27. Several hours later, and 2,000 miles to the east, the setting sun burnished the Hudson River to a rich bronze. Beneath the great shadow of the George Washington Bridge, a barge moved ponderously upriver. A little farther south, 2 sailboats, small as toys, barely broke the placid surface as they sailed on a reach toward upper New York Bay. Above the steep escarpment of Manhattan bedrock that formed Riverside Park, the boulevard named Riverside Drive commanded an excellent view of the river. But the 4-story Beaux-Arts mansion that stretched along the drive's east side between 137th and 138th Streets had been sightless for many years. The slates of its mansard roof were cracked and loose. No lights showed from its leaded windows. No vehicles stood beneath its once elegant porte-cochere. The house sat, brooding and still, beneath untended sumacs and oaks. And yet, in the vast honeycomb of chambers that stretched out like hollow roots beneath the house, something was stirring. In the vaults of endless stone, perfumed with dust and other subtler, more exotic smells, a strange-looking figure moved. He was thin, almost cadaverously so, with leonine white shoulder-length hair and matching white eyebrows. He wore a white lab coat, from whose pocket protruded a black felt marker, a pair of library scissors, and a glue pencil. A clipboard was snugged beneath one narrow elbow. Atop his head, a miner's helmet threw a beam of yellow light onto the humid stonework and rows of rich wooden cabinetry. Now the figure stopped before a row of tall oaken cabinets, each containing dozens of thin, deep drawers. The man ran a finger down the rows of labels, the elegant copperplate script now faded and barely legible. The finger stopped on one label, tapped thoughtfully at its brass enclosure. Then the man gingerly pulled the drawer open. Rank upon rank of Luna moths, pale green in the glow of the torch, greeted his gaze. The rare jade-colored mutation found only in Kashmir. Stepping back, he jotted some notes onto the clipboard. Then he closed the drawer and opened the one beneath it. Inside, pinned with achingly regular precision to the tackboards beneath, were a dozen rows of large indigo moths. Upon their backs, the strange silvery imprint of a lidless eye stared up from the display case. Lacrimosa quadriceptes, winged death, the intensely beautiful, intensely poisonous butterfly of the Yucatan. The man made another notation on his clipboard. Then he closed the second drawer and made his way back through several chambers, separated from each other by heavy cloth tapestries, to a vault full of glass cabinets. In the center, upon a stone table, a laptop computer glowed. The man approached it, set down the clipboard, and began to type. For several minutes, the only sound was the tapping of the keys, the occasional distant drip of water. And then a strident buzzing suddenly erupted from the breast of his lab coat. The man stopped typing, reached into his pocket, and removed the ringing cell phone. Only 2 people in the world knew he had a cell phone, and only one person had the number. The man lifted the phone, spoke into it. "Special Agent Pendergast, I believe." "Precisely," came the voice on the other end of the line. "And how are you, Wren?" "Ask for me tomorrow, and you shall find me a grave man." "That I sincerely doubt. Have you completed your catalogue raisonné of the first-floor library?" "No, I'm saving that for last." There was an undisguised shudder of relish in the voice. "I'm still assembling a list of the basement artifacts." "Indeed." "Yes, indeed. Hypocrite lecteur. And I expect to be at it several more days at least. The collections of your great-granduncle were, shall we say, extensive. Besides, I can only be here during the days. My nights are reserved for the library. Nothing interferes with my work there." "Naturally. And you've heeded my warning not to proceed into the final chambers beyond the abandoned laboratory?" "I have." "Good. Any surprises of particular interest?" "Oh, many, many. But those can wait, I think." "You think? Please explain." Wren hesitated briefly in a way that his friends, had he any, would have called uncharacteristic. "I'm not sure exactly." He paused again, looked briefly over his shoulder. "You know that I'm no stranger to darkness and decay. But on several occasions during my work down here, I've had an unusual feeling, a most disagreeable feeling, a feeling as if—" He lowered his voice. "As if I'm being watched." "I'm not particularly surprised to hear it," Pendergast said after a moment. "I fear even the least imaginative person on earth would find that particular cabinet of curiosities an unsettling place. Perhaps I was wrong to ask you to take on this assignment." "Oh, no," Wren said excitedly. "No, no, no. I would never forego such a chance. I shouldn't even have mentioned it. Imagination, as you say. One sees more devils than vast hell can hold. Such tricks hath strong imagination. No doubt it's simply my knowledge of the, things these walls have borne witness to." "No doubt.
The events of last fall have yet to release their hold on my own thoughts. I'd hoped that this trip would in some measure drive them away. Without success. Now Wren chuckled. Not surprising, given your notion of getting away from it all. Investigating serial murders. And from what I understand, such a strange set of murders, too. In fact, they're so unusual as to seem almost familiar. Your brother isn't vacationing in Kansas by any chance? For a moment there was no answer. When Pendergast spoke again, his voice was chill, distant. I have told you, Wren, never to speak of my family. But of course, Wren replied quickly. I'm calling with a request. Pendergast's tone became brisk and businesslike. I need you to locate an article for me, Wren. Wren sighed. It's a handwritten journal by one Isaiah Draper entitled An Account of the Dodge 45s. My research indicates that this journal became part of Thomas Van Dyke Selden's collection, acquired on his tour through Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas in 1933. I understand this collection is now held at the New York Public Library. Wren scowled. The Selden collection is the most riotous, disorganized aggregation of ephemera ever assembled. 60 packing cases occupying 2 storage rooms and all utterly worthless. Not all. I need details that only this journal can provide. What for? What light could an old journal shed on these murders? There was no answer, and Wren sighed again. What does this journal look like? Alas, I can't say. Any identifying marks? Unknown. Just how quickly do you need it? The day after tomorrow, if possible. Monday. Surely you jest, hypocrite lecteur. My days are taken up here, and my nights. Well, you know my work. So many damaged books, so little time. Finding a specific item in that hurricane of... There would be a special remuneration for your efforts, of course. Wren fell quickly silent. He licked his lips. Pray tell. An Indian ledger book in need of conservation. Indeed. It appears to be a particularly important one. Wren pressed the phone close to his ear. Tell me. At first, I thought it to be the work of the Sioux chief Buffalo Hump, but further examination convinces me it is the work of Sitting Bull himself, most likely composed in his cabin at Standing Rock, perhaps during the moon of fallen leaves in the final months before his death. Sitting Bull. Wren said the words carefully, lovingly, like poetry. It will be in your hands by Monday. For conservation only. You may enjoy it for 2 weeks. And the journal, if indeed it exists, will be in yours. It exists. But let me not disturb your work any further. Good afternoon, Wren. Be careful. Fare thee well. Replacing the phone in his pocket, Wren returned to his laptop, going over the physical layout of the Selden collection in his mind, his veined hands almost trembling at the thought of holding, a day or 2 hence, Sitting Bull's ledger book. From the pool of darkness behind the glass-fronted cabinets, a pair of small, serious eyes watched intently as once again Wren began to type. Chapter 28. Smith Ludwig rarely attended church anymore, but he had the gut sense as he rose that brutally hot Sunday morning that it might be worth going. He couldn't say why exactly, except that tensions had risen to a fever pitch in the town. The killings were all that people could talk about. Neighbors were glancing sidelong at each other. People were scared, uncertain. They were looking for reassurance. His reporter's nose told him that Calvary Lutheran was where they would seek it. As he approached the neat brick church with its white spire, he knew he'd been right. The parking lot was overflowing with cars, which also spilled out along both sides of the street. He parked at the far end and had to walk almost a quarter mile. It was hard to believe so many people still lived in Medicine Creek, Kansas. The doors were open and the greeters pushed the usual program into his hand as he entered. He eased his way through the crowd in the back and moved off to one side where he had a decent view. This was more than a church service. This was a story. There were people in church who had never been inside the building their entire lives. He patted his pocket and was glad to see he'd brought his notebook and pencil. He removed them and surreptitiously began jotting notes. There were the Bender Langs, Click and Melton Rasmussen, Art Ritter and his wife, the Cahills, Maisie, and Dale Estrom with his usual buddies from the Farmers' Co-op. Sheriff Hazen stood to one side, looking grumpy. Hadn't seen him in church since his mother died. His son was beside him, an irritable look on his puffy face. And there, off in a shadowy corner, stood the FBI man, Pendergast, and Corey Swanson, all spiked purple hair and black lipstick and dangly silver things. Well, there was an odd couple. A hush fell over the congregation as the Reverend John Wilbur made his fussy way toward the pulpit. The service began, as usual, with the entrance hymn, the prayer of the day. During the readings that followed, the silence was absolute. Ludwig could see that people were waiting for the sermon. He wondered just how Pastor Wilbur would handle it. The man, narrow and pedantic, was not known for his oratory. He larded his sermons with quotations from English literature and poetry in an attempt to show erudition, but the effect only seemed pompous and long-winded. The moment of truth had come for Pastor Wilbur. This was the time of his town's greatest need. Would he rise to the occasion? The reading from the gospel was complete. The time for the sermon had arrived. The air was electric. This was it, the moment of spiritual reassurance that people had yearned for, had waited for, had come to find. The minister stepped up to the pulpit, gave 2 delicate little coughs into his bald hand, pursed his thin lips, and smoothed with a crackle the yellowed papers that lay hidden behind the elaborately carved wood. 2 quotes come to mind this morning, Wilbur said, glancing over the congregation. One, of course, from the Bible. The other, from a famous sermon. Hope leapt in Ludwig's heart. This sounded new. This sounded promising. Recall, if you will, God's promise to Noah in the book of Genesis. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. And in the words of the good Dr. Dunn, God comes to thee not as in the dawning of the day, not as in the bud of the spring, but as the sheaves in harvest. Wilbur paused to survey the packed church from over his reading glasses. Abruptly, Ludwig's spirits fell, all the harder for having been falsely raised. He recognized these quotations all too well. Wilbur's air of practiced improvisation had fooled him. Oh, my God, he thought, he's not going to do the harvest sermon again, is he? And yet, beyond all understanding, that seemed to be Wilbur's intent. He spread his arms with magisterial pomp. Here we are once again, the little town of Medicine Creek, surrounded by the bounty of God. Summer, harvest. All around us are the fruits of God's green earth, God's promise to us. The corn, the stalks trembling under the weight of the ripe ears beneath the given summer sun. Ludwig looked around with a kind of desperation. It was the same sermon Wilbur always gave at this time of the year, for as long as Ludwig could remember. There was a time when his wife still lived that Ludwig found Wilbur's cycle of sermons, as predictable as the cycle of seasons, comfortable and reassuring. But not now. Especially not now. To those who would ask for a sign of God's bounty, for those who require proof of His goodness, I say to you, go to the door. Go to the door and look out over the great sea of life, the harvest of corn that stands ready to be plucked and eaten, to provide physical nourishment to our bodies and spiritual comfort to our souls. To be made in a gas hall for our cars, you mean? Ludwig heard someone nearby mutter. He waited. Maybe the minister was just warming up and was going to get onto the real topic soon. While Thanksgiving is the accepted time to thank God for the bounty of His earth, I like to offer thanks now, just before harvest, when the gift of God's goodness is made incarnate all around us, in the fields of corn that stretch from horizon to horizon. Let us all walk, as the immortal bard John Greenleaf Whittier impels us to, up from the meadows rich with corn. Let us all then pause and look out over the great Kansas earth covered with the harvest and give thanks. He paused for effect. The mood in the room remained one of suspension, of desperate hope that the sermon would take an unexpected turn. The other day, the minister began in a more jocular tone, I was driving to Deeper with my wife Lucy when our car ran out of gas. Oh, no. He told this story last year and the year before. There we were by the side of the road, completely surrounded by corn. Lucy turned to me and asked, "Whatever are we going to do, dear?" I answered, "Trust in God." He chuckled, blissfully ignorant of the ugly undercurrent that was now beginning to ripple through the congregation. Well, she got mad at that. Being the man, you see, I was supposed to have filled up the tank, and so it was my fault that we'd run out. "You trust in God," she said. "I'm going to trust in my two good legs." And she started to get out of the car. Suddenly a voice rang out, "And got the gas can out of the back and walked to the gas station." It was Swede Cahill himself who had completed the Reverend's sentence. Swede Cahill, the nicest man in town. But there he was, on his feet, red-faced. Pastor Wilbur compressed his lips so hard they almost disappeared. "Mr. Cahill, may I remind you that this is a church, and that I am giving a sermon?" "I know very well what you're doing, Reverend." "Then I shall continue." "No," said Cahill, panting heavily. "No, you will not." "For heaven's sakes, sit down, Swede," a voice cried from somewhere. Cahill turned toward the voice. "There have been 2 horrible murders in this town, and all he can do is read some sermon he wrote back in 1973? No, this won't scour. It won't scour, I say." A woman had arisen. Click Rasmussen. "Swede, if you have something to say, have the decency to wait until—" "No, he's right," interrupted another voice. Ludwig turned. It was a worker from the Grobane plant. "Swede's right. We didn't come here to listen to a damn sermon about corn. There's a killer on the loose and none of us are safe." Click turned her short, furious bulk on him. "Young man, this is a church service, not a town meeting." "Didn't you hear about what that man Gasparilla said on his deathbed?" Swede cried. His face had, if possible, grown even redder. "This is no joke, Click. This town's in crisis." There was a general murmuring of assent. Smith Ludwig scribbled madly, trying to get down Swede's words. "Please, please," Pastor Wilbur was saying, holding up 2 thin arms. "Not in God's house." But others were on their feet. "Yeah," said another plant worker. "I heard what Gasparilla said. I sure as hell heard it." "I did too." "It can't be true, can it?" The murmuring of voices rose dramatically. "Pastor," said Swede, "why do you think the church is full? People are here because they're frightened. This land has seen bad times before, terrible times, but this is different. People are talking about the curse of the 45s, the massacre, as if the town itself is cursed, as if these murders are some awful judgment upon us.
They're looking to you for reassurance." "Mr. Cahill, as the local tavern keeper, I hardly think you're in a position to lecture me on my duties as a pastor," said Wilbur furiously. "Look here, Reverend, with all due respect."
"And what about this freakish corn they want to grow here?" called out a very deep voice.
It was Dale Estrom on his feet, raising a hoe in a knotted fist.
"What about that?"
"He brought that hoe here as a prop," thought Ludwig, writing madly. He came prepared to make a scene.
"It's going to cross-pollinate and pollute our fields. These scientists want to come here and play God with our food, Reverend. When are you going to talk about that?"
Now a far more hysterical voice rang out, trumping all. An old man, skinny as a rail, with a huge bobbing Adam's apple that made his neck whiskers bristle like quills, had stood up and was shaking his fist furiously at Wilbur. It was old Whit Bowers, the recluse who managed the town dump.
"The end days are come. Can't you see it, you blind fool?"
Swede turned. "Look, Whit, that wasn't what I—"
"You're all a pack of fools if you don't see it. The devil is walking among us."
The man's voice was shriekingly high, raspy, cutting like a knife through the babble.
"The devil himself is in this church. Are you all blind? Can't you see it? Can't you smell it?"
Pastor Wilbur was holding up his hands and shouting something, but his dry, pedantic voice could not compete with the general hubbub. Now everyone was on their feet. The church was in chaos.
"He's here," Whit shrieked. "Look to your neighbor. Look to your friend. Look to your brother. Is that the devil's eyes staring back at you? Look well, and take heed. Have you all forgotten the words of Peter? Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary the devil as a roaring lion walketh about, seeking who he may devour."
Others were shouting to be heard. People were milling in the aisle. There was a cry and someone fell. Ludwig lowered his pad, strained to see. There was Pendergast, still as death in his shadowy corner. There was Corey beside him, grinning with delight. The sheriff was yelling and gesturing. There was a sudden backward movement of the crowd.
"You son of a bitch!" someone shouted.
There was a violent motion, the smack of a landed fist. My God, it was a fight, right here in the church. Ludwig was stunned. He hastily climbed up on the pew to get a better view, notebook in hand. It was Randall Pennoyer, a friend of Stott's, dusting it up with another plant worker. Nobody deserved to die like that, parboiled like a hog. There was more confused shouting, and several men surged forward to separate the combatants. Ritter himself was now wading in, shouting, trying to reach the fight. Sheriff Hazen, too, was plowing down the aisle like a bulldog, his head lowered. As Ludwig watched, Hazen fell over Bertha Blodgett and rose again, his face dark with fury. Horrified voices echoed off the vaulted ceiling. The people in the back had pushed open the doors and were exiting in a confused mass. A pew came crashing down to the frightened screams of a woman. "Not in the house of God!" Wilbur was shouting, his eyes bulging. Above it all, the apocalyptic voice of Whit continued, piping out a shrill warning. "Look into their eyes and you will see. Breathe the air and smell the brimstone. He's a crafty one, but you will find him out. Yes, you will. The killer is here. He's one of us. The devil has come to Medicine Creek and he's walking hand in hand with us. You heard it? The devil with the face of a child." Chapter 29. Corey Swanson sat in her car beneath the shade of the trees in the little turnout by the creek, where Pendergast had, in his mysterious fashion, asked her to drive him. It had just passed noon, and the heat was suffocating. Corey shifted in her seat, feeling the beads of sweat gathering on her forehead, on the back of her neck. Once again, Pendergast was acting strange. He'd simply reclined in his broken seat and closed his eyes. He looked asleep, but of course Corey knew enough by now to realize he wasn't sleeping. He was thinking. But about what? And why here? And whatever the hell it was, why had it taken half an hour and counting? She shook her head. He was a weird one. Nice, weird, but weird all the same. She picked up the book she was reading, Beyond the Ice Limit, found her dog-eared place at the beginning of Chapter 6, and began to read. The sea horizon lay against the sky, blue against perfect blue, and it seemed to beckon the ship southward, ever southward. She closed the book, put it down again. Not bad, but it lacked the punch of the original. Or maybe it was just that something else was on her mind, such as what she'd just seen in church. Her mother was not the church-going type, and Corey had only been inside a few times. Even so, she realized that nobody in town, no matter how many times they'd set foot within Calvary Lutheran, had ever seen anything like it. The whole town was falling apart. That Pastor Wilbur, who always passed her with his eyes averted and lips compressed in disapproval, had blown it big time. What a self-righteous ass. She couldn't help but smile afresh at the images that reeled through her head. Crazy old witch shrieking hell and damnation, Estrom up there waving his hoe, everyone fleeing out the back and falling down the stairs, the plant workers fighting and knocking over pews. So many times in her fantasies she had imagined earthquakes leveling the town, bombs dropping, huge fires consuming everything, riots in the streets, the high school being swallowed by a bottomless pit. And now, in a way, it had come to pass. She was still smiling at the images, but the smile had grown fixed on her face. The reality wasn't quite so funny. She glanced over at Pendergast and almost jumped. He was sitting there at full attention, regarding her with his pale cat's eyes. "To the Castle Club, if you please," he said quietly. Corey quickly composed herself. "Why?" "I understand that Sheriff Hazen and Art Ritter will be lunching with Dr. Chauncey. As you know, Chauncey will make his announcement tomorrow as to which town will get the experimental field. No doubt citizens Hazen and Ritter are making a final pitch for Medicine Creek. Since Chauncey's leaving the area tomorrow, there are certain questions I'd like to put to him first." "You don't think he's involved?" "As I've said, I am keeping my deductive faculties as quiescent as possible, and I'd advise you to do the same." "You really think they'll be there? I mean, after what happened in church just now?" "Chauncey was not in church. He may know nothing of what transpired. Regardless, the sheriff and Mr. Ritter will want to make a great show of normalcy, to reassure him if need be." "Okay," Corey said, throwing the gremlin in reverse. "You're the boss." Although it galled her to do so, Corey kept the car within the speed limit as Medicine Creek hove into view above the corn. In another moment they were pulling into the big parking lot of the bowling alley. It was almost empty, she noticed. But then this was Medicine Creek, and emptiness was the norm. Pendergast motioned her to precede him, and they entered the alley and made their way past the lanes to the glassed-in front of the Castle Club. Within, Chauncey, Ritter, and Hazen were seated at Ritter's usual table. The rest of the place was deserted. All three stared as they entered. Hazen rose and quickly moved forward, intercepting them in the middle of the dining room. "Pendergast, what is it now?" he said in a low voice. "We're in the middle of an important business meeting." "Sheriff, I'm very sorry to interrupt your luncheon," the agent replied mildly. "I have a few questions for Dr. Chauncey." "Now is not the time." "Once again, I'm very sorry." Pendergast brushed past the sheriff, Corey following. As they approached the table, Corey noticed that Art Ritter, too, had risen, an angry smile frozen on his smooth, plump face. "Ah, Special Agent Pendergast," he said in a voice that almost managed to sound amiable. "Good to see you. If it's about the case, we'll be with you shortly. We were just finishing here with Dr. Chauncey."
But it is Dr. Chauncey I've come to see. Pendergast held out his hand. My name is Pendergast. Chauncey, failing to rise, took the hand and gave it a shake. I remember you now, the fellow that refused to relinquish a room to me. He smiled as if making a pleasantry, but irritation lurked in his eyes. Dr. Chauncey, I understand you will be leaving us tomorrow. Today, actually, said Chauncey. The announcement will be made at KSU. In that case, I have a few questions. Chauncey folded his napkin into a neat square, taking his sweet time, then laid it down beside a plate of half-eaten stewed tomatoes. Sorry, but I'm running late as it is. We'll have to have our chat some other time. He stood, shrugged into his jacket. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Dr. Chauncey. Chauncey turned and raked him with arrogant eyes. If this is about the killings, naturally, I know nothing. If this is about the experimental field, then you are out of your jurisdiction, officer, you and your, sidekick. He cast a pointed glance at Corey. Now, if you'll excuse me. When Pendergast spoke again, his voice was even milder. I determine whether or not questioning a person is relevant. Chauncey reached into his suit coat, pulled out a wallet, took out a business card. He handed it to Pendergast. You know the rules. I decline to be interviewed except in the presence of my attorney. Pendergast smiled. Of course. And your attorney's name? Chauncey hesitated. Until you give me the name and number of your attorney, Dr. Chauncey, I must deal with you directly. As you said, the rules. Look, Mr. Pendergast, Ritter began. Chauncey snatched the card out of Pendergast's hand and scribbled something on the back. He thrust it back. For your information, Agent Pendergast, I am engaged in a confidential business of great importance to the agricultural extension at KSU, to Kansas, and indeed to the hungry people of the world. I will not be sucked into a local investigation of a couple of sordid murders. He turned. Gentlemen, I thank you for lunch. He managed a brief pause before the word lunch that made it sound like an insult instead of a compliment. But even before Chauncey had finished speaking, Pendergast had removed a cell phone from his suit and was dialing a number. This unexpected action caused everyone to pause. Even Chauncey hesitated. Mr. Bludder, said Pendergast as he glanced at Chauncey's card. This is Special Agent Pendergast of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Chauncey frowned sharply. I am here in Medicine Creek with a client of yours, Dr. Stanton Chauncey. I would like to ask him a few questions about the killings that have occurred here. There are two ways we could proceed. One is voluntarily, right now, and the other is later, through a subpoena issued by a judge for cause in a public proceeding. Dr. Chauncey seeks your advice. He held the phone out toward Chauncey. The man grabbed it. Bludder? There was a long silence, and then Chauncey exploded into the telephone. Bludder, this is pure harassment. It's going to drag KSU through the mud. I can't have any negative publicity. We're at a delicate moment here. There was another, longer silence. Chauncey's face darkened. Bludder, damn it, I'm not going to talk to this cop. Another pause. Then, Christ. He hung up and almost threw the phone back at Pendergast. All right, he muttered. You have 10 minutes. Thank you, but I'll take as long as I need. My very capable sidekick will take notes. Miss Swanson. What? Yeah, sure. Corey was alarmed. She'd left her notebook in the car, but almost as if by magic a notebook and pen appeared in Pendergast's hand. She took them and flipped the pages, trying to look as if this was something she did every day. Ritter spoke again. Hazen, are you just going to stand there and let this happen? Hazen looked back at Ritter, his face an unreadable mask. "And what would you have me do?" "Stop this farce. This FBI agent is going to ruin everything." Hazen's reply was quiet. "You know very well I can't do that." He turned to Pendergast and said nothing, his face neutral. But Corey knew Hazen well enough to read the look in his eyes. Pendergast spoke cheerfully to Chauncey. "Tell me, Dr. Chauncey, when did Medicine Creek first come up as a suggested host for the experimental field?" A computer analysis produced the name last year, in April. Chauncey spoke in a curt monotone. "When did you first visit the town?" "June." "Did you make contact with anyone here at that time?" "No. It was just a preliminary trip." "Then what exactly did you do?" "I failed to see." Pendergast held up the phone and said cheerfully, "Just hit redial." Chauncey made a huge effort to control himself. "I had lunch at Maisie's Diner." "And?" "And what? It was the most revolting lunch it has been my misfortune to consume." "And after?" "Diarrhea, of course." Before she could stop herself, Corey burst out laughing. Ritter and Hazen looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Chauncey's face broke into a mirthless smile. He seemed to be recovering his equilibrium, if not his arrogance. Then he continued. "I inspected a field owned by Buswell Agricon, the agricultural combine, who are our partners in this venture." "Where?" "Down by the creek." "Where exactly by the creek?" "Township 5, Range 1, the northwest quadrant of Section 9. "What was involved in the inspection of these fields? How did you proceed?" "On foot. I took samples of earth, corn, other samples." "Such as?" "Water, botanicals, insects, scientific samples, things you wouldn't understand, Mr. Pendergast." "What day exactly was this?" "I'd have to check my diary." Pendergast folded his arms, waiting. Scowling, Dr. Chauncey fished into his pocket, pulled out a diary, flipped the pages. June 11. "And did you see anything unusual? Out of the ordinary?" "As I've said, I saw nothing." "Tell me, what exactly is this experimental field going to experiment with?" Chauncey drew himself up. "I'm sorry, Mr. Pendergast, but these scientific concepts are rather too complex for a non-scientist to comprehend. It's pointless to answer questions along that line." Pendergast smiled in a self-deprecating way. "Well then, perhaps you could simplify it in a way that any idiot could understand." "I suppose I could try." "We are trying to develop a strain of corn for gasohol production. You know what that is?" Pendergast nodded. "We need a strain that has high starch content and that produces a natural pesticide, which eliminates the need for external pesticides." There's the idiot explanation, Mr. Pendergast. I trust you followed it. He gave a quick smile. Pendergast leaned forward slightly, his face assuming a blank expression. He reminded Corey of a cat about to pounce. "Dr. Chauncey, how do you plan to prevent cross-pollination? If your genetic strain escaped into this sea of corn around us, there would be no way of putting the genie back into the bottle, so to speak." Chauncey looked disconcerted. "We'll create a buffer zone. We'll plow a 100-foot strip around the field and plant alfalfa." And yet, Addison and Markham, in a paper published in the April 2002 issue of the Journal of Biomechanics, stated that cross-pollination by genetically modified corn has been shown to extend several miles beyond the target field. Surely you recall that paper, Dr. Chauncey. Addison and Markham, April. "I'm familiar with the paper," Chauncey said. "And then you must also know the work of Engels, Tramerai, and Green. which demonstrated that the 3PJ strain 5 genetically modified plant produced a pollen toxic to monarch butterflies. Are you by chance working with the 3PJ strain? Yes, but monarch mortality only occurs in concentrations greater than 60 pollen grains per square millimeter, which is present within at least 300 yards downwind of the field, according to a University of Chicago study published in the Proceedings of the 3rd Annual...
I know the bloody paper. You don't have to cite it to me.
Well then, Dr. Chauncey, I ask again, how are you going to prevent cross-pollination, and how are you going to protect the local butterfly population?
That's what this whole experiment is all about, Pendergast. Those are the very problems we're trying to solve.
So Medicine Creek will be, in effect, a guinea pig location to test possible solutions to these problems. For a moment, Chauncey spluttered, unable to reply. He looked apoplectic. Corey could see he had lost it completely.
Why should I have to justify my important work to a fucking cop?
There was a silence as Chauncey breathed heavily, the sweat pouring off his brow and creeping through the underarms of his suit jacket. Pendergast turned to Corey. I think we are done here. Did you get it all down, Miss Swanson? Everything, sir. Right down to the fucking cop. She slapped the notebook shut with a satisfying crack and jammed the pen into one of her leather pockets, then gave the group at the table a broad smile. Pendergast nodded, turned to go.
Pendergast, Ritter said. His voice was low and very, very cold. Despite herself, Corey shivered when she saw the look on his face.
Pendergast stopped. Yes.
Ritter's eyes glittered like mica. You've disturbed our lunch and agitated our guest. Isn't there something you ought to say to him before you leave?
I don't believe so. Pendergast seemed to consider a moment. Unless, perhaps, it is a quotation from Einstein. The only thing more dangerous than ignorance is arrogance. I would suggest to Dr. Chauncey that, in combination, the two qualities are even more alarming. Corey followed Pendergast out through the darkened bowling alley and into the strong sun. As they climbed into the car, she couldn't hold herself back any longer and laughed. Pendergast looked at her. Amused. Why not? You've really ripped Chauncey a new one. That is the second time I've heard that curious expression. What does it mean? It means, well, you made him look like the fool he is. If only it were so. Chauncey and his ilk are anything but fools, and are, as such, decidedly more dangerous. Chapter 30. It was 9 o'clock when Corey got back to Wyndham Park Estates, the mobile home community just behind the bowling alley where she shared a double wide with her mother. After leaving Pendergast, she had driven to her secret reading place on the Powerline Road to kill time, but as soon as the sun had set, she got spooked and decided to head on home. She carefully opened the shabby front door and closed it behind her with a silence born of years of practice. By now her mother should be out like a light. It was a Sunday, her mother's day off, and she would have started hitting the bottle as soon as she was up. Still, silence was always the wisest policy. She crept into the kitchen. The trailer had no AC and was stiflingly hot. She eased open a cupboard, took out a box of Captain Crunch and a bowl, and carefully filled it. She poured in milk from the refrigerator and began to eat. God, she was famished. A second bowl disappeared before she felt sated. She carefully washed the bowl, dried it, put away the cereal and the milk, and erased any sign of her presence. If her mother was really out cold, she might even be able to play an hour or two of the latest Resident Evil on her Nintendo before going to bed. She took off her shoes and began to sneak down the hall. Corey. She froze. What was her mother doing awake? The raspy voice that issued from the bedroom boded ill. "Corey, I know it's you." "Yes, Mom?" She tried to make her voice as casual as possible. There was a silence. God, it was hot in the trailer. She wondered how her mother could stand being in here all day, baking, sweating, drinking. It made her sad. "I think you have something to tell me, young lady," came the muffled voice. "Like what?" Corey tried to sound cheerful. "Like your new job." Corey's heart fell. "What about it?" "Oh, I don't know. It's just that I'm your mother, and I think that gives me a right to know what's going on in your life." Corey cleared her throat. "Can we talk about it in the morning?" "We can talk about it right now. You've got some explaining to do." Corey wondered where to start. No matter how she put it, it was going to sound strange. "I'm working for the FBI agent who's investigating the killings." "So I heard." "So you already know about it?" There was a snort. "How much is he paying you?" "That's not your business, Mom." "Really?" "Not my business. You think you can just live here for free, eat here for free, come and go as you please? Is that what you think?" "Most kids live with their parents for free." "Not when they have a good-paying job. They contribute." Corey sighed. "I'll leave some money on the kitchen table." How much did it cost to buy Captain Crunch? She couldn't even remember the last time her mother had gone shopping or cooked dinner, except to bring home snacks from the bowling alley where she was a cocktail waitress during the week. Snacks and those miniature bottles of vodka. That's where the money went. All those vodka minis. "I'm still waiting for an answer to my question, young lady. What's he paying you? It can't be much." "I said it's none of your business." "You don't have any skills. What can you possibly be worth? You can't type. You don't know how to write a business letter. I can't imagine why he'd hire you, frankly." Corey replied hotly, "He thinks I'm worth it. And for your information, he's paying me $7.50 a week." Even as she said it, she knew she was making a big mistake. There was a short silence. "Did you say $750 a week?" "That's right." "And just what are you doing to earn that money?" "Nothing." God, why did she let her mother goad her into the admission? "Nothing? Nothing?" "I'm his assistant. I take notes and drive him around." "What do you know about being an assistant? Who is this man? How old is he? You drive him around in your car for $750 a week?" "Yes." "Do you have a contract?" "Well, no." "No contract. Don't you know anything? Corey, why do you think he's paying you $750? Or do you already know why? Is that what it's come to? No wonder you've been lying to me, hiding from me this little job of yours. I can just imagine what kind of job you do for him, young lady." Corey held her hands over her ears. If only she could get out, get into her car, get away, anywhere. She could sleep in the car down by the creek. But she was scared. It was night. The killer was out there somewhere in the corn. "Mom, it's not like that, okay?" "Not okay. Not okay. You're just a high school kid. You aren't worth anything, let alone $750. Corey, I've been around the block a few times. I know what's what. I know about men. I know what they want, how they think. I know what jerks they can be. Look at your father. Look how he ran out on me, on us. Never paying a dime in child support. He was worthless, worse than worthless. And I can tell you right now that this man of yours is no FBI agent. What FBI agent would hire a delinquent with a record? Don't you lie to me, Corey.
I'm not lying to you. If only she could get away just this night. But tonight the whole town was as quiet as a tomb. Fallout from the riot at the church. Just driving home had really spooked her. Every house had been locked up and shuttered tight, and it was barely 9 o'clock. If this is on the up and up, bring him here to me then. I want to meet him. I'd die before I ever let him see this dump, Corey shouted, suddenly white-hot with rage. Or you. Don't you dare talk to me like that, young lady. I'm going to bed. Don't you walk away while I'm talking to you. Corey went into her room and slammed the door. She quickly put on some earphones and shoved a CD into her player, hoping that Cryptopsy would drown out the angry voice she could still hear yelling through the wall. The chances were good her mother wouldn't get out of bed. Standing up brought on a headache. She'd eventually get tired of yelling, and if Corey were lucky, wouldn't even remember the conversation in the morning. But then again, maybe she would. She'd seemed alarmingly sober. By the time the mangled thrashing of the last song had ended, all seemed to be quiet. She eased off the earphones and went to the window to breathe the night air. Crickets trilled in the darkness. The smell of night, of the corn just beyond the trailer park, of sticky heat, all flowed into the room. It was very dark outside. The street lights on their lane had burned out long ago and had never been replaced. She stared out into the darkness for a while, wiping silent tears out of her eyes, and then lay down on her bed, in her clothes, and started the CD again from the beginning. Look at your father, her mom had said. He was worthless. As always, Corey tried not to think about him. Thinking about her father only hurt more because despite everything her mother said, she only had good memories of him. Why had he left the way he did? Why had he never written to her, not once to explain? Maybe she really was worthless, useless, undeserving of love, as her mother had taken pains to point out many times. She turned up the volume, trying to drive the train of thought from her mind. 1 more year. Just 1 more year. Lying on her bed in a dying town in the middle of nowhere, another year seemed like an eternity. But surely anyone could get through a year. Even her. She woke up in blackness. The crickets had stopped trilling, and it was now completely silent. She sat up, plucking off the dead headphones. Something had woken her. What was it? A dream? But she could remember no dream. She waited, listening. Nothing. She got up and went to the window. A sliver of a moon drifted from behind some clouds, then disappeared again. Heat lightning danced along the horizon, little flickers of dull yellow. Her heart was racing, her nerves strung tight. Why? Maybe it was the creepy music she'd fallen asleep to. She moved closer to the open window. The night air, laden with the fragrance of the fields, came drifting in, humid and sticky. It was unrelievedly dark. Beyond the black outline of the trailer next door, she could see the distant darkness of the cornfields, a single glowing star. She heard a sound, a snuffle. Was it her mother? But it seemed to have come from outside, out there, in the darkness. Another snuffle, like someone with a bad cold. She peered hard into the darkness, into the deep pools of shadow that lay alongside the trailer. The street beyond was like a dark river. She strained to see, every sense alert. There, by the hedge that lined the street, was there something moving? A shape? Was it just her imagination? She placed her hand on the window and tried to draw it shut, but as usual it was stuck fast. She jiggled it, trying to free the mechanism with a feeling of rising panic. She heard more snuffling, like the heavy panting of a large animal. It seemed very close now. But the act of listening caused her to pause for just an instant. Then in a sudden panic, she redoubled her struggle to get the window shut, rattling it in desperation, trying to free the cheap aluminum latch. Something was moving out there. She could feel it. She could sense it. And now, yes, now she was sure she could see it. A lumpen, malformed shadow. A mass, black against black, moving ever so stealthily toward her. Instinct took over and she fell away from the window, abandoning her attempt to close it in favor of reaching for the light and banishing the darkness. She fumbled, knocked the CD player to the floor, found the light. The instant it went on, the room lit up and the window became an opaque rectangle of black. She heard a sudden grunt, a dull thud, a frantic rustling sound. And then, silence. She waited, taking a few slow steps back from the black window. Her body was shaking uncontrollably and her throat was very dry. She could see nothing outside now, nothing at all. Was it there, in the window, looking at her? A minute ticked off, then another and another. Then she heard in the middle distance what sounded like a cough and groan, very low but so replete with terror and pain that it chilled her to the marrow. It cut off abruptly, replaced with a strange, wet, ripping noise, and then a sound like someone dumping a bucket of water on the pavement down the street. Then silence. Utter, total silence. Somehow the silence was even worse than the noise. She felt a scream rising unbidden in her throat. Then all of a sudden there was a snap, a gurgle, and a hissing sound, which slowly subsided to a steady, swishing murmur. She slumped, her body abruptly relaxing. It was just Mr. Dade's sprinkler system coming on, as it did every morning at exactly 2 a.m. She glanced at her clock. Sure enough, it read 2 o'clock. How many times had she heard that sprinkler system cough and splutter and gurgle and make all sorts of weird noises as it started up? Get a grip, she thought. Her imagination was really working overtime. Not surprising, given all that was going on in the town, and given what she'd seen with Pendergast out there in the cornfields. She returned to the window and grabbed the latch, feeling a little sheepish. This time a single, brutal thrust was enough to close it. She locked the window and climbed back into bed and turned out the light. The sound of the sprinklers filtering through the glass, the caressing patter of raindrops, was like a lullaby. And yet it wasn't until 4 that she was finally able to fall back to sleep. Chapter 31. Tad rolled over so hard that he fell out of bed. Staggering to his knees, he passed a hand across his face, then reached blindly for the ringing telephone. He found it, fumbled with it, lifted it to his face. "Hello," he mumbled. "Hello?" Through the sleep-heavy bars of his lashes, he could see that outside the bedroom window it was still dark, the stars hard in the sky, only the faintest streak of yellow on the eastern horizon. "Tad." It was Hazen, and he sounded very awake indeed. "I'm over on Fairview near the side entrance to Wyndham Park. I need you here. 10 minutes. "Sheriff?" But the phone was already dead. Tad made it in 5. Although the sun had yet to rise, a crowd from the nearby trailer park had gathered, clad mostly in bathrobes and flip-flops. They were strangely silent. Hazen was there in the middle of the street, setting up crime scene tape himself while talking into a cell phone propped beneath his jaw. And there, too, was the FBI man, Pendergast, standing off to one side, slender and almost invisible in his black suit. Tad looked around, an uneasy feeling growing in the pit of his stomach. But there was no body, no new victim. Just a lumpy, irregular splotch in the middle of the street. Sitting next to it was a canvas bag full of something. The uneasy feeling gave way to relief. Another animal, it seemed. He wondered what all the hurry was. As he walked closer, Hazen snapped his phone shut. "Get back, all of you," he shouted, waving the phone at the crowd. "Tad, take over with this tape and get these people back." Tad moved forward quickly, grabbing the end of the tape. As he did so, he got a much closer glance at the pile on the street. It glistened redly,
pearlescent, steaming in the pre-dawn light. He looked away quickly, swallowing hard. "All right, folks," Tad began, but his voice didn't sound quite right, and he stopped, swallowing once more. "All right, folks, back up. More, please." The crowd huddled back, silent, their faces pale in the gloom. He strung the plastic tape across the road and tied it to a tree, wrapping it several times, completing the square that Hazen had begun. He saw that Hazen was now talking to the goth, Corey Swanson. Pendergast stood beside her, silent. Behind was her mother, looking like hell as usual, her thin brown hair plastered to her skull, a stained and frayed pink bathrobe wrapped tightly around her. She was chain-smoking Virginia Slims. "You heard something," Hazen was repeating. His voice was skeptical, but he was taking notes nevertheless. Corey was pale, and she was trembling, but her mouth was set in a hard line, and her eyes were bright. "I woke up. It was just before 2. And how did you know what time it was?" "I looked at my clock." "Go on." "Something woke me up. I wasn't sure what. I went to the window, and that's when I heard the sound." "What sound?" "Like snuffling." "Dog?" "No, more like someone with a bad cold." Hazen jotted notes. "Go on." "I had this sense there was something moving out there, right beneath my window, but I couldn't really see it. It was too dark. I turned on the light, and then I heard a different sound, like a groan." "Human?" Corey blinked. "Hard to tell." "Then?" "I shut my window and went back to sleep." Hazen lowered his notebook and stared at her. "You didn't think to call me or your, boss?" He nodded at Pendergast. I figured it was just the sprinkler system, which goes on every night around 2. It makes weird noises." Hazen put away his notebook. He turned to Pendergast. "Some assistant you got there." Then he turned to Tad. "All right, this is what we've got. Somebody dumped a pile of guts on the road. Looks like cow to me. There's too much there for a dog or sheep. And that sack sitting next to it is full of ears of corn, freshly picked. I want you to check around all the local stock farms, see if anyone's missing a cow, pig, any large livestock." His eyes flitted back toward Corey before returning to Tad. He lowered his voice. "This whole thing is starting to look more and more like a cult of some kind." Over Hazen's shoulder, Tad watched Pendergast step forward and kneel before the pile of offal. He reached forward, actually prodded at something with his finger. Tad averted his eyes. Then he reached over and, with one finger, lifted the mouth of the canvas bag. "Chef Hazen?" Pendergast asked, without rising. Hazen was already back on the cell phone. "What?" "I would suggest looking for a missing person instead." There was a shocked silence as the implication sunk in. Hazen lowered the cell phone. "How do you know these are—" He couldn't quite bring himself to finish the sentence. "Cows don't normally eat what appears to be Maisie's meatloaf, washed down with a glass of beer." Hazen took a step forward and shined his light into the glistening pile. He swallowed hard. "But why would the killer—" He paused again. His face was dead white. "I mean, why take a body and leave the guts behind?" Pendergast rose, wiping his finger with a handkerchief of white silk. "Perhaps," he said grimly, "to lighten his load." Chapter 32. It was 11 o'clock before Tad finally returned to the sheriff's office. The sweat was pouring off his brow, and his uniform was soaked to the cuffs. He was the last to return. The state troopers and Hazen, who had also been conducting searches, were there before him.
The inner office had been turned into a command center, and a large group of stadies were standing around, talking on cell phones and radios. The press, naturally, had gotten wind of it, and once again the street was lined with TV vans, reporters, and photographers. But they were the only people in sight. All the residents had shut and locked themselves in their houses. The wagon wheel was closed and shuttered. Even the shift at Grobane had been sent home for the day. Except for the hungry gaggle of media, Medicine Creek had become a ghost town. "Any luck?" Hazen said immediately as Tad came through the door. "No." "Damn!" The sheriff pounded his fist on the desk. "Yours was the last quadrant." He shook his head. 325 people, and every damn one of them accounted for. They're canvassing deeper in the surrounding farms, but nobody's come up missing. Are you sure the, guts were human?" Hazen looked sideways at Tad, his eyes red, rimmed by dark circles. Tad had never seen the sheriff under so much pressure. The man's muscular hands were balled into fists, the knuckles white. "I wondered that, too. But the remains are now up at Garden City, and McHyde assures me they're human. That's all they know so far." Tad felt sick to his stomach. The image of the meatloaf poking out of that ragged tear in the ruined guts, the beer foam mixing with the blood, that was going to stay with him the rest of his life. He never should have looked. Never. "Maybe it was someone passing through," he said weakly. "What local person would be out alone at that time of night anyway?" "I thought of that too. But where's the car?" "Hidden? Like Sheila Swagg's? We've checked everywhere. We've had a spotter plane up since 8. No circle cut in a cornfield?" "Nothing. No hidden car, no circle, no dumped body, nothing. No footprints this time, either." Hazen wiped his forehead with the back of his hand and sat down with a heavy thump. It was hard to concentrate. The state police were making so much noise with their radios and cell phones in the inner office. And worse, the press was camped right outside, a battery of cameras aimed point-blank at them through the glass door. "Could it have been a traveling salesman?" Tad asked. Hazen jerked his head toward the inner office. "The stadies are checking all the area motels." "What about the sack of corn?" "We're working on it. Christ, we don't know if it was left by the killer or if the victim was carrying it. But why the hell would someone be carrying a sack full of corn in the middle of the night? And each ear was tagged and numbered in some kind of weird code to boot." He glanced at the sea of cameras beyond the front door. He started to rise, sat down, rose again. "Get me that can of whitewash and the brush from the storeroom, okay?" Tad knew exactly what Hazen was going to do. When he returned, Hazen took the can from his hands, tore off the lid, dipped in the brush, and began to paint the glass. "Bastards," he muttered as his arms swept back and forth, the paint running down and puddling on the doorsill. "Bastards. Photograph this and see how you like it." "Let me help," Tad said. But Hazen ignored him, slopping the paint up and down in big strokes until the door was covered. Then he shoved the brush in the can, jammed the lid back on, and sat down heavily again, closing his eyes. His uniform was flecked with white paint. Tad sat down beside him, worried. Hazen's square face had a gray sheen to it like a dead piece of fish. His sandy hair lay limp across his forehead. A vein pulsed in his right temple. Suddenly the sheriff's eyes popped wide open. It happened so fast that Tad jumped. Hazen's lips parted and he muttered just one word. "Chauncey." Chapter 33. Around noon, Sheriff Hazen decided he'd watched the dog handler, Lefty Weeks, struggle with the dogs for just about as long as he could stand. Weeks was one of those types that really got on Hazen's nerves. A little man with white eyelashes, big ears, long, thin neck, red eyelids. A wheedler and whiner who never stopped talking, even if his audience was a pair of useless dogs. The air under the cottonwood trees was hot and dead, and Hazen could feel the sweat springing out on his forehead, the nape of his neck, his underarms, his back, leaking and running down through every fold and crease, even the crack of his ass. It must be over 105 friggin' degrees. He couldn't smoke because of the damn dogs, but it was so hot he didn't even feel a craving. Now that was saying something. Once again the two dogs were whining and cringing about in circles, their tails clamped down hard over their assholes. Hazen glanced at Tad, then looked back at the dogs. Weeks was yelling at them in a high-pitched voice, swearing and jerking ineffectually at the leashes. Hazen went over, gave one of the dogs a swift kick in the haunch. "Find that motherfucker," he shouted. "Go on, get going." The dog whined and crouched lower. "If you don't mind, Sheriff," Weeks began, his red ears backlit and flaming in the heat. Hazen spun on him. "Weeks, this is the third time you've brought dogs down here, and every time it's been the same thing." "Well, kicking them isn't going to help." Hazen struggled to control his temper, already sorry he had kicked the dog. The state troopers were now looking at him, their faces blank, but no doubt thinking that he was just another redneck hayseed sheriff. He swallowed hard and moderated his voice. "Lefty, look. This is no joke. Get those dogs to track or I'm putting in a formal complaint up to Dodge." Weeks pouted. "I know they got a scent. I know it. But they just won't track." Hazen felt himself boiling up all over again. "Weeks, you promised me dogs this time, and look at them groveling like toy poodles in front of a mastiff." Hazen took a step forward at the dogs. This time one of them snarled. "Don't," Weeks warned. "She's not afraid of me, the bitch, although she should be. Give her another go, damn it." Weeks took out the plastic bag holding the scent, an object retrieved from the second killing, and opened it with gloved hands. The dog backed away, whining. "Come on, girl. Come on," Weeks wheedled. The dog slithered back and forth, almost on its belly. Weeks crouched, the thin travesty of a goatee bobbing on his chin while he held the bag open invitingly. "Come on, girl. Set it. Go." He shoved the bag up to her nose. The quivering, crouching dog let loose a stream of piss onto the dry sand. "Oh, Christ," said Hazen, turning away. He crossed his arms and looked up the creek. They had been up and down it now for 3 hours, dragging the unwilling dogs the whole way. Beyond, in the cornfields, Hazen could see the state police teams moving. Farther down, the SOC teams were on their hands and knees, combing the sandbeds along the creek for something, anything. Above droned 2 spotter planes, crisscrossing back and forth, back and forth. Why couldn't they find the body? Had the killer taken off with it? There were state police roadblocks up, but the killer could have escaped during the night. You can drive a long way in a Kansas night. He glanced up and saw Smith Ludwig approaching, notebook in hand. "Sheriff, mind if I—" "Smitty, this is a restricted area." Hazen had just about had it. "I didn't see any tape, and—" "You get out of here, Ludwig, on the double." Ludwig stood his ground. "I have a right to be here." Hazen turned to Tad. "Escort Mr. Ludwig to the road." "You can't do this." The sheriff turned his back on the entreaty. "Come on, Mr. Ludwig," he heard Tad say. The pair of them disappeared in the trees, Ludwig's protests increasingly muffled by the muggy air. The sheriff's radio crackled. He hoisted it. "Hazen here. Chance has been missing from his hotel since yesterday." It was Hal Brenning, state police liaison officer down in Deeper. "Didn't return last night. Bed wasn't slept in." "Hallelujah, what else is new?" "He didn't tell anyone what he was doing, where he was going. Nobody up here knows anything about his itinerary." "We checked into that," Hazen replied. "Seems he had car problems, left his Saturn over at Ernie's Exxon. insisted it be fixed that day, even though Ernie told him it was a 2-day job. Chauncey was last seen eating a late dinner at Maisie's. Never picked up the car, though. Looks like he went into the cornfields and was doing a little last-minute research on the sly, collecting and labeling ears of corn. Collecting corn? I know. Insane with a killer running loose. But this Chauncey liked to play his cards close to his vest. Probably didn't want anybody prying, asking awkward questions. Hazen shook his head, remembering how upset Chauncey had become at Pendergast's talk of cross-pollination. Well, anyway, we're looking through Dr. Chauncey's papers now with some of Sheriff Larson's boys. It looks like he was going to make some kind of announcement today at noon. Yeah, the experimental field project which Medicine Creek wasn't going to get. Anything else? Some dean from KSU's coming down with their head of campus security. Should be here in half an hour. Hazen groaned. On top of that, we got a dust storm brewing. There's a weather advisory out for Cry County and the eastern Colorado Plains. When? The leading edge could come as early as tonight. They say it might be upgraded to a tornado watch. Great. The sheriff punched the radio off, holstered it, and glanced up. Sure enough, thunderheads, darker than usual, were piling up to the west, as if a nuclear war was being fought somewhere over the horizon. Any Kansan with half a brain knew what clouds like that meant. There was more than a dust storm coming. At the least, the creek would be up, scouring the whole creek bed. The fields would get drenched, maybe flooded. There'd probably be hail. And there would go all their clues. They'd get nothing more to go on until the next killing. And if there were indeed tornadoes, it would shut down the whole investigation while everyone dove for cover. What a friggin' mess. Weeks, if those dogs aren't going to track, then get them the hell out of here. Your dragging them up and down the creek is just wrecking the sight for everyone else. This is a disgrace. It's not my fault. Hazen stalked off down the creek. It was a 10-minute walk to the spot where his cruiser and a dozen other vehicles, marked and unmarked, glittered alongside the road. He coughed, spat, breathed through his nose. There was definitely that curious stillness in the air that precedes a storm. And there on the gravel shoulder was Art Ritter, getting out of his idling vehicle, standing and waving. "Sheriff!" The sheriff walked over. "Hazen, I've been looking all over creation for you," said Ritter, his face even redder than usual. "Art, I'm having a bad day." "I can see that." Hazen took a deep breath. Ritter might be the town's big shot, but there was only so much crap he was going to take. "I just got a call from a guy named Dean Fisk up at the Agricultural Extension, KSU. He's on his way down with an entourage." "I heard." Ritter looked surprised. "You did? Well, here's something I'll bet you don't know. Listen, you're not going to believe this." Hazen waited. Chauncey was going to announce today that Medicine Creek had been awarded the experimental field. Just when he thought he couldn't get any hotter, Hazen felt a sudden flush burn its way through him. Medicine Creek? Not deeper? It was going to be us all along. Hazen just stared, stupid with heat and surprise. "I can't believe it." He may have hated the town, but that didn't change the fact that it's a perfect place for their field. Ritter wiped his greasy brow, tucked the soiled handkerchief back into his breast pocket. "We're a dying town, Sheriff. My house is worth 60% what it was 20 years ago. Sooner or later, the turkey plant's going to lose another shift, maybe even close down. Do you know what this field would have meant for us? Genetic engineering, Hazen. One field would have just been the beginning.
There'd have been more fields, a computer center, accommodations for visiting scientists and faculty, maybe a weather station. There would have been construction opportunities, real estate opportunities, more business for everyone, work for our children. His voice rose into the dead air. That field would have saved our town. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Art, Hazen said woodenly, still stunned. You're a fool if you don't see it. But do you think we're going to get it now? Now that their man just had his guts ripped out in the center of our town, huh? Hazen felt an immense weariness settling on his shoulders. He began to walk past Ritter. I don't have time for this, Art. I got a body to find. But Ritter blocked him. Look, Sheriff, I've been thinking. He lowered his voice. Have you looked into this guy, Pendergast? Think about it. He showed up in town awfully goddamn fast after that first killing. We only have his word that he's FBI. How do you know he isn't involved, that he isn't the psycho? He's at every killing, poking his albino nose everywhere. But Hazen barely heard. Suddenly Ritter's voice seemed to have gone far away. Hazen had an idea. Ritter was right. Deeper would get the experimental field now by default. But by rights it should have gone to Medicine Creek. Right on the eve of Chauncey's announcement, the very eve, he comes up murdered. And now Deeper would get the field. Deeper would get the field. It was suddenly coming together. He tuned out Ritter's droning voice, trying hard to think. The first killing, Sheila Swag, had occurred 3 days before Chauncey's arrival. The killer struck again the day after he arrived. In both cases, the killer had left all kinds of clues and bizarre shit behind, arrows and bare footprints and whatnot, as if he were trying to capitalize on the legend of the ghost warriors, the curse of the 45s. But the strategy didn't work. Chauncey didn't pay a lot of attention to the murders, and he could care less about legends and curses. He wasn't even reading the papers. He was a scientific man looking at things long-term. Ghosts and murders might scare the residents of Medicine Creek, but they just didn't register with Chauncey. And then, the night before Chauncey was to announce Medicine Creek got the field, he himself comes up dead. Could it be any clearer? This wasn't a serial killer, and it wasn't someone local like Pendergast believed. It was someone who had a lot to lose if the experimental field went to Medicine Creek. Someone from Deeper. Art was right. There was a shitload of money at stake here, maybe even the future of the town, either town. Deeper was hurting too. Christ, in the last 30 years, they were down 50% in population, worse than Medicine Creek. They were bigger, they had farther to fall, and they didn't even have the turkey plant. It was kill or be killed. Deeper. You following me? Ritter was shouting. Hazen looked at him. Art, he said abruptly, I got some important business to take care of. You haven't heard a goddamn word I've said. Hazen placed a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to solve these murders, and maybe even get that field back from Medicine Creek. You just wait. And how the hell do you plan to do that? But Hazen was already walking back to his car. Ritter followed, waiting for an answer. Hazen paused, his hand on the door handle. And another thing. You're right about that FBI agent. He's the source of the whole problem. He's the killer, you mean? The sheriff opened the door. Art, don't be an idiot. He's no killer. But he is the one who screwed everything up. He's the one who came roaring in here, insisting it was a serial killer, insisting it was someone local. He got the investigation off on the wrong foot right from the get-go. Got me so confused I wasn't thinking straight. Made me doubt my own instincts. What are you talking about? I can't believe I didn't see it before. See what? Hazen grinned, gave Art's shoulder an affectionate squeeze. "Let me take care of this, Art. Trust me." Hazen swung into his cruiser, unhooked the radio. Pendergast had shown up without a car and driver, no backup, and he hadn't liaised with the local Dodge office. The son of a bitch was freelancing. It was time to put an end to that once and for all. Hazen punched the radio, spoke into it. "Harry? Sheriff Hazen here from Medicine Creek. Listen, this is important. It's about the killings. You know anyone in the FBI field office in Dodge who's in a position to do me a favor?" "Yeah, I need to call in a big one." He listened for a moment, nodded. "Thanks a lot, Harry." As he hung up the radio, Ritter leaned in the window, his face rashy from the heat. "I hope to hell you know what you're doing, Hazen. The future of Medicine Creek is at stake here." Hazen grinned. "May all your dreams come true, Art." He gunned the engine and pointed the big cruiser east toward Dodge.
Chapter 34. Smith Ludwig sat disconsolately at Maisie's counter, displaced from his usual corner booth by a loud group of AP reporters. Or maybe they were National Enquirer or Weekly World News. It hardly mattered. The diner was full of reporters and townspeople who seemed to have gravitated there as the place to go, to gossip, to get reassurance, to share news and speculate. Each new murder had brought more reporters, and each time they'd stayed a little longer. But it wasn't just reporters who were choking the usually quiet eatery. There was Mrs. Bender Lang and her gaggle of blue-rinsed beauties. There was Ernie the mechanic at another table with his buddies. There was Swede Cahill, who'd kept the wagon wheel closed for the day. There was the Grobane contingent, workers at one table, management at the other. The place was full, the noise level like a New York City club. The only one who seemed to be missing was Art Ritter himself. Where, Ludwig asked himself, was he going to turn for the rest of the story? He'd had a taste of being a real reporter. Just a little taste, true, but he found himself liking it nevertheless. He'd recounted the curse of the 45s. He'd written up the Ghost Massacre. He'd covered all the gossip in town along those lines. The scalping of Gasparilla with some kind of primitive knife, on top of the arrows left with the Sweg corpse, had really gotten the rumor mill in high pitch. He had written up the killings and the church riot, and he had the story on Chauncey's disappearance in the can. But he wanted to take it one step further. He needed something new, and he needed it for tomorrow. A real reporter wouldn't be sitting in a diner nursing his coffee. A real reporter would be out in the field talking to the cops, getting the lowdown. That bully Hazen. There must be some kind of complaint he could make. What did you do if the police didn't cooperate, if they threatened to arrest you just for doing your job? For the first time in his life, Ludwig had gotten a story between his teeth. It was real, and it was big. He had broken it, and he was in the best position to finish it. My God, he'd earned that at least. At 62 years old, it would be nice to go out with a bang. His grandkids could look over the yellowing issues of the Courier, turning the pages like precious parchment and say, "Remember those murders back in '03? Our granddad covered them." Boy, he was some reporter. This pleasant little daydream faded as a man climbed onto the stool next to his. Ludwig turned to find the man sticking out his hand in greeting. A young, fresh, eager face filled his field of view. There was the stubble, the butt hanging off the lip, the mussed-up hair, the skewed tie. But despite all the affectation, he still looked like a kid trying to be a reporter. Smith took the hand. "Joe Rickey, Boston Globe." "How do you do?" Smith shook the hand, a little surprised. Boston Globe? He was a long way from home. Smith Ludwig, right? Cry County Courier. Ludwig nodded. "What enough for you?" "I've seen it hotter." "Yeah? Well, I haven't." The man plucked a paper napkin from the dispenser, dabbed it across his temples. I've been here for 2 days and I can't get Dick on this story. I promised my editor something different, a little piece of Americana. That's my column, Americana. People in Boston like to read about stuff that goes on in the rest of the country. Like these killings here. A man boiled, buttered, and sugared. He shuddered with pleasure. Ludwig looked at the kid. In an odd way, he reminded him of himself 40 years ago. The Boston Globe. The kid must have talent. He looked J-school, smart and eager, but without real-life reporting skills. Anyway, that redneck sheriff of yours and those state police stormtroopers won't give me the time of day. But you're local. You know where the bodies are buried, so to speak. Am I right? Sure. Ludwig wasn't about to tell the kid he was in the same boat. I'm gonna be in deep shit after all the Globe paid to send me out here if I come back empty-handed. It was your idea? Ludwig asked. Yeah. It took a lot of persuading, too. Ludwig felt for the kid. It could have been himself if he'd taken that scholarship to Columbia instead of the copy boy job at the Courier back when it was more than a one-man paper. A fateful decision, but one that, curiously enough, he'd never regretted making. Especially as he read the desperation, the ambition, the fear and hope in the young man's eyes. The man leaned closer, dropping his voice. I was just wondering, is there anything you might like to share with me? I swear I'd hold it back until you publish first. Well, now, Ludwig paused. To tell you the truth, Mr. Ricky, Joe. Well, Joe, I really don't have anything new at this point myself. But surely you could get something. Ludwig looked at the kid. In a way, he even looked like himself 40 years before. I could always try, he said. I've got to file by 11 tonight. Ludwig glanced at his watch. 3:30. At that moment, the door burst open and Corey Swanson came barging into the diner, tossing back her purple hair, all the little chains and doohickeys pinned to her tank top astir. 2 large iced coffees to go, she said. 1 black, 1 with double cream and sugar. Ludwig watched her, palm resting on her hip, elbow jutting out, tapping her change impatiently on the counter, ignoring everybody in the place. She was working for Pendergast, his girl Friday. And here she was, getting 2 coffees to go. To go where? But even as he asked the question, Ludwig guessed the answer. Once again, Pendergast would come to his rescue. Maisie delivered the coffees. Corey paid and turned away. Ludwig gave Ricky a quick smile and stood up. I'll see what I can do. He started to take out some money, but Ricky stopped him. Coffee's on me. Ludwig nodded and was up and out the door after her. As he left, he heard Ricky's voice. I'll be here, Mr. Ludwig. And thanks. Thanks a lot. Chapter 35. All FBI buildings looked the same, Hazen thought as he squinted up at the white, slab-like facade with the smoked windows burning in the afternoon sun. Brick shithouse, ugly. He tucked in his shirt, straightened his tie, ground out his cigarette on the asphalt, and adjusted his hat. Then he passed through the double doors into a blast of cold air that, had it been wintertime, would have caused an uproar of complaint. He paused at the desk, signed in, got directions, clipped a temporary ID to his lapel, and headed down the polished linoleum hall for the elevator. 2nd floor, 2nd right, 3rd door on the left. He repeated the directions in his head. The elevator opened onto a long hall decorated with government bulletins and typed lists of esoteric directives. As he walked along it, Hazen noticed that every door was open, and inside each office sat men and women in white shirts. Jesus Christ, there weren't enough crimes in the entire state of Kansas to keep this bunch busy. What the hell did they do all day? Hazen threaded the hallways, finally locating an open door labeled Paulson J., Special Agent in Charge. Within, a woman in cat's eye glasses was pecking away at her computer with robotic precision. She glanced up, then nodded him past into an inner office. This office seemed as sterile as the rest of the building, but there was at least a framed photo on the wall of its occupant riding a horse, and another picture on the desk of the guy with his wife and kids. The man himself pushed his chair back from his desk, rose, and held out his hand. Jim Paulson. Hazen grasped it and was just about crushed. Paulson indicated a seat, then settled back into his chair, threw one leg over the other, and leaned back. "Well, Sheriff Hazen, what can I do for you?" Paulson said. "A friend of Harry McCullen is a friend of mine." No bullshit, no small talk. Here was Mr. Straight Shooter, crew cut, fit, dressed in a decent suit, blue eyes, even dimples when he smiled. Probably had a dick as big as a barge pole. A wife's dream. Hazen knew just how to play it. He was the small-town sheriff, just trying to do his job. "Well now, Mr. Paulson, it's right kind of you to see me." "Jim, please." Hazen smiled, a self-deprecating little smile. "Jim, you probably don't know Medicine Creek. We're a town down deeper way." "I've sure heard of it, what with the recent killings." "Then you know we're a small town with solid American values. We're a close-knit community, and we trust each other. And as sheriff, I'm the embodiment of that trust. You know that better than I. It's more than just law enforcement. It's about trust." Paulson nodded sympathetically. "And then these killings happened." "Yes, tragic." "And being a little town, we can use all the help we can get." Paulson smiled, dimpled. "Sheriff, we'd love to help you with this case, but we need evidence of interstate flight or other interstate or terrorist activity." "Well, Sheriff, you know when the FBI can justify involvement. Unless there's something I'm not aware of, my hands are tied." Perfect, thought Hazen. He feigned surprise. "Oh, but Jim, that's just it. We're already getting help from the FBI. Right from the beginning. You didn't know?" Jim Paulson's smile froze on his features. After a moment, he shifted position. "Right. Of course, now that you mention it. That's what I'm here about. This Special Agent Pendergast of the FBI, he's been on the case since day one. You know all about him, right?" Paulson shifted again, a little uneasily. "I have to tell you I wasn't fully aware of this man's activities." "You weren't?" "He says he's out of the New Orleans office. I thought he'd liaised with you. Isn't that the usual courtesy?" He paused. Paulson was silent. "Anyway, Jim, I'm sorry. I just assumed—" He let his voice trail off. Paulson picked up the phone. "Darlene, pull me the jacket on a Special Agent Pendergast, New Orleans office." "That's right, Pendergast." He hung up. "Anyway, the reason I'm here is that, with all due respect, I wanted to ask the FBI to withdraw him from the case." Paulson tilted his eye at him. "Is that so?" A reddish blush was creeping up his well-shaven neck. "I told you that Medicine Creek can use all the help it can get, and normally that's true. Now, I know I'm just a small-town Kansas sheriff, but we've got help from the Dodge Forensic Unit and the state police, and, well, to tell you the truth, Special Agent Pendergast has been—" His voice trailed off, as if he was reluctant to criticize one agent to another. "Has been what?" "Just a little heavy-handed and not respectful of local law enforcement." "I see." Paulson was looking more pissed by the minute. Hazen leaned toward the desk, lowered his voice confidentially. "To tell you the God's own truth, Jim, he goes around in expensive suits and handmade English shoes quoting poetry.